Bonsoir, bonsoir, bonsoir à tous. Finalement, nous pouvons commencer. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons y parler maintenant? No, don't worry. I won't continue on in French, although I am always tempted. For sure. So, for today, we're going to go over the 1968. Oh, thank you so much, Moenop. So what we're going to be going over today is the 1968 Chicanx student protests. Yes, it's teach-in time. And one of the big things that I want to talk about is the largest student walkout in U.S. history. Now, the reason why I want to talk about this one is precisely because it is almost never mentioned, precisely because it took place at Lincoln Heights High School in East LA, right? I'm pointing like behind myself as if like though like it's like the school right behind me. It's not the school right behind me, but it is somewhere in the general LA area, in my midst, so to speak. So, why it's important is, again, because it not only was the largest, of the student walkouts to ever happen in U.S. history, but also it fundamentally kickstarted el movimiento, as Chicanx will call it, right? That was to fight for our civil rights, right? For everybody, right? This is before Cesar Chavez. This is before all of that. This is before, like the boycotts. Like, I mean, even my family participated in the boycotts. They wouldn't buy grapes. They wouldn't buy watermelon. They wouldn't buy none of those things, because the Mexicanos, the Chicanos, and the Filipinos, we all decided, no, we are not going to contribute to each other's suffering. We're going to have solidarity with one another. And that is something that I would like to go over, today, because I feel that, that's something that we need to be reminded of. Also, some interesting news is that apparently, and this is from just the reports, from what I've read, it still is a big thing, but apparently some protesters in Mexico City, torched or threw Molotov cocktails, and it actually, because they're protesting outside of the Israeli embassy, and it actually caught fire. So, I'm going to be keeping updates on that as well, because I don't know what's going to happen. I know that Mexico just signed in on the official lawsuit with alongside South Africa, citing Article 63 of the Convention for the Prosecution and the Prevention of Genocide, right? So we'll see what happens. Also, for today, we have a sub goal, right? Because, especially now that I'm streaming as my job, as my day job in summer. I mean, I really wish I could just do teach-ins, that would just be my job. But so for every five subscribers, right? Or for every 5, or for every, I guess, let's see, what would that be in Twitch terms? Twitch is so $3. So every $15 of, for a book donation, for a book sponsorship, I will open a pack of Pokemon cards. Just to add on more incentives. So, first, let me turn off the music. Well, I do like the music. It literally is on loop, so, don't want that. Also, hello, Holy Lazy Duck. It is so good to see you. I hope you are doing well. Also, Moenop, it's so nice to see you. I cannot wait until, on YouTube, I finally have enough subscribers to where I can, do super chats and do all of that stuff, because, I definitely would, can't wait to get that going as well. But anyway, so let's get started. So we begin in 1968.
If we had to take to the
Oh, wait. Oh, thank you. Yes, I am already have some. And so you know my little Shaq's cozy. That one is going to be one of them. I love that emote. A friend of the stream, Chromatic Mage, um, made made that for me. Gave it to me as a gift, and so that is one of the ones that I will always use. And so that one is going to be on there. I'm still trying to figure out of the other ones that I have, like on Twitch, which ones I will have on YouTube, but that one for sure will be on there. Oh, thank you, thank you.
streets and claim our rights to equality in our schools, then so be it.
And another thing I want to keep in mind is, like, I know all of these high schools, right? Like, I know all of them. And you want to know what? Like, this is also part of the whitewashing, in one sense, of even Jewish history in Los Angeles, is that they've also erased the Sephardic Jewish communities that lived in East LA, the Mexican Jewish communities, the Latina, the Latin American Jewish communities that lived, because they literally didn't want non-white Jews to live on the west side, right, of LA. So Mexicans and La Latinas in general could only live in East LA, typically speaking. Like East LA is very much like the Chicano epicenter, right? South LA being more for Black Americans, right? And then you also have the different ethnic pockets and towns and neighborhoods all over the place, like little Saigon, little Bangkok, little Bangladesh, right? All these different ones. And one thing I do love about, like, working as a cultural historian, right? Because someone actually asked me, like, well, what's the difference between a cultural historian and like a regular historian, right? And the main big difference that I can really say, I mean, there really is no major difference. The main, the main difference, I guess, if I can even say that there is one, is that the types of cultural objects we look at, right, let us look at things like oral history, right, like the music, right, like the food, like the clothing, like the cultural things, right? And that's what's something that's different from solely looking at who was literate, right, and wrote things down. It instead, at least my work has always been focused on not only the archives, but trying to think of what counts as an archive, right? Because to me, like, all of the cumbia music from like East LA, right, like like we all know, like, when our moms, right, like, well, if they're not Jewish, right, if because otherwise it's Sunday morning if they're Jewish Mexican moms, they start turning on las cumbias, and then the next thing you know, like, you wake up and, like, like, you're gonna spend the whole morning cleaning, and it's no joke, right? And so that is one of those things, like, hey, like, where like, why did this music become associated with cleaning, right? Things like that, questions like that are things that, like, a cultural historian would be concerned with, right? So
Went to Garfield High School. My first semester was 1967. The schools on the east side were known as Mexican schools. If we spoke,
and yeah, this is still pretty much the case. Like, I've literally been told, like, oh, you went to Mexican schools, right? Which I did go to Mexican schools, as in schools in Mexico, but they mean, like, oh, that's only Mexicans, right, in the Mexican Americans, quote unquote, or whatever how they might word it, go to that school, right? Like that's like I'll never forget when someone's like uncle, I forget like what exactly relationship they were, but like they legit told me um that like, oh, to scare my kids into, to scare them straight, right, to make sure that they always behaved, is I took them to third, right, in the middle of East LA, to go show them how people lived there, right, and then that they got all scared, and I'm like, bro, what are you even talking about? Like, have you ever been to third? Like, what, did you go to King Taco? Like what are you even talking? Hello, megastar, welcome in, welcome in. You went to ethnic, yeah, no, exactly, right, but that's because they were segregated. I mean, that's the thing, it's like LA, like the idea of California, like that has not been the case, right, ever since the the theft of indigenous and then Mexican lands, right, moreover, right, is that, again, like as I've mentioned before, the freeways when they were built, right, like the 10, the 710, all these different freeways were built to be essentially the ghetto walls, right, of East LA and South LA, and you can really feel that because like even now, like when I was thinking about the King Taco on Third, it's like to get there you have to go through a freeway that just like cuts through this like valley, right, of like really like essentially they had to cut through, right, what would otherwise be hills, right, they cut straight through that, so then that way they could build the multi-platform highway, right, so that way they could separate Mexican East LA from but yeah, like all of this completely like the school that I went to was essentially just like essentially 100% BIPOC, right, and that was viewed as a like, oh, you're just gonna end up like, well, I'll put it to you like this, the fact that they even said it in that way, you're just gonna end up some here or wherever, it was the sentiment that I always felt like going to other schools, right, like when I would compete in music or whatever it might be, right, like it was just there, like, oh, you go to that school, okay, like, yes, I go to a Mexican school, because I don't know if you've noticed or not. It's fatalistic and ironic since folks, they say to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but they don't tell you that, the boots have no soles. You know what I mean? So to speak.
Spanish, there was corporal punishment. And
yes, this is true, 1000% true. My mom, my own mother, had to deal with corporal punishment for speaking Spanish. Every sign outside is in Spanish. Doctor, dentista, farmacia, iglesia, sinagoga, it's all in Spanish. But if you say it inside, it was treated like an affront. And Mario T. Garcia writes in his book, Literature as History, which is a very, very important book. He talks about how the United States education system, right, when it comes to BIPOC, it literally was designed like it in its, if you read its founding documents of like the modern education system that we have now, was literally meant to do, right, essentially cultural genocide. Like that's what it was, that's what it was entailed to do. And don't never forget, I watched this documentary of indigenous people in the United States who had also suffered similar discrimination. And there was this man, and oh my gosh, every time that I would see it, like, because he starts crying, right? And it's this very visceral, like, it's like one of those like moments where that it's like the emotions are so high that like even the notions of like propriety, professionalism, all of that have gone out the window. Like this is so raw that it's like you've literally struck beyond the nerve, right? He just starts crying. He's like, they stole my tongue. Like by hurting us, they made it so that now none of us speak our native language. So Yeah, this was a systematic thing. Yeah, exactly. The boots have no soles, right? Like, I mean, that's how I like to think of it, right? Yeah, they tell you to pull you up by your bootstraps, but the boots have no soles, right? Like that's what you end up with, no sole, if you do pull yourself up by your boots. That's my own little OC right there.
The lesson there was we want you to assimilate.
The teacher.
And again, like people like to say that like assimilation is like good and whatever, but no, assimilation is not good because it's literally saying that whatever your culture, your and oh my god, don't even get me started. I once had an ex, and like when his family invited me over and they started talking to me about my culture, right? Because they only saw me as Mexican, right? Like they didn't even know I was Jewish. But like they were like, well, your culture has blah blah blah, and I'm like, well, what? Like, excuse me, oh, has a lot of cholesterol issues, and I'm like, what? I'm just like, did my doctor disclose something to you that I don't know? Yeah, soulless and soulless, exactly. That's my point, right? The people that actually fall for that thing, right, or that try to sell, like BIPOC people that try to sell you that thing, right, where they, like the Chicanes and the Mexicanes that I know that have joined like the border patrol, right, and they're like, oh, you can pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They're soulless, right? The boots are soulless. Y también, and también ellas, you know what I mean? Like,
Didn't really understand who we were. They would make fun of our names when they would do roll call. Most
oh my gosh, oh, this still happens. And look, I am so sympathetic. Then you need to build some kind of bootstraps pulling machine. Yeah, pretty much. One of my ex's family was Nigerian, and her mom did a similar thing, talking about how bad. Yeah, see, and this is the weird thing too, right? Is that I've also seen it where Chicanes, right, tell Mexicanes, who they're, two distinct nations, right? One could say, but definitely interrelated, right? Like they will talk negatively about Mexicanes, like, oh, like Mexicanes, they come to the United States and they don't want to learn English and blah blah blah, and like making all these jokes about them. I mean, like a lot of the racial epithets against Mexicans have been said to me by Chicanes, which I'm just like, do you think that you're gonna get some kind of prize? Like, you think some do you think in the fascism box that there's a little prize inside? Like, I don't know what, no. There isn't. Like, but the whole making fun of names things, like, all the time, and I sympathize with people, for more reasons than one, why they might want to change their names, right? Because it gets so bad when not only institutionally, right, that is to say, like, we know, right, that if people have Hispanic names, right, or even indigenous names, right, or, and I'm putting them in air quotes because, again, these are things that are, like, they're just names, right? They pertain to particular cultures, but whiteness, right, wants to categorize them as the other, right? No shirt, no soul, no service. Exactly, Galactic News Network. Exactly. Is that I get it. Like, for many reasons why I understand why people would change their names, right? I don't try to judge people who, out of so much abuse, right? Feel the need to alleviate some of that by doing something, literally going to court to get their name changed. I don't, because yeah, exactly, Holy Lazy Duck. To be fair, names hold power, and people are afraid of the defiant power of an indigenous name. To hold anything that is not white is right, because whiteness is a negative ontology, right? This is why all the people that say, well, why isn't it wrong to say the C word, right? And I'm just like, the C word. You mean colonists? Like I don't know which. I don't know which, because there's no derogatory term for white people. Because white people are not a people, quote unquote. They are no nation, right? It is a negative ontology, right? So it's not being those things. That's what whiteness is, right? It's not being indigenous. It's not being Jewish. It's not being black. It's not being, right? And as Jody Melamed writes in her book, which oh my gosh, it's one of those books that I'm just like, if I could just like, if I had the ability to just send everybody a copy and say like, let's have a book club, right? Right. Let's have a book club of Jody Melamed, right? Particularly in her book, Represent and Destroy. That book talks about particularly how the racialization is power. That is the reason why nothing against white people could ever be considered power, because we do not racialize white people. By definition, that's impossible. So the power of racialization is violence, right? Like that's her thesis, right, in that book. And so I think that that's one of those really important things that, is just never taken into account. Like people think like, oh, because different categories exist, therefore they existing as categories as such must make them somehow equal. What? No, like, so yeah, it's sad when folks relinquish that power, but it's necessary. Yeah, exactly. It is so hard. Like, I get it. I've met people who have had names that, I kid you not, this actually happened. When this is why, one, I don't believe, I'm not like what most people call comedy, at least, in general, right? Like people try to say, like when people say that they're comedians, they're usually not comedians. They're just people that just want to say who knows what, right? There was this person and his name was Julian, right? He could have said Julian, but he wanted to, no, I'm Julian, right? And he was at one of those, like, the ones where it's like, I was about to say pickup artist. That's not what it was. It was stand-up, right? Stand-up comic. And what ends up happening? Oh, are you a gardener? Are you a landscaper? Like, what are you doing here, Julio, right? Like, he started to change his name, and I'm just like, what the like, who does that? Yes. Al-Tahrir le-Falastin. Hello, Germ. Welcome in. Yeah, it exists to separate itself from others. Right. I mean, that's the reason why it is so concerned with things like blood, right? Things, and also, to quote Jackson Hinkle, who recently was like, don't you think that that's a betrayal of your blood and soil? Like, yes, the communist who, of course, decides to direct quote, Walter Daret, right, the Nazi agriculture minister. But that's why these weird, like, desire to define who is what and what is, who counts as a what and as a when and why, etc. Why that is power, right? Racialization is power itself. It's so funny. It's like a negative gestalt. Yeah, I mean, it is. Because it is a negative ontology, right? It's literally, like, it started off as, you are a old Christian, right? Viejo cristiano, right? As opposed to a nuevo cristiano, new Christian, right? When it started off in Spain, right? Because you did not have ancestors, right? Going back so many generations that were Jewish. That's what made you an old Christian as opposed to a new Christian, right? And then it starts to become completely cemented in terms of blood. Like, oh, well, if it's 4 generations, then why can't you do all generations going back, right? And so, that's essentially what ends up happening, where like the different purity of blood laws in Spain end up making it so that, like, Toledo, right, it's the first city that really has its own statutes, racial laws, right? racializing laws, and they do it via blood. This idea that the blood carries all of your intrinsic qualities, right? And that they are fully immutable too, right? Like, even if you convert to Christianity, you're still Jewish, right? Like, and this is something that, anyway, I don't want to get too in depth in it, but yes, yeah, $25 on Kindle. I'll have to wait to grab that book. I know what you mean. Like, I've been trying to get this book right here, Figurative Inquisitions, because I got the request, like, from the university library that's like, hey, you need to return this book within, however many days. And then I know that what that means is I cannot check it out for like a year. And I'm like, oh, Social Death by Elisa Marie Cacho. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah. And also, what is it called? Is it, oh God, I swear I have it right here, but I can't see it. Just Precarious Life by Judith Butler, right? Or or even Agamben's stuff on bear life and everything like that, right? Like Homo Sacer, etc., right? A lot of that same type of old Christian thing is a big part of the Jewish blood hierarchy and so. Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing, right? It's like, I mean, that's the reason why there are slurs against Sephardic Jews, right? In Israel, right? That Ashkenazis use against, which is weird, because the word that they use, right, was used to describe people who were like the Crusaders. You know what I mean? Like like you're like them. You're like the Crusaders, not the Sephardic Jews that were already there. You know what I mean? But whatever. I mean, like, again, like I said, because of Zionism, there are a lot of people who are very, very, very observant when it comes to Judaism, but they don't get counted because they're not willing to be. They're not Zionists. So anyway.
Some of us were just kind of going through like a herd, and if we dropped out, they didn't care.
Yeah. Americans have one of the highest dropout rates in the city of Los Angeles. We were not considered to be intelligent enough to be able to go to college.
And this is still something that to this day, I'm not even joking. Once I had like an undergraduate advisor that was like asking how on earth, right, to my mom, right, well, technically to both of my parents, but still, like, how did you end up with Shakespeare? Like, what did you do that was so special that gave you this, right? Because there's no way it could just be, he just, or they like, right, or she likes, history, right? Like, there's no way that she could just like history in and of itself and likes to study it and is willing to do all of the work, even go above and beyond what was expected of me. Because as we know, if you're BIPOC and you're marginalized in any way, you will have to do double, triple, quadruple, an infinite amount more work to be recognized than a mediocre white guy. Like, that's just the case. Hello, Dame Al. Welcome in. Yeah, it never makes sense, right?
Education that we all got was aimed at turning us into workers.
And yeah, that's true. Like, even to this day, you still hear it to this day, right? Why aren't we teaching kids, right, the trades, right? Why aren't we? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Dame, espero que estés bien. But it's always been like, oh, gosh, like, I mean, I've even heard it be as ridiculous as something like, oh, of course, I would know people that are mechanics because you're Mexican. Like, what? Like, I mean, I don't know how to fix a car. I know, the fact that I know someone that happens to be a mechanic is besides the point. But to instrumentalize Mexican identity with, right, particularly those types of jobs, right, with that type of labor, right, is again goes back to this, right? Like that's why everything in so many of the high schools, even the middle schools, in places, like even in Southern California, in California itself, actually don't tell you to go to college, right? And in fact, they make it completely opaque how to go to college, what to do once in college. There's almost no help whatsoever, because they know that most of the people will be first generation college students, etc. And if it wasn't for academics who, against the dictates of their, all white administration, that says we don't need to have special, courses, right, that people could take for, a credit hour or whatever it might be, or, all of this stuff, right, to teach people how to handle going through college, right? We don't need to do that. They should already know. They should be able to do the research on their own, right? And if you tell them it's racist to assume that the gaslighting is never ending. It's like literally, it doesn't matter what you do, whether they are praising you or just insulting you. It's always in a gaslighty way. So.
Manual labor, tradesmen.
Girls were told, oh, we don't want to waste our time on you. You're just going to get pregnant.
A group of high school students.
And this is precisely why that in East LA, in South LA, I know lots of people, even people who aren't that old, who weren't alive in 1968, that were born well after 1968, that when they went to a clinic, they got sterilized. Like, that is still a thing. I don't know why people act like, oh, it ended a long time ago. No, it hasn't. No, it has not. It still happens. It still happens all the time. Still happens all the time. But especially at this point. Because everything was, oh, you're just going to have a lot of kids. You're not going to finish high school anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Literally just racism. Just very open. But they still do it. Right? They still do it when they just try to be like, well, if we look at the statistics, blah, blah, blah,
Recent graduates and activists came together to advocate for better schools. They were encouraged by Sal Castro, one of the few teachers who was critical of how schools treated Mexican-American students.
Most teachers approach the Mexicans with a negative attitude, and it's, you have nothing to give to me. I am going to make you an Anglo come hell or high water.
Sal Castro was a teacher at Lincoln High School.
And see, even these terms now, right? Like Anglo, they aren't used as much as they were before, right? But before, yeah, that's what they would say. Like, yeah, you have to act like an Anglo. You have to be an Anglo-American, right? That's what Americanization classes were. Literally, you have to give up your old culture. And I've even read like the dumbest books that I've ever tried to describe, like, like why the Mexican problem, quote unquote, won't go away, right? And it's like, well, the problem is, unlike the Italians who had, the Atlantic, right, to separate them, Mexicans, they're just so close to the home culture that it's harder to assimilate. You know what I mean? Like, so what you're saying is that, yes, your entire project was, during the Trump years, they were performing full-on hysterectomies. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, I've gone over an article over a year ago that was written in 2020, has not been updated since. Unfortunately, I don't know if the author is, now works as a professor or something, because I know that they're an academic, but essentially, talking about the federal complaints, like the stuff that even the federal government was like, yeah, this is too much, like spraying people with chemicals, giving them, old food that was months old, stuff like that, like at the detention centers on the border.
He wanted his students to know that it was great to be a Mexican, that our culture and history was important, and that we had huge contributions that we had made. And so
Wait, let me see here. It feels weird to not have the option, but also feels weird to be. No, yeah, no, exactly. Like the issue, no es in like it's not so much that like, oh, you know, you can't go do trades, right? Like there are other places like through you know, different workforce programs, right, that do trades, right? Like where you can go apprentice for a year and they pay you while you learn, for example, right? But usually you have to move really quite far away, right? At least from what I remember, because like, well, then again, I'm thinking about people like in Visalia, California, right? So like for them, they had to move away. They would have had to have had move away to do their apprenticeship, right? And they pay you while you learn, but the problem is that they want everything to be a competition, right? Everything has to be means tested. Everything has to be a competition, and it doesn't need to be that way, right? So, you know, it's because America prioritizes negative rights over positive ones. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, I mean, it only asserts positive rights when it's for the benefit of capitalists, right? And capitalist interests. Only then does it care about. Like the other day, I heard somebody saying, "Oh, I remember Michael Knowles, right? He did like if you've been to Irene's stream, when she went over the like weird like cigar bar talk that they were having, you know, like in some basement, you know, kind of looked like some like I don't know, like I don't know what to say. It to me it gave me like bordello vibes, but that's just me. Like I don't know if that's just because, you know, but like him literally saying that like the worst thing to ever happen was the 17th Amendment. I'm just like, what? Like, what are you even talking about? Like the 17th Amendment? You know what I mean? Like, what? I don't know. There's just some of those that I'm just like, but yeah, I mean, yeah, like the reason, like the fact that college became, the university system became for profit, right, even for state schools, right, happened after the 1968 protests, after all of the anti-Vietnam stuff, right? It was in reaction to, right? And then the neoliberalization of it was just, you know, was able to happen by saying, oh, look, there are leftist I'm being honest with you. I know, like, I could count them on my hand, the amount of actual professors, right? And this is me including, you know, adjuncts to instructors to teaching professors to tenure track professors, or whatever the verbiage might be across the country, right? Like I could count them on one hand how many of them are like actually leftists. Everybody else is just, they're not a leftist at all. They're liberals at, you know, in most cases, and rad libs, as quote unquote people like to say in some cases. But yeah, because it's to be deterred instead of courage. Yeah. If you want birth control marriage between someone that doesn't fit into cis hetero norms, you're going to have to scrounge up money to take to court. Yeah. Nowadays, it's, you want birth control at all to fuck. Yeah, like that's what I never understood, right? Like the amount of money that it would take, right, to have like a free, I forget how much the difference was. So I don't know if people want to go look it up on Google Scholar, but it was one where they took, it was looking at the accessibility of condoms, right, across the board, and said like, if we could provide, well, I don't know if it was just condoms, but I do remember that was like their main thing, right, because they're like the cheapest, and for reasons, right? But anyway, for like the more access that people had to free condoms, right, and stuff like that, how like university medical centers had like less reports of like STIs and everything, and then schools that like, oh, we're wasting too much money on this, like then they end up having students that, now have to incur debt to pay for treatment, right, even if they do have the student insurance or whatever it is. I don't think we can. Yeah, no, for sure. We're still in the Dark Ages. I mean, there is a medievalist scholar that said we've never been modern, right? Like the Middle Ages never ended. We're still in but I don't think that's what you mean. Most of my professors said something extremely right-wing in class, and some of them are a couple years older than me. Right, like was called something by a tenured professor that actually counts as a double racial epithet, because it was both anti-Mexican and anti-Jewish, and they literally nothing happened. Nobody stood up for me either. Everybody got real quiet. So, let's see here. You want birth? Yeah, but if you want access to birth control or any type of reproductive health, anything, it's get ready to either literally go to other countries, or even myself, I had to spend over $3,000 to get my juvenile record sealed so I wouldn't keep getting barred from. Oh, see, look, this is the one thing. Look, people I have said, right? I am very critical of every attempt that there has ever been at socialism, because we have to be as leftists, right? That's how we make it better in every instantiation, right? One thing that I did find very useful, however, and I find worthwhile, was the fact that in the Soviet Union, once you were done with your prison sentence, it did not essentially you did not have a record, right? Hello, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. And to me, that is a big thing, because there are so many people that as kids get arrested for, oh yeah, in Yugoslavia. Yeah, I was just about to ask, oh, was it the same in Yugoslavia? Yeah. Because I know so many people, I mean, even people that live right here in my neighborhood, right, that you can even learn in prison how to machine metal parts or work out, right, exactly. And there was also education programs as well too, and but again, that aside, the fact that when you left it didn't follow you over, right, meant that you didn't have to do what you have to do in the United States, which is either, right, essentially be unable to work in most places and unable to live in most places, but also the fact that now you are, you have a mark against your name, so to speak, right? Oh, that's terrible. One of them started a full lecture out of nowhere about France being a hellscape due to immigrants from Africa. You know what's so crazy to me about that, to hear that, Dame Al? The fact that all of the Algerians, right, the Algerians that actually fought on the side of the French during the 1962 War of Independence of Algeria, right? The ones that fought with the French, saying, "Oh no, we want to stay colonized," right? When France, had all of the French people, right, all the, as they would call it back, as they called them back then, pieds noirs, right? It also brought them to France as well, but it literally deposited them in ex-urban spaces, which, as you know, Europe is not like the United States where exurbs are common, right? Literally just dumped them in essentially the middle of nowhere and just had them live in substandard conditions for decades. That was their prize, right? That's why I keep saying, do you think that becoming a CBP officer, right, or whatever, do you think that that when you get your little fascism box, if you think that it comes with the prize inside? No, it doesn't. And we have example after example after example after example, and people still don't learn. There are generationally marginalized, right, Algerian people, right, who are not the Algerian migrants that have come since the War of Independence, but that fought on the side of the French, for the French, and wanted it to remain part of France. And even they didn't get, special treatment, right? So, again, like, it, didn't know you can get screwed up as an adult. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can. In America, they want that to stick. They want you to be, and that's why I'm saying, like, I know kids here that they have, like, loitering charges. Do you know why? Because they were sitting at like a bench in a park, right, talking with their friends, right, and because, like, for whatever dumbass reason, right, some business owner was like, oh, I don't like them sitting right outside of my, wasn't even on his property, but they still gave them loitering charges. Obviously, I'm not going to speak any more into that because I don't want to get any specifics, but that's how messed up it all is. Like, literally, people try to find literally any reason to put a mark against your name, so that way the rest of your life you have to live, essentially working in jobs that have little pay, right? Living in the worst of circumstances, etc., right? It's like, what is also crazy? You even have to pay to get a clean record for weed possession after the states legalized it. Right, exactly. That should be taken care by the state. You would think, right? You would think that that's actually something that would make sense for the state to do. But even California, no, that doesn't do that. Like, anything you want to do in California, right, that you can do in other states like that, it's like more expensive and takes a longer amount of time. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, if you want to change your name, for example, right, it's a long process. Like, you have to go to court, okay? And if you fill in the form a little wrong, you have to fill out the whole form again. Buy the packet, fill out the whole form again in black or blue ink, right? Submit it to the court, pay again, pay all the fees, wait in the lines, wait in the other line, wait in the line for the other line, and then maybe you'll get help before it closes. Because if not, then you have to take another day off work, drive all the way out to the courthouse and do it again. And I may or may not be speaking from personal experience, but may we learn from the example of the Kegos in the French Revolution. There are civil records. What civil records? The office had a combustive accident. Well, we cannot reproduce the same systems of oppression that we have now, right? And getting that out of people's minds is one of the hardest things to do, because we are so deeply, so to speak, programmed, right, to think in those terms, right? Ex-felon. So what you mean is someone that is no longer, someone who should not be associated with crime, right? Like, why are people with a criminal record not allowed to travel abroad? Yeah, from entering the crime, causing problems, committing crime. That's the reason. Yeah, it is BS logic, because like there are certain places, like for example, like if you want to immigrate, right, to help colonize Palestine, right, to the state of Israel, they don't care about your past record, right, because they want as many colonists as possible, right. In fact, one of the people that literally like got people that weren't even Jewish, right, just happened to, like, according to the blood laws that they have, right, technically fell into their definition of who gets to count as a quote unquote Jewish person. Which again, I'm not doubting anybody's Jewishness, but the point is these people didn't identify as Jewish, right? Natan Sharansky, right? He's like, yeah, I was sent to the Gulag, by the way. So that's why I can speak about what's happening in Gaza. Like, I don't really get that. And this is the issue I've always had, right? They never say why they were sent to the prison or whatever, right? They're proud of it, but they don't say. Oh, I mean, apparently, right? But they don't say why they were sent there, right? That's something I find very interesting. It's the same thing with the Rebbe of Chabad, right? They're like, oh yeah, he got sent to the Gulag. Okay, fine. Why was he sent there, right? It's like, it's how we get away with slavery in America. Yeah, I mean, there is a very good documentary called 13th. Now it's a bit old because I think it came out in 2017, but like it legit like goes over like Levi Strauss jeans, Idaho potatoes, like all of these things, right, that are all over the place, right? All done via slave labor. Like slave labor that's legal according to the Constitution. The United States never abolished slavery. It just abolished it for people that weren't classified as criminals. So, stares at a certain Australian woman. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, there was this one Knesset member that like tried to pander, I'm going to use that word because that's what it was, to the Mexican Jewish, to the non-Ashkenazi Jewish community, to become like super Zionist. And she like gave speeches and blah blah blah, and nobody bought it. They're just like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you even saying? Like, oh, look at how far I got, and I'm a Knesset member, and I have a Hispanic last name. It's like, yeah, because there are Sephardic Jews, and you're Sephardic. Like, of course you do. Like, it just fell flat. It didn't work, right? Like it might work in the United States to like a mostly Ashkenazi / non-Hispanic white audience, right? But it just doesn't make any sense to like Mexican Jews. It's like, yeah, we're Latin Americans. Like, what do you expect our names to be? North Korea apparently just sent over balloons. Oh my gosh. Wow. Hey, that is that is true innovation right there. Okay, they are doing, right, something even Elon Musk couldn't think of, right? They are literally doing like floating sewage systems, right? That's the future. The DPRK, like, that is the future. Whiteness is meant to be self-evident to everyone partaking in it, right? Which is why the people that try to say that there are somehow epithets you can use against them, which, by the way, almost all of them are their own, right? Like hillbillies. That is a self-descriptor of people who come from the Ozarks, right? Particularly that after the Civil War, right, and after they essentially had logged, right, because in the timber industry, pretty much most of the large old-growth forests then moved to the West Coast to then become loggers in Oregon and Washington, which is why they say Washington, right? But like that's where it comes from. I mean, I have the documentaries from the University of Missouri. I can play them if people want. Great point. Yeah. Yes, 100%. Yeah. So also remember again, if we get, every time we get a new subscriber, pardon me, no, 3 new subscribers, right? How did I have it? No, it needs to be for 5. So 2 new subscribers? All right, something like that. I forget how much. But I will open up another pack of Pokemon cards because I still have quite a few. And I do want to open them all because I guess now I'm collecting them. Why do Israeli politicians love to change the last name from Eastern European to something sounding more well, I get why you're saying that, like Semitic, but the main reason why they do that is because it became kind of like standard practice. Maybe not standard practice, but when the language wars were happening, in Palestine, right, when you had the Hateknion, right, which at first, like essentially before the Second World, like before the Nazis, right, when they started, Hateknion and the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, they had a question, right, a contention. What should be the language of, the Zionist movement? The vast majority of the people who started it, right, who funded it, who, were the leaders of it. And also every $5, every $5 will also get a Pokemon card back as well. And every subscriber will also get a card pack as well. So anyway, what was I going to say? So that way, it was, should we have German, because everybody that is a Zionist essentially was from Germany, right, or from German-speaking lands like Switzerland, Austria, like Herzl was literally from, like the Austro-Hungarian Empire, wanted to have the World Zionist Congress in Munich, but the German chief rabbis, all 80 of them, said, we don't want the Zionists to come onto German soil. If only Germany had listened to that particular aspect back then, and forevermore, because... but one reason why they do is because, like, the people that revived, which in this case means constructed, like modern Hebrew, and were part of the Hebraicist movement, right, or the Hebrewist movement, right, they began to change their names to that, right, because they wanted to divorce their European past, right, and present themselves as, like, almost autochthonous, or I don't want to say indigenous, because that wasn't really what they were going for, but to kind of assert that weird, like, link to the past, right? So that's why you have, like, Eliezer ben Yehuda, right? But you still have Theodor Herzl, right? You still have Menachem Mendel Schneerson, right? You still have, but then you have someone like Golda Meir, right? She changed it, right? Ben Gurion, right? His name was Benjamin Grün, and then he moved to Palestine and then changed it to David Ben Gurion, right? So the reason why they do that is, again, to make themselves seem more like authentic, or to show how Zionist they are, is to, like, oh, we no longer want to identify with the European aspect of Jewish history, or whatever, right? But yeah. I mean, and then also when he grew up here in the United States, Benjamin Netanyahu, even he went under a different name. Like, he went under the name Natai for a while. Like there's a famous debate that he does where he looks really weird because his eyes are like this, like, calm down, bro, like, don't worry, like, you're gonna end up getting to become, like, dictator of Israel, don't worry. Didn't South Korea... Oh, well, I wouldn't be surprised if South Korea did do that, so... However, Powerful Finger and Raven, did you see that that photo that was going around where it was a South Korean that he's like, oh, I can't wait for Korean reunification, and then the guy asks, like, and it's like some white guy or whatever, and he's like, why? He's like, so then that way I can go get a job in Pyongyang, because, like, their jobs are guaranteed, and here I have nothing. It's like, it was a very interesting thing because people particularly in the United States, think that it's going to be the South, like, magically conquering the North somehow, but not conquering it, of course, right? People want neoliberal capitalism to just take over their country, right? I mean, the Settlers is a very good and useful book in many cases for. And yes, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can always do so via, !dono, or you can go to my link tree, right, at, linktr.ee / Shakespeare, whatever, Shakespeare. The world may have beaten the Nazis, but they didn't beat fascism. Right. I mean, it's like I've said before. The United States didn't have to denazify, right? It didn't have to, it had the Deutsche Amerikanerbund. It didn't have to get rid of them. Right? They didn't defeat fascism. Well, no, I mean, because they enabled it. They enabled it until, certain things happened, and then because at the end of the day, they wanted the Soviet Union to be crushed, right? Like that was their real goal, right? So there was a YouTube channel, this more version of fascism. Well, actually, there's a really good book, Raven. It's called The Fascist Nature of Neoliberalism, and it goes right into that. It goes right into exactly what you're talking about, like fascism, like neoliberalism. I'm not even joking. It was first coined as a term at the Walter Lippmann, right, conference, right, that was in 1939, that was in response to the failure of classical liberalism, right, that caused the Great Depression. Like, that should have ended capitalism, right, but it didn't, right, at least not in it ended that form of it. Right, but that's where neoliberalism first became a thing, because Friedrich Hayek, right, and Ludwig von Mises, right, they and Röpke, right, they're the ones that essentially came up with those terms. But in the interim period between the end of the Second World War and 1971 in particular, you see what is often called ordo-liberalism, right? Which is where the state does, and it's interesting too, because 1945 to 1965, when neoliberalism was not a thing, right? It was not the primary form of, it's those years, right? 45 to 65 are called the golden age of capitalism. So, it's kind of weird that like they had a winning strategy, quote unquote, right, and then they're like, how about not, right, like this is helping people a bit too much, right? There's a YouTube channel called Asian Boss. Lots of Koreans were for unification, but they were for neoliberal system of that interview. Oh, interesting. Reminds me of that joke swirling in Russia around 92. Goes, what did capitalism in 1 year that communism never could? Make communism look good. I mean, exploiting natural resources from the north, which is, again, that is one of those things that, like, even Mao, right, like up until his passing, right, like China used to be a coal exporting nation, right? He had protected various areas, veins of coal, right, protected by the different people's communes, etc., etc. But as soon as the capitalist roadsters come in, you get China literally sells it like it's going out of style, and now it's a net importer of coal, right? As Chomsky says, it's neither neo nor liberal. Right. Well, at least liberal in the way how, Americans use it, for sure, yes. I watch that channel a bit. Definitely just a content farm propaganda mill, but it does a good job with people getting perspectives. Yeah. Oh, I've heard of that soft white underbelly before. Anyway, back to 1968.
We deserve a good education. We deserve something that's positive because we are citizens of this country. The civil rights struggle was all black and white, and we were left out of the picture. And so we had to establish our identity. We call ourselves Chicanos.
Being Chicano was a self-identity that meant we were here for change, and we wanted. We drew up a...
So this is one of the issues I do take with this, right, is that what is, like, when they say, like, oh, well, the civil rights movement was done in terms of white and black, which, I mean, that is definitely how it's taught, for sure, in many places. But it kind of discounts the struggle that happened, by Mexican people, and even what people might even call Mexican American / Chicanes, right, prior to the 60s. Because, you know, you had things like the Zoot Suit riots, right, where Mexican Americans, right, Chicanes, right, who would literally for the clothing they wore, right, were called traitors, right, and United States, like, service people, right, well, servicemen, I guess in this case, would literally go and attack them, right, and we've gone over that on stream. So, oh, no worries, BKK, it's okay. They weren't really interested in helping people, but that capitalist age was the moment they began to prioritize greed via short-term gains over long-term economic viability, which was just a happy after effect of the... Yeah, that's too. I mean, the golden era of capitalism is basic rebuilding, destroyed... Right, which is how inter-imperialist conflict works, right? Like once you redivide the world amongst the imperialist powers and it leads to inter-imperialist conflict, you do so then, right, the inter-imperialist conflict in the war sense, right, destroys so much that then, right, you can essentially, with finance capital, right, which is the bringing together of usury capital or banking capital and, you know, industrial capital, as Lenin speaks, right, then begins to export capital into those places and then to reap super profits, right, which is exactly what the United States did, right, like by giving money, right, via the Marshall Plans, both of them, the one for Europe and the one for Japan, by doing that, they said, yes, you know, we're going to give you money to rebuild, but you have to buy it from American companies because there are no European companies that can, you know, rebuild all of, you know, Europe that's been destroyed, right? And like that's why Prolicult's video that talks about this, and I think I've mentioned it before on stream, like it talks about how like that's the reason why for us, right, sometimes like why are the Israelis like destroying every building, right? Why are the Russians, why are they blowing up every single building, you know, in Ukraine or whatever it might be, right? It's because that is the imperialist style of war, right? It's to destroy everything so then you can reinvest, right? So then that way you can invest and then make profits over the fact that now you have cheap labor, cheap, you know, all of these things, right? So, but yeah, once productivity reached a stalemate, corporations started exporting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is why that like that is one of the many reasons why that graph that people see with productivity and wage growth, right? That is one of the many reasons why you begin to see that disparity after 1971, right? Because that's when you get the financialization of the U.S. economy.
List of our demands and our grievances to take them to the Board of Education. We left it with them and waited, and nothing was done.
And then Sal just told it like it was. He convinced us nothing's going to happen until it hits the press.
We needed to become activists, take it to a different level. We want to be heard. We want our voice to be heard.
And I think this is important. Like, yes, Sal was right. Sal Castro was right. You cannot just, like, I forget who said this. It might actually be a meme that I saw earlier, but it essentially said like liberals are okay with, you know, what's going on, you know, like with genocide essentially, so long as the proper forms are filled out, right? And we see that, like we literally see that happening right now. Like I said this, you know, before what happened before October 7th, when we were talking about vis-a-vis like trans people and, you know, non-binary people, etc., when it came to other aspects. But we see it now too with what's happening with the Palestinians, is that, oh well, you know, we submitted a request to the office of the chief of staff and blah blah blah, and liberals are like, well, see, look, they actually filled out the form, right? And that is not how things get done, right? Like we know this, right? Oh my goodness, let's see, what did we get? Oh, we got hydration. Hello, KJ Saint. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Hope you are doing well too. But Sal Cortes is right. Like, if you want your voice to be heard, you have to be an activist, right? You can't just, fill out the forms, right? Because liberals love to forget the forms when it comes to not justifying atrocities.
What was going on in the world in terms of protest against the Vietnam War and the African American civil rights struggle, all of these things were surrounding us. And so it was a very simple step to say, we need to strike. And as high school kids, it sounded a lot cooler to say to blow out. So we need to blow out. We need to walk out.
We parked the car and ran right up the main gate into Lincoln High School, the main building, and started yelling, walk out, 10 o'clock, yelling, walk out, walk out.
Like, again, this was the largest walkout in U.S. history, and it is not taught. Like, I've looked at high school textbooks from California, right? California history textbooks. No habla de esto, right? It doesn't talk about it, right? And if it even touches on the fact that it talks about, like, Cesar Chavez, right? It will talk about Cesar Chavez, if anything. Right. For clarification, is this in relation to the current pro-Palestine encampments or just a look back? What do you mean? This video or what I was saying about the filling out of the that liberals are okay as long as you fill out the forms? Oh, yeah, that when it comes to, like, liberal, like, I guess, reaction to, right, like, these horrible actions, like, say, genocide, right, like what happened in Srebrenica, what happened in, Myanmar, what happened in Rwanda, etc., but particularly with what happened in Israel, right? It's all about, well, they signed, under, this form, right, under Article 1, subsection C of Title blah, 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 right? Like, they think that is enough to justify. And that particularly goes with right now, right? Like, a lot of the propaganda right now is, oh, well, we are doing like, one of the things that Israel is claiming, the reason why the ICC should not have jurisdiction over literally exactly what it has jurisdiction over, because it's only for people that commit crimes in the states that are member states, right? Like, nothing that has occurred in the pre-1967 borders of the state of Israel is being considered as the war crimes, right, that the ICC chief prosecutor is bringing to court, right? He's trying to get warrants for. Only what is taking place in Gaza, right, and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, right? So, again, a lot of that liberal stuff is like, well, when you see a lot of the like a lot of the propaganda, especially on in the United States, but also in Europe as well, essentially the reason why it mirrors, right, a lot of what the Israelis say, just parrots it out, is because they say the liberal buzzwords, right? Oh, we began an investigation, right, by our robust legal system that will blah 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 blah, right? Like, so it's literally saying we're going to investigate ourselves, and just wait to find out what we end up finding, right? The people did condemn Srebrenica because they wanted Yugoslavia to be broken. However, nobody condemned the Croatians when they ethnically cleansed tens of thousands of Serbs. Oh yeah, I mean, like, definitely one of the things that when it comes to international law, right? And this is something like I don't have it on me. I have had, it's a book I've used for research, but like among many, right, is looking at genocide in international law, right? Because there are many, many specific things, right, that in my opinion, right, they should be taken under advisement, right, of the prosecutors, etc., right, whether or not a state party brings it forward, right? Like, I think, to me, like, the whole thing of the prevention of genocide and all of that, the prosecution of genocide, right, for the crimes of genocide, right, in both Article 2 and then expressed therein in Article 3 of the Genocide Convention. And it's my belief that, like, it should be the purview of the court to take up also cases wherein, right, either the state parties, did Israel defeat the ICC yet? No, but I will say one thing about the ICC. The arrest warrants that they have given for the two people, right, Yoav Gallant, right, the Minister of Defense, and Benjamin Netanyahu, right, Benjamin Netanyahu, those are the ones that Karim, right, that the prosecutor, Karim, made public. Not all of the warrants have to be announced publicly. They can be done under private advisement. So there could be other warrants being drafted for other people, like for Benny Gantz, for whatever, Hagari, other people, right? They don't necessarily have to be announced publicly like that. Like, especially now that everyone's trying to do, like, oh, you're trying to equivocate what Israel does to Hamas. No, because Israel is so obviously worse, right? To even compare Hamas to the state of Israel is literally to act as though Hamas is somehow worse than it actually is, right? No militant movement within the all of Palestinian resistance history has ever been as murderous, as genocidal, as violent, and as the organizations that later became the IDF, right, or IOF, whichever you would prefer, right? But, like, literally, do police see international warrants? I mean, in a sense, yes, because certain countries like Norway and Germany have said that they will arrest, which is funny because it's strange to me that, like, it took to this point for Germany to find, well, at least it's saying so, right, that they will arrest Netanyahu, etc. But even Joseph Borrell, right, not Destiny Borelli, Wikipedia. Pardon me, Wikipedia the fifth, not him, Borrell, right? I'll get right. I read that. KJ saying, just give me one quick second. I want to read what Powerful Finger said. People did condemn Srebrenica because they wanted Yugoslavia to be broken, right? And it's interesting too because, yes, like you say, right, it was useful for countries like Germany who were pushing together by far with. Remember when the Americans, right, literally were like decided to like make Bobby Fischer, the chess player, persona non grata because he went to go play chess in Yugoslavia when they were doing, all of that stuff, right? Like, to me, that's just like, obviously Yugoslavia remaining as a united country would have been, and in many cases was still, far more preferred by the vast majority of people, right? But they always love to look at these like, oh, secretly there were these, like, behind the veneer of unity, which again is going to happen in any union of anything like that. But the whole point is that they had been working through it for decades, right? Especially after the Second World War. So I don't want to sound like a Serb nationalist. Milosevic was pretty shitty. I mean, you're not going to find any sympathy for Milosevic here with me. In terms of international warrants, does Netanyahu have nuance since he was an American citizen? Well, technically speaking, he still counts as an American citizen as far as I know, because his son has American citizenship, right? His son has American citizenship, Yair, which is why suddenly he and Destiny happen to live in like the same town apparently in Florida. I can't say that like that is like one knows the other, but when I actually, like, when Destiny said this is where I live, or mentioned like the area he lived in, and I'm like, that's literally where Yair Netanyahu lives. Like, I mean, from what we know, right? It's not like, oh, I know some secret, you know. I mean, they're all in like the Miami area of Florida, right? That's like, I mean, everybody lives like, you know, within a, you know, whatever. Mr. Cucatelli, oh my gosh. But do the police see international warrants? Like, they can, yes, they can. They're probably still selling them weapons. Oh, for sure. I mean, that is the reason why, who was it? Was it in England or was it in the United States? Can't remember. But some activists actually went in and cut the internet lines of Elbit Technologies, right? The ones that designed the drones that the IDF uses, right? That are sold here from the United States. I believe it was the United States. Like, they actually went like under the you know, and cut the line. So it's like they had no service, they had no communication, everything's all messed up, right? You know, like, I shouldn't kink shame. What do you mean? Oh, no, yeah, no, I would never kink shame. Definitely not, for sure. I mean, I know that's what people like to call him because they view, which is weird because the whole point of actual cuckoldry, right, is that the whole point is they enjoy it. Like, I don't know why people say it as an insult to people that are out and out, you know, because that's literally what they like. You know what I mean? It's like someone saying, it's like, oh, you know, you're asexual. Yes, I know this, you know. Like, thank you for remembering. In terms of international, so KJ sent what the United States has essentially said, from what I understand, right, from what Jake Tapper and other people, is it Jake Tapper? No, is it Jake Tapper? Anyway, whatever. Well, the spokesman guy, the one that looks like literally like a comic book villain. He essentially started talking about how like the United States has the Invade the Hague Act, and that it can extend it to like important allies of the United States. In which case, it seemed to me like they were saying, we will invade the Hague if Benjamin Netanyahu is arrested and taken there. Which to me, I mean, that says a lot right there. That says a lot right there. So, oh yeah, Jake Tapper is the CNN host, right? I don't know. You're right. Is it Miller? I want to say it's Miller, right? The one that's actually the spokesman, right? Bush Sr. pushed a bill where Yugoslavia wouldn't get any loans unless they split, and all the countries. Oh yeah. Well, right, and then that was also when they made them take out. Were those the same loans that were those the loans that were not only like the loans facilitated by the U.S. but also the IMF ones, or was that later in the early 2000s? Because I do remember that, like, that's why, you know, like, that's why tons of people bought, like, real estate in coastal Croatia, like, really early on when it was trying to join the Eurozone and everything. Pretty brave of him to run away from war or be a keyboard warrior on Twitter. Yeah, well, you know, of course he has immense duties to do in South Beach, Florida, of course, which involved him getting sunburned, apparently, from the last time I heard, that he got really sunburnt, and I'm like, seriously? Mr. Indigenous to the Middle East? Seriously? Like you need like SPF over 9,000, you know what I mean? Like at this point. Pretty inflammatory to say live on TV. Yeah, like they didn't say it in those exact terms, but they did say that like the United States will defend its, closest allies, blah blah blah, which essentially is invoking the Invade the Hague Act, right? That like which again, it just shows the hypocrisy of liberalism, right? That when it was against, who again, I don't think it would be wrong to prosecute Vladimir Putin, right? I don't think that Putin deserves any, special whatever. But to then be like, oh, but not when it's our guy, it's like, you can't do that. Matt Miller, yeah, that's right. Yay, such an influx of cool people. Yes, Omega, Daymel, I shouldn't kink shit. Yeah. Because holding my wife's hand while she gets railed by others doesn't trigger a positive response in me. I mean, again, it just depends. Like, if that's what you're into, that's what you're into, right? And if you're not, you're not. Like, that's just, that's it. I mean, that's all you can do is just respect people for, Oh, you were in Top Chat? I see. Yeah, Matt Miller, that's right. I was wondering who the live notification that said I am live for. I don't think PC notifications show channel name. Oh, okay. But
And banging on the lockers.
10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and nothing was happening. It seemed like an eternity, and we didn't know if anything was going to happen. Then the doors started open, and hundreds, and ultimately over 1,000 kids streamed out of Lincoln High School.
Around the same time, other schools began to walk out.
I ran across the street, saw a street cone, jumped on top of the car, and started yelling, walk out through the cone.
It was exhilarating. It was an extraordinary, empowering moment.
oh my gosh, someone who showed me this documentary said that person that was just shown, and yeah, exactly, I am not this, we are not this, and we should be having schools, not prisons, and there should not be a pipeline, the freeway should not be ghetto walls, we should not be ashamed for having indigenous Spanish, which Spanish is like European language at the end of the day anyway, so like I never understood this whole like, oh, like Spanish, it's so weird. Like, bro, you do realize that the name Juan Herrera is literally John Smith, right? You know that, right?
To see our community stand up.
As the protests spread, at some schools, students were met by the police.
Does anybody notice a difference between the students and the police? Does anyone see the difference? Because this is still a thing. I mean, this was a huge thing in Watts, huge thing in Compton, huge thing all over the place in LA. Is that the cops that work there in those places, right, in these parts of LA, they're all white. And BIPOC people kept telling, the LA Times, all these other, whatever, even academics. Yeah, there are some white cops, right. Sometimes they would bring in the, like, one Chicano cop, right, that they had, but, ACAB is ACAB, right? Class traders don't get invited to the carne asada. You know what I mean? Excuse me. And so DEI cops, yeah, cops are cops first. I mean, like once, if you're willing to put yourself through the training and the ideological conditioning to even believe that being a cop is okay, you're already, ya andas perdido. You know what I mean? Yeah, like it's. Now, there are people who might say, well, there are people who became soldiers and blah, 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 right? that might be true, right? Whatever, that people can leave, but don't be upset that nobody will trust you, because you have to earn people's trust. And I think it's actually, you should actually understand and want yourself to be held up to a higher standard, precisely because the people have so much that they can lose, because we have nothing to lose, so to speak, except everything, right? I am the law, that's right. Well, I mean, now I'm starting to, also remember, if you'd like to help me out, you can always help me with trying to get this book here, Figurative Inquisitions. It's in the pinned comment on YouTube, pinned comment here. You can also do exclamation point throne. I don't know if the exclamation points work on YouTube yet, which Soul Life, we still need to discuss that at some point, maybe after stream today or something. But also, if you'd like to help out, you can always subscribe. For $4.99 a month, right? $5, or you can also do a Prime subscription, which is free for now, right? I know people have been talking about that they want to phase them out, but it's always better if you as long as it lasts, have it. And also, you always know that there are other ways you can donate, and please only donate if you can, right? Help out if you can. I definitely would never want to, like I get it, like I understand, like it's not easy right now. It's not easy for me. It's not easy for a lot of people. So I understand that, right? I would never ask anybody to, si te queda un taco, right? So to speak, like if what you have, if you only have what's for you left, that's for you, right? So please take care of yourselves first. That's what's most important. Oh, that's weird. Okay, yeah, so I need to add Nightbot then. Okay.
There's a famous photograph of their backs as they were approaching. I was on the other side.
The police, with batons, rushed in and bloodied kids, beat them up.
Again, these are children, right? But of course, the same little logic that even people say now when it comes to Gaza, right? It's like, I mean, let alone that Atlantic article by that dude that's literally like justifying the shuffling off of the mortal coil of children and saying that you can do it legally, right? But again, like, this is why my neighborhood, they are not calling no cops. They are not calling up no cops, right? The cops don't come around here, right? Because this, like, there are people here that went through this. Nobody in this, like, anywhere I've ever grown up or lived, like here in the LA area, ever had kids that were like, I want to be a cop. No. In fact, I even saw a meme earlier that says, no importa que tanto toma para enseñarle a tu niño, or something like that, right? It doesn't matter how long it takes for your kid to learn, but they have to never want to be a cop, right? Never teach them to be a cop, right? Or like something along those lines. And like, that's a very commonly held sentiment. Like, you don't, this being a prime example, literally completely non-violent children leaving school saying, we're tired of you not giving us opportunities in life. We're tired of you speaking about us as being dirty, right? right, of saying Mexican with the hard M, so to speak, right, of, all of those things, right. And so those are, some of the many things, right, that still are very big things. Also, Twitch chat, let me know if you're there, because it seems to have slowed down.
Kids trying to climb fences to escape and being pulled down and then bludgeoned.
The next week, Mita Caron says she was arrested and dragged out of the school principal's office.
What little air would
Look at this. Latin descent students protest brings violence. Bruh, like, literally blaming the, like it goes again into how newspapers, right, how they write. So, like, when it comes to talking about, right, BIPOC, oh, they did it, right? When it comes to the fact that white police people, right, they always want to find a way to say it in such a passive way that you could essentially say that the victims of the violence somehow could be confused and even conflated with the perpetrators of that violence. So, because even right here, right, Jerry Goldberg, a violent outburst against police and schools has erupted out of student walkouts. The violence didn't start by the students. This is yellow journalism right here. At an all, what does this even mean? All predominantly American high schools. Is it all or predominantly? If you want to call Streamy something. Oh. But, yeah.
way that I had because they had the baton. I said, as they dragged us, look at what they're doing to us. Look at what they're doing to us over and over again.
Quickly spread throughout the community that this was going on, that the police were brutalizing us.
And yes, that's right. The white cops were brutalizing the Mexican children. That's why people say from Mexico to Palestine, right? Tear down the walls, right? Stop the oppression. Stop all of this. They had no problem with the way how the system was before. The government has treated the left like this forever too. I mean, especially because, again, like, one of the things that the United States has always done, particularly with Mexican people, is to always accuse them of being, well, un-American, right? Of being unpatriotic, unloyal, right? And, like, when this stuff started breaking out, especially in the aftermath of, like, the Cuban Revolution, the fact that that they left from Mexico, right? The fact that 1968, by the way, was the year of the Tlatelolco massacre, right? Literally by the fascist dictatorship that the United States had no problem upholding, right? But it called all the people escaping the regime that they installed in Mexico, right? That they upheld, right? That then caused that massacre. They started to then call them illegal aliens, because if they granted that they were refugees, that they were asylum seekers, then that means that then the fact that they backed that dictatorship would obviously be,
And the next day, the clergy was there, and the union leaders were there, and our parents were there, and they joined us.
The parents.
See, this is what's so important. Like, the parents were there. The clergy was there. And I want to highlight one thing too. It actually, before the walkout even happened, it wasn't the Catholics. It wasn't the Catholics. La Iglesia Católica actually was on the side of the just know your station. Don't rock the boat. Don't do anything. This is what we have. This is all we need. Right? Why are you going to make a big fuss? And I kid you not, it took an Episcopal priest, right, to give the Chicanx a space, right down the street from Lincoln High School, right? And for some reason, Church of the Epiphany. If you know that part of East LA, you know what I'm talking about, right? It wasn't the Catholic, because now people want to, there's this weird like Mexican and even Chicano nationalism that's like started to sink in with like the trad cath stuff that's just ridiculous to me. But one thing I want to remind people, no era la Iglesia Católica. It was not the Catholic Church that stood up. When they say the clergy, they came way later. In their own churches, they said, you shouldn't be violent. You shouldn't be doing any of this. You should just keep your head down. Don't say anything. They were complicit with the violence up until that point for quite a while. It was the Church of the Epiphany, an Anglican, Episcopalian church. That was the space where they invited the Black Panthers to come speak to the Chicano rights movement in right here in East LA, right? All of that stuff, like the Black Panthers, Chicanos por la Causa, Concerned Citizens, for the cause, right? Like the foundation of the Brown Berets, right, happened in this space. It was not the Catholic Church that had the Mexican priests, right? They were the ones saying, no, you should not be fighting against the system. And the reason why I highlight this is because almost the entire history of what happened at the Church of the Epiphany is almost completely erased, and it's as if it was the Catholic Church that the whole time was on the side of the protesters, which is not true. They were okay with them being beaten. The Catholic Church was, even the ones here in East LA, they were okay with that. Only once it became so bad that the whole congregation, only then did they change their minds. And then they're like, oh well, we care about our community, So, and this isn't about one church or the other. It's the fact that institutions, right, reactionary institutions, will back reactionary movements, right? And this is a case where you had one of the most reactionary institutions, the Roman Catholic Church, right, in this case, right, go lockstep with the brutalization of children. Feels like alienation and dehumanization that comes up again and again in subsequent protests. Yeah, exactly. The only reason Cubans support the right because they actually make news in Spanish. They believe Dems are socialists. Oh yeah, that's like, this is like, there are many reasons why I will never visit Florida, but I just like having to deal with right-wing Latines. I don't even want to. I have nothing to say to them. There's nothing. Hay nada para decir. Se van a jonear gatos de la cola, But you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, that's what I'm trying to say, right? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. This can be streamies emojis. Okay. Moving electrons is electricity. Electricity powers tech. Tech powers streams. Indeed.
Were the ones who should have been at the helm, not us.
Why isn't he there sitting down and with us? He's our principal for our school, and he's not even there sitting down.
As a 15-year-old, was I prepared for that? No. But we're not getting an...
See, look, like, and this is another thing too. This is another thing that I am not saying that, oh yes, that whoever, the youngest of the movement must be given. But again, I think that she is underselling herself when she says this. No, she was not prepared at 15. But the system, the country, right, that she lives in, right, should not have made it so that it took a 15-year-old to have to be there to point out the fact that her own principal wouldn't show up, right, because he didn't even think it was a problem, the way how the system was, right? That's the problem. Now that I know Mr. Wikipedia and Baby Netanyahu live in Florida, I will just go to the beach in the Carolinas. I mean, I've heard that if you go to the Outer Banks, that there you can still hear people that speak with like an older dialect of English that sounds more like British, I guess.
education. We're not getting justice.
The walkouts lasted for more than a week.
See, even right there, education, not concentration camps. Remember, until 1967, the United States didn't give one single care about the Holocaust, let alone about the Jewish people that suffered in the Holocaust. It never cared. There was not one memorial, there was not one museum, there was not one tribute, nothing. In fact, if you brought up the Holocaust prior to 1967, you know what they said? They said that you were a communist because only communists cared about things like that. Again, this is why the American Jewish Congress, particularly in their monthly magazine, right, came out saying that the Rosenbergs should get the death penalty and asked, are they really Jewish anyway? Which is just disgusting. That's absolutely, like, the chutzpah to just say stuff like that is just ridiculous. Could the sign also refer to Japanese internment camps in the U.S.? Well, I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, it's the internment camps for the Japanese, the subhumane, my apologies, subhumane conditions. Well, I guess I should say they were treated as though they were subhuman, right? Conditions that the bracero workers, right, they were brought in from Mexico, right, were how they were lived, how, I mean, if you read it, it very much reads like something like the Japanese internment camps, because they were hidden away from the people, right? So, like, it's all there. I mean, it's the same thing like the reservation system for the indigenous peoples of the Americas. Like, they're specifically placed so that people don't see them, right? Like, that's why all of the largest ones are in the emptiest part of the country, as far away from major highways and major, and the things that they could, besides casinos, of course, but among other things, right? Like things that they could charge for, like when it comes to like natural, like spots, like the Canyon de Shelly, which I think is in Utah, I think. Like the indigenous, it's on a reservation, but because the federal government claims it, people can go in there for, like, when they pay, they don't pay the nation that it's inside of, they pay the federal government, right? To me, that should not be the case, right? If they want to maintain it, that's fine. They should do that for regardless. But they should not be the ones getting the money from the proceeds of that national monument or whatever it is. Right. Well, then you can move right on to desert. Yeah. True. So yeah, but again, also too, like the idea that concentration camps were one a uniquely 1933 to 1945 German thing, that's not true. That's not true.
Growing to about 15,000 students.
We're tired of talking. I mean, talking is not getting us.
Again, look, the largest walkout in America, 15,000 students. How are people taught this? No, not even in I've looked at the 8th grade California history textbooks. No hablan de esto. They do not talk about it. They maybe sometimes are like in 1968 there were many events that involved the Mexican American community in California, particularly in East LA, blah, blah, and then it moves on to like, and then in 1975, you know, it's like,
Anyway, we want some action, sir. I mean, really. But we're going to be united. We're going to fight for what we're going to get. That's it.
The students were persuaded to go back to school, and eventually the board agreed to a few of their demands, including more bilingual teachers and administrators. But nearly 3 months later...
Yeah, so look right here. Look at the conditions that, you know, because if you look at the areas where like the police of these neighborhoods, of these towns and cities in LA, and those of the administrators, the school administrators, right, the principals, the, you know, superintendents of the school districts, right, and the police, right, and all of that stuff, right? If you look at the difference between how they live, it's a big difference. It's a big difference. Enorme. And it's for a reason.
There's a knock on the door, bang, bang, bang. So I went to the front door, opened the front door, and all these cops ran. They rushed into my apartment, threw me on the ground.
And they told me that I was under arrest. I asked for what? They wouldn't tell me. And the next thing I knew, I was in handcuffs.
See, this is exactly the thing, right? Like, there are so many people, I've heard people like that talk about things like this, right? Like right now with the encampments at UCLA, at USC, at other places around, you know, Southern California, right? They're like, you know, they don't just arrest people. Obviously, they have to tell you. It says it in the magical book of the, you know, California Revised Statutes, right? That they got to tell you, right? It said so in the Constitution. Again, that is literally just a piece of parchment. Like all this whole sanctity that, oh, you know, they will, Mexican people of all people know that that's just complete, just nothing. Because this is happening in 1968. In 1930, the United States expelled up to 2 million Mexicans, whether or not they were U.S. citizens. So this whole like, oh, well, you know, as long as you're a citizen and blah, 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 and they have to uphold your rights. That's not true. That's not true. Hola, mi amigos. Yes, hello. Hello, Bad Lefty. Oh, my food is at work, Bad Lefty. Oh. Like, again, here we have, wasn't even told what he was being arrested for. That's unconstitutional. But do you think, hello. What do you think that people are going to be, you know, trying to defend his rights?
Thrown into the back of a car.
13 of the walkout organizers, including Sal Castro, were charged with conspiracy to disrupt the schools and faced decades in prison.
Look at that. Conspiracy to disrupt the schools. ¿Y los policías? What about the police? They actually disrupted a peaceful protest of students asking for what they rightfully deserved. Equal treatment before the law and equal treatment in education. And to have people in their schools that actually understood what it was like to be Chicano. Right? Trust me, if I could, y'all, like if my channel ever gets to the size where we can ever actually have a Shakespeare con, we're gonna have a big carne asada, okay? Okay, and we'll have a lot of food. Trust me, y'all will never go hungry again, as I like to say. But you know, like imagine these people, like a teacher that said, "It's you are correct in recognizing que los gringos, right, that the white people, they don't care about your education. They see you as a servant, as a worker." Growing up, that's what that's how I was brought up, like to think as well, right? Like that's what other people told me. Like, oh, well, you know, like why do you even want to go to college? Why do you even want to study history? Right? What, like, that's not what Mexicans do. I'm like, what are you talking about? Of course that's what we do. We can do anything that we want to do. However, the system doesn't want us to do these things for a reason, which is why it makes it impossible for BIPOC to actually enter academia, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if the CIA police underhanded the Chicanx. Oh, many times. I mean, like everything that on a much larger scale happened to the Black liberation movement, right? Particularly on the East Coast and in the South, happened just on us, just because, you know, it was more centralized, like in California in particular, but also in Texas. But it also happened in the same way with the Chicanx movement. Like, I know people that back in the 80s were still trying to fight for bilingual education. In the 80s. That's 12 years after this happened. At least 12 years. So a whole cycle of people going through school. 12 years. And they still had not implemented even the basic things. Kelly Osbourne comes to mind. Yeah. I'll never forget when she said that. You know why? Because I remember that this person said, essentially saying that I should be willing to accept any job, even if it's cleaning the floors. Right? Whatever it takes to be accepted in America. I'm not going to say what I responded to this person, because I don't want to, and two, because I think you can imagine. But thankfully she got righteous backlash for that trash comment. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, who's gonna clean your toilet, Mr. Trump? Like, what? But again, it just goes to show that, like, when people in the United States think Mexican, they don't think historian. They don't think, you know what I mean? They don't think anything, right? They don't think anything that is a life of the mind, as it used to be said, right? They think, I've already said this before, right? That there was that white dude that asked me, so are you an illegal or a regular illegal? I'm like, bro, what? Am I a what? Like, what are you even talking about? And also, what on earth is an illegal? Like, I don't even understand that. And what's a regular illegal? Like, what does that even mean? What does that mean, bro? Like, explain that to me. Because obviously, I don't seem to understand whatever your American words that you have, right? Chicanos are people who are seen as separate from Mexicanos, right? So Mexicanos are people that are from Mexico, right? Chicanes, right, are people who might also be described as Mexican American, right? That like they are a distinct group, identity group, right, of people that live within the United States Southwest in particular. But there are also other places like Chicago. Well, Chicago's the other big place, but in other places around the country, right? But that they see themselves, right, identifying with like the particular, usually with ideas about like the United States Southwest, right? Usually have ties to California or to Texas, right? So because California and Texas were the two parts of the were the two parts, and even then there's like a subculture also too, where it's like Tejanos, right, or Tejanes, right? They also have their own unique thing, right? And that's and then that's where you get like Selena, right? Like Selena was a Tejana, but she's also Chicana, right? Like because those are two, right? That's just more of a geographical specificity one. But Chicanes again is particularly talking about people of Mexican origin or descent, I should say, right? Who either have lived in the United States since the United States stole, right, the northern half of the country, right, and have developed a culture of their own, and over time, right, as more people came to live in the United States and become identified with like the places that they lived in, like East LA, like San Antonio, like the Rio Grande Valley, right? Developed again a culture that was distinct from that of the Mexican national culture. So but Central Americans know that only, Central America generally only refers to the countries that at one point were part of the Confederation or the Federation of Central America, which was like Guatemala to what is now Panama. Now you see a lot of people trying to like include Mexico in Central America, but it doesn't really work. I mean, one, the concept of like there being a north, central, south is, strange to me in many ways, because the central part was something that made sense in the context of the Spanish Empire, right? Like when Mexico initially declared independence, right, it was called El Imperio de America Septentrional, right? Literally Northern America of this, right? And so this was central, and this was Sudamerica, right? America del Sur, right? But North America is typically seen as encompassing either all the way down here to the border of, essentially to the Darien Gap in Panama, upwards, right? Or if you wanted to cut off the micro region, I guess you could say the Guatemalan border with Mexico, and then because this is what the NAFTA was, North American Free Trade Agreement. So, but yeah, now for some reason, because people think Central America was like means kind of like how like when people talk about like the subcontinent of India, right? Try to see it as somehow like a distinct geographic unit, it kind of doesn't really fit. Oh yeah, no, for like I said, like I knew I wanted to be a professor from when I was little. Like there were other times that I was like, oh, maybe I should try to be a medical doctor, like especially when I lived in Tijuana. Like when I was living in Mexico, I was like, oh, maybe I should just become a medical doctor, right? Like I thought that as well. But like deep down inside, like I always wanted to be a history professor, right? Like that's like what I wanted to do since I was a kid. Like that was my thing. So, in fact, to show my dedication, there was a book that I got, and it's a Mexican history book when I lived in Tijuana, and at the time my parents were like, you can't get both books, right? Because it was like a 2-book set, right? And I was like, oh, I can't get both. So they said, you can get one. You have to leave the other one behind. Because you could buy them separately. So I chose one. And I want to say about 10 years later, I was still looking for that history book. And I found the second volume and got it next time when we went to Mexico. Like 10 years later. Well, not when we went back to Mexico, but 10 years later when we happened to be in another part of Mexico. I was like still looking for that book because it's like, then I never saw it again. And I was like, so that's why like books have always meant a lot to me personally. Right. Like, and that also I think comes a bit with also being a historian because, archives are so important for us. Right. That's why when I saw the video of those IDF soldiers burning down, right, the Al-Azhar University Library, I honestly didn't even know how to feel because I was just like in this like state of just like what on earth is going on, right? Like especially people who like to call themselves Ha'am, right? Ha'am, Hasefer, right? The people of the book, right? In Hebrew, right? For them to be the ones burning books seems a little, I don't know, hypocritical, one might say. Yes, and yeah, like I said, like if I could just teach like this, I would love to, because I've always wanted to be more interactive and be able to like talk about the subjects that are not discussed, right? Because so much of like even just the history of like Chicanos in the United States is like not taught at all, like at all. Like literally you have to take it as like either an upper level undergraduate course, right, if they have it, or in grad school, again, if they offer it, right? UCLA is one of the places that like is kind of known for that a bit more, but even then it's like depends. Lowrider, no, that's fine. I like lowriders, no, but like that little sound, like all all of that stuff, like that's those are Chicano aesthetics, yeah, for sure. Like kind of like drawing stuff in those like blue, with the big pens, right? Like my family's always been like really big on like art and stuff, and like so like that's why like at one point, in fact, I was even like at a restaurant, like literally at this like really really nice, like it's a place here in LA where there's like it's a big Mexican restaurant, like, and when I say big, I mean like it has a long history, it's owned by the same family, it's and they found out that I played violin competitively at the time when I was much younger, obviously. And so they actually asked me, like out of the blue, were like, hey, we know that you won this award, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to say which one, obviously. We want you to play, mariachi songs with us, right? We want you to perform with us. And so I did. And it was awesome. Yeah. One of my sisters was born in Panama. She has dual citizenship. Oh, nice. I would have learned U.S., Canada, Mexico. Rest is South and Central. Yeah, you're a really good teacher. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that means so much to me. I appreciate that. I love that you've wanted to be a professor since you were little and you followed that? Oh yeah, like I said, I the only thing that has hindered me in any way is the way in which academia works, right? Like how it's impossible to get a tenure track job, that it's so stressful, that you're essentially always working on borrowed, burned out time, stuff like that. Very 1930s Europe-y. Thank God you followed your dream. I don't think I'd watch a medical stream. I mean, well, like at the time, right? Like I remember, because like if you go to other countries in the world, you don't have to go to like undergraduate and then go to medical school, right? Like in France, you just go to medical school, right? In Mexico, you just go to medical school. And so for me, like I would meet a lot of very young doctors, right? And they kind of were able to live, like they were very knowledgeable, right? And they are people who are very respected in Mexico, right? Like I said, like I think now we have a family doctor that has seen 4 generations of us. Literally, that he's been our family doctor since he came out of medical school. So 4 generations now. Right? Like literally great grandkids now attend, are seen by him. So yeah. Thank you, Shakespeare. I was worried that maybe I played into the no, like trust me, like like lowriders are something that are, people can say, oh, might be stereotypical, whatever, blah blah blah. But I mean, it's not as though lowriders are not a part of Chicanx culture, right? Like that would be, sounds like Island. Yeah. It's like every other country in the world. It's pretty much like that. But in America, they decide to just make money off of you for 4 extra years. In Mexico too, like, so I was gonna get, when I was still living in Mexico, I was gonna go to one of the like top, like, and it wasn't because of like, oh, where I lived or anything like that. It wasn't that. It was literally because like you would apply, you had to get like scholarships, you had to, turn in all of the stuff, be, for your academics and everything. Then you could be admitted in, right? Which is one of the like big national high schools, right? Which like then like essentially you will go to university, right? Like that's one of the, I can't say, well, not 100%, but you know what I mean, right? It's like a top high school. But nothing in Mexico is like free like that, if that makes sense. Like it would have required a lot of things, right? And I was asked to apply, right? I was going to, so then that way I could go into the program. But then I already was under the impression that I didn't really want to be a medical doctor, because it's like, I'm over here reading. I'll have to bring it on stream one of these days. But I literally bought at one of the Tijuana book fairs a little tiny book. It's like this big, I swear. I don't even know. It's like this big, right? It's like, this is literally a copy of Hamlet by me, of course. One of those plays, right? It's like this big, and it's literally like La Historia de Baja California, literally the history of my state. And like that's what I was reading as a kid. I'm like, yeah, this is what I want to be reading right here. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, medical school sounds cool, but but capitalism. Yeah.
Remember when they were indicted and being in shock? We never had the concept that we were breaking the law, asking for better schools, asking to have college counselors that promoted us.
Exactly.
Asking for less corporal punishment. How is that breaking the law?
What happened is that
Imagine saying, can we not have white teachers or anybody, right? Any teachers be hitting us when we speak in our native language? When literally everything outside, like, I kid you not, like right outside of Lincoln High School, there's this guy that he comes around like every day around 3 p.m. I want to say. And he saw raspados. If you know what raspados are, like they're like Mexican snow cones, right? But it's different because, we don't use the snow cone machine, right? Which you take a thing of ice and it like you push it against the. Instead, we have this like metal thing, and we like right, and that's how it shaves the ice, so to speak. And like, people right now, they're gonna be like, I want to go get me a raspado, but I would always get a tamarindo raspado with one of those oh God, what are they called? No, I can't remember. But it's this like thing that they use in like micheladas, right? That has like chile and chamoy and stuff, and it's like a straw too. And I would get it like that, or de limon, or I don't know, like it really depended, but usually I would get tamarindo on that one because I liked like the spicy tamarindo flavor. I mean, that's just me though. That's just me. I don't know. Maybe other people are like, that doesn't sound good to me, but
the LAPD sent undercover police to infiltrate and spy on organizations. The black.
Here we go. KJ saying this is literally what you were saying. I apologize. I know I've been stun locking a little bit, but yes, here we go.
Liberation movement, the Chicano movement.
While they were awaiting trial, Castro was removed from his teaching job, leading to more protests.
We want Castro.
We decided to occupy the school.
Fidel and Sal.
For weeks.
Eventually, it was a motion to reinstate Sal Castro. I was there, and Sal was there. Everybody spoke in favor of reinstating him.
We have come once again to ask you to do what is the just thing to do, to bring Sal Castro back to his classroom.
And I still remember this glorious moment where the school board votes to reinstate him. And the Brown Berets picked him up on their shoulders and carried him out of the school board. It's an amazing image that I have in my memory.
And that is such an amazing image to have in one's memory, right? Because the Brown Berets, I mean, there are some people that, yes, some of them have become reactionary. I'm not going to lie, right? No liberation movement is 100% perfect, right? Some of them have become what I call, right, similar to the porcine terminology that would use in the Black Liberation Movement, right? Chicharrón nationalism, right? That like they essentially want to be chauvinistic, right? And one of the big things that like Josefina Saldaña Portillo in her landmark article, who is the Indian in Aslan, right? And also, Queer Aslan by Cherry Moraga, right? Like, I mean, all of these things, right? Like, I could just start picking all these important historical texts, began to say, like, we don't want cis heteronormative Chicanx movement. Like, if we like that's how white supremacy already works. Why would we want to recreate white supremacy, right? And that's exactly what those things were written against, right? One, we cannot pretend, right, that the indigenismo, right, the state policy of using indigenous themes and indigenous tropes, I guess one might say, when it comes to Mexican history and defining a Mexican person, that does not mean that therefore we can displace or subordinate, right, our allies in this common struggle, which are the indigenous peoples of the Americas, right? Like, if we want California to be liberated, we also want the indigenous people of California to be liberated, because this is still their land too, right? And that was a big thing. Like, and it actually starts with something happening in Mexico first, right? With the Zapatistas coming out of the, I can't remember the name of the forest right now, but like they came out of this particular bosque, right? And they said, like, we're not an indigenist movement, right? Because that's how the Mexican government wanted to sell them as, right? And so that way people kind of have a, so Chiapas is right here, right? These two states down here, from what I remember off the top of my head, Chiapas and Oaxaca are the only two states in Mexico where indigenous people are the majority in Mexico, right? Everywhere else, you either have white majorities, like up here in the northern states, or you have mestizo majorities, which are, which is a constructed identity that recognizes the fact that most people are of mixed heritage, right? But where the Zapatistas come from is from Chiapas, right? Because where someone like Zapata came from was from the indigenous communities in the state of Morelos, right? Fighting against the large landowners and capitalists, right? That had kept the indigenous people in a semi-feudal, colonial way, right? Yeah, divide and conquer, for sure. And so that is why, right, recognizing the fact that indigenous people have to be the ones to speak, as they are the ones who are the stewards of the land, etc., is not something we can just push to the side, right? Like, no, that's what settler colonists do. And if the whole point is that we are against settler colonialism, we cannot then take upon their own behavior, right? Like the masters, we cannot use the master's tools to destroy the master's house, right? And so that was a big thing, because there are some brown berets, some, not all, some started to get into this like anti-queer, particularly, and very misogynist, right? Like essentially we have to have the, nuclear family as being our thing, right? And we can't have queer Chicanx because they make us look weak against white people or whatever. Like I never understood, like knowing the dumb arguments that they came up with, right? Oh, nice. Nice, Bad Lefty. Like knowing what arguments they did come up for all of that, it was just chauvinism, right? It was just masculinist chauvinism, right? That like those particular reactionary members of different organizations that wanted to forego caring about queer people or women or, et cetera, right? Or indigenous people, right? Were the ones that were actually willing to say like, hey, maybe we should try to assimilate. You know what I mean? It's like this weird, like, on one hand they want to be like, oh, we're revolutionary and we're, anti-assimilationist, but then they're also, let's adopt the nuclear family as like our, main thing, and so yeah.
I just hope that now we can get down to the real issue.
What are those issues?
The real issue is the education of the Mexican kid.
Castro returned to teaching, and the most serious charges against the LA-13 were later dismissed as a violation of the First Amendment. It was one of the first important moments in a new movement for Chicano rights.
This is the first time the young Chicanos took to the streets to demand equality and justice.
Oh my goodness. Peacefire now. Hello.
So the walkouts helped to get...
Welcome, Raiders. So good to see you all. Hello, welcome in. Welcome, Peacefire now. It's so good to see you. Hello, Nero Riot. Hello, welcome in. I'm Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian focusing on Latin American and Jewish history. Currently, we're talking about the largest walkout in U.S. history, which was the Chicanx student protests in 1968, when over 15,000 thousand. Hello, hello. Let's see here. Nero, could you please do a shout out, please? And also, right now we're talking about the largest walkout in U.S. history, which took place in 1968 by Chicanx students here in East LA at Lincoln High School, right? It's often not taught at all in history classes, and so I wanted to talk about that, especially in sort of the, we were just talking about the woman president candidates in Mexico. Oh, so Xochitl and Claudia Sheinbaum. Yes, please make sure to join us in following Peacefire Now. Thank you again so much for the raid. I truly appreciate it. If you would like to follow, please do follow, and please make sure to follow Peacefire Now. And also, please make sure to refresh so that way you get counted as a viewer. And we actually are going to talk a little bit about the Mexican elections because they're going to happen like in a week. So, Right. Intersectionality is an important component to truly end oppression. Exactly. Amen. None of us are free until all of us are free. Right. Exactly. Oh, that's awesome. And yes, I mean, I have this on as a command here on Twitch, but Palestine, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And hello, Nabil, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Hello. I'm doing good. I'm glad that I was able to get the lights to work again, so I could stream because my power went out. But thankfully that got fixed really quickly. In honor of AC. What was that, BKK? All y'all follow. I'm glad that you like all of my little Mexican. I thought I was following. This is long overdue, and you will find me hanging out here more. Shout out to the community for suggesting coming here. Perfect place to raid, especially after talking about Mexico elections today. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Peacefire Now. I really appreciate that. Oh, so life is being silly? Oh, okay.
Growing national Chicano power movement that included the struggle for the land, the struggle against the war, the struggle against police brutality, the struggle for political power.
In the years since the walkouts, Mexican Americans have made broad gains in political representation. School dropout rates are down, and more Chicano students are going to college.
There are now senators, movie stars, billionaires.
Oh God, I this is the one thing I'm like, we don't really need the. I don't really want the whole billionaires, but senators, we need more. If anything, we need more revolutionaries. Mexico has always, takes pride in its revolution. Let's be even more revolutionary. But that's just me. I don't know. That's just me. No, yeah, I was about to be like, I'm not proud about billionaires. Like, trust me, Carlos Slim doesn't make me happy. And so, but yes, also 1968, right, directly led to the 1969, which I know, nice, right, conference, right, that happened in Denver, Colorado, where El Movimiento, right, which is what we call, right, the Movimiento for the rights, right, of Chicanx people in particular, right, really started, and that was also when in the academic sphere, right, people began to demand students, professors, etc., to demand Chicanx Chicanx studies courses, right? Mexican American studies courses for the first time. And it's sad to say this, but like most of them were created in just the aftermath of that, and now it's very low. It's, you know, it's not something that's, unfortunately, it's one of those, I mean, it's why it's actually very difficult for someone like me, for example, to get like a real quote unquote academic job, right? More Zapata, less Carlos Slim. Literally though, like every time I think of Carlos Slim, I just think of that museum that he built, that like everyone's like, oh, look at how cool it is, and I'm just like, everything around it, like, okay, when you're going up to the Museo Sumaya, it's cool, whatever, and it's free, which, you know, is nice, but like there's like this like mariscos place on like the old railroad tracks. I'm like, that's what you go there for. That's what you actually go there for. You know, the museum is nice, right? You know, the art is good, that's cool, but the mariscos place, they serve really, really good fish tacos, among other things. I hate how Americans are essentially trained to see representation in the billionaire class. Like, Chicanx billionaire, Chicanx capitalists are still capitalists. So,
Entrepreneurs, engineers, Vicky Castro became elected to the school board. He became chairperson.
My whole K through 12, I never saw anyone in authority that looked like my parents or myself. That has completely changed.
But many of the walkout organizers say that inequality and stereotypes they confronted are still relevant 55 years later.
The school board?
Of course. I mean, again, because these were only reforms, right? Like, the system didn't change. Yeah, sure, fine. We're no longer going to, like, railroad all of the Chicanx students to only take, you know, wood shop and, you know, to become carpenters or mechanics, right? You know, to become mechanics, or because like back, like you know, the movie Grease, right? You know, the movie with what's his name? God. Anyway, the original Grease movie, right? The old one. Gosh, why am I forgetting his name? Like, I know what his name is. John Travolta, right? So that actually takes place in what was a what is a Chicanx neighborhood like now, anyway. And like that's why they have the like students working in like a car shop, but it's in the school, because that's what they used to do back in the day. But whereas there they show only white dudes going to that. Back in the day, only Mexican students were typically railroaded into that. White students were almost always like expected to, well, particularly, you know, cis white dudes were expected to go to college or, you know, something else, right? It was never seen as like not following Shakespeare. Hello, Frank and Patty. Welcome in. John Travolta, yeah. What Dr. West calls black or brown faces in high places. Right, exactly. Get him to the Greek. Yeah, I was obsessed as a kid. Like, okay. I like, one thing is, like, when my family, like, the only movie, I'm not even joking, that the only movie that my grandparents ever took my mom's side, like those siblings, right, to go see in the movie theater, I'm not even joking, was the movie Grease. That's the only one. That's because, I mean, back then going to the pictures was like a big deal, right? Like now, you know, I personally don't like going to movie theaters. That's my own personal preference, but like that was the only movie they ever wanted to go see, like, you know, when they were, you know, so Saltine Studies, oh my gosh.
Started reforms that are still continuing to this day. They're not done. There's still a disparity in education for Mexican American students and other students of color. There is still huge underrepresentation in college. There's still a lot of...
Okay, you know when they're with Grease Lightning and, well, you know, the car, obviously. and they're in the riverbed, right? Like, you know, where it's like concrete, because that's how LA gets away with it, like not having to have a clean LA river, is by them saying, well, it's all encased in concrete and you can't like navigate up it, so therefore we don't have to take care of it, right? That riverbed, I know that riverbed because not only because of Greece, but because that actually was one of these places where when I would do some volunteer work, we would have to go into some of the drainage pipes, right, that are off the side, right, because people would be living in there. Like, that's how bad the, you know, it was, where, you know, all it takes is for the, you know, the rain to cause the LA River to go above, and, you know, and it was really scary, you know, and it wasn't a lot of like, oh, us going in, right? It was more like us and then professionals, right, and us trying to help them facilitate whatever they needed to do when I did this volunteering, because you know, it was obviously recognized that, you know, the people that are the professionals in this have to be given the space to do their work. But also another thing was to create like a social environment too, right? One that was non-judgmental, one that was, you know, willing to actually reach out literally, right, in some cases, but to speak to people, and to also to actually, you know, what do you need, what how can we help you, right? Because otherwise, like, LA City and LA County aren't going to do anything, unfortunately, no matter what, you know, they say. I've been at a movie theater once and watched Fast and Furious 6 11 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since, I mean, you know, especially because of, you know.
But there is also
wanted, oh yeah, Sandy. Oh, who was the girl, the one that had like dark hair and almost like a pixie cut, but not exactly. The one that had like the leather jacket. I liked that look anyway. LA River, bad excuse to do. Rizzo, there we go, Rizzo. Yes, I remember Rizzo. Yeah, bad excuse to do nothing. Yeah, there have been people that have tried to kayak up the LA River, or even canoe or whatever, and they literally get stopped by the police. Like, they will do anything to stop people from proving that it's navigable, because then they have to like give, you know, care about the environment for once.
A tremendous change, and that started when those students stood up and walked out of school in 1968.
And again, like I said, largest walkout in U.S. history. Is it taught in U.S. history classrooms? Typically, no. Like, I again, unless you are taking very particular courses, usually and only at the university level, then maybe you will, you know, get to do that, so to hear about them. Okay, so let's see here. What did I say was next? Hello, old Snake Twitch. Welcome in. Oh yeah, why okay. Let me transition this really quickly. Let me go here. Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god, where is it? I thought... Sorry, I'm just trying to find the other video, but I have to look through stream suggestions really quickly. So just let me find it, and it'll be done. Ah, there we go. Okay, so first time I heard about was when I was in Argentina. Not a US student though, but still. Yeah, I mean, like even talking about like what happened in Tlatelolco, like I mean, one, the fact that Mexico was a dictatorship, right, is something that like hardly ever gets talked about. Because I remember like senior year or something, whatever it was in here in California, like when you take like U.S. government or civics or whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called. They were like the books were old enough to where they said like Mexico is an up and coming one party democratic country. Like I'm just like, what? You a one party democracy? What? Like it's a one party state, but it's democratic because better shape up. Okay, no, I don't want to. Okay, so are we woke for saying CE and BCE? Yeah, they literally called it a one party democracy. Yes, that is how the United States defined the 60-year dictatorship that they upheld in Mexico. Because technically the person sitting in the eagle throne, as it's called, changed every 6 years according to the Constitution. But nothing else changed. That was about it.
All right, and thank you for your call. Yes, you're not the first person to ask me this.
So do I.
In fact, I get comments about it from time to time. So, probably it's a good idea to make a video about it now. To answer your question, why do I use CE and BCE instead of AD and BC? Most of the time, we never use any of these designations, right? We just say the number. If I ask you what year it is, you say 2024. You don't say AD 2024.
It's funny because, like, yes, I do get this. You say 2024. But I do find it funny when people, because there's also another phrase, right? AM, right? Which is Anno Mundi, right? Which is supposed to be like, which sometimes, I believe, coincides with the Hebrew calendar. Because in the Hebrew calendar, it's 5784. Right, and so like when I tell people like, oh, I was born in the blah blah blah, like this decade, but in the Hebrew calendar, they're like, oh, that means you're like 90 or something. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, I mean in the Hebrew calendar, not in the secular one, because it's 5784. So we're in the 80s, but we're also in the year 5784. So all of our friends are democracies. Yeah, no, literally, that's what it was. Like they never, the United States never called it a dictatorship. When it's like, what else do you call what happened in Tlatelolco? They just don't talk about it. They just said, and then Mexico had a successful Summer Olympics. It's like, bro, the day before. Anyway.
Or 2024 CE. No, and that's because these designations are only really necessary when it might be unclear which era is being talked about. And in my field, ancient history, that happens all the time, right? You don't know which era I might be talking about, so I need to tell you which era it is. Most of you know that CE and AD are equivalent. That is, they refer to the same era. So AD 2024 is 2024 CE. The same goes for BCE and BC. The numbering is the same. 500 BC is 500 BCE. So why do I prefer to use CE and BCE over AD and BC? And mind you, it is just a preference. In order to answer that, I need to go over with you how AD and BC came to be used. It is well known that AD is a designation for a Christian era. It's an era that begins with the presumed year of the birth of Jesus. You know that. The era was devised about 500 years after the time of Jesus. Up until that point, it was still the custom to date events.
Yes, so again, like as David is saying, when they came up with the concept, it wasn't in the year one, right? Which is also a movie that, which also doesn't make any sense, because if it's the year one, I don't understand why Jack Black would be. Anyway, I'm not even going to question that, because anyway. But yes, it was devised 500 years after the fact. They're like, oh, hey, you know what we should do? We should start like a calendar system, that's like new and not like the way we've done it for the past 1,000 years, because, things get old and, people were like, another, impit, temp, anno imperator regnum, blah, blah, blah. When my dad would say, when you have your own car, you can pick the radio station. The United States says, when you have your global hegemonic power, you decide who's a democracy. I mean, the fact that they called South Korea a democracy when it, people are more, I guess, able to recognize the fact that it was because it was a, one person, right, dictatorship, right? But again, it doesn't matter if there's only one party. What's the, yes, the people show up to the polls, but it's it kind of makes me think of that. I don't know if people have ever seen this, but so the Nazis had 2 elections, right, in 1932, right? Neither of them did they come out in the majority. They actually never won by fair vote. But in fact, the main problem, right, was that the party that could match them, right, was the Communist Party. So what they did was, of course, say, oh, the Communist Party shouldn't be allowed in there because they don't believe in democracy. And, this other party somehow does, I guess. But so they got rid of that. And they got rid of the KDP. And sorry, it's just sometimes when I go back through this history, I'm just like, it's like anyway. So they could only get about 32% of the vote, something like that, right? Essentially about a third. But there's this one point where for the second election, right, the one that happens in I think it's November, right? They had one in February, and they got 28% or something, and then they did the one in November and they got 33% or something, whatever it was, right? But anyway, my point being that their ballot said, do you want to vote for the NSDAP, right? And it's huge, enormous, and then here it's a tiny little macaroni circle, 9. And that's yeah, that's how elections essentially worked in Mexico too. But they just, the circles, the language was different. It was sí, no, that was the only difference. Yeah, in 33. But that's when July and November. Yeah. Thank you so much, and you're right. Yes, July and November. But I do remember that the one in November was the one that was the last one. Hitler was not made chancellor until 1933. Right? Then you had the Reichstag fire, right? And then the next day, you had the signing of the Enabling Act, right? Where Hindenburg essentially gave, Hitler power, complete power. Handshake deal with the conservatives, yeah. And in fact, this is something that people who think that and then March in 33, right? Exactly, yeah, because it was, yeah. Thank you so much, and you're right. I appreciate that very much. And so, one thing that people forget, though, is that the reason why the Communist Party, the KPD, was so angry at the Social Democrats, it wasn't, besides the fact of what happened to Rosa and Karl Leibniz, right? Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Leibniz, was the fact that, this whole thing that, the Social Democrats, that they, by way of, appealing to the masses, right, got to where they were. That isn't true. The Crown Prince, right, of the Second Reich, right, convinced, Friedrich Wilhelm II, the Kaiser, right, when it seemed that everything was, falling down, right, that the only way that they could keep the monarchy going was by having the SPD become the ruling party. So, and this is before what happens in 1919. This is why the contention between the SPD and the KPD is actually goes back years before that. They were willing to be, right, the cover, right, to continue the Second Reich. That's what people who, I won't mention their names actually, but that's like people that try to make it seem like, oh well, it's just because of what happened to these two people, that's the reason why that the KPD is so, you know, upset at the SPD. No, it's because even before that, they were in league with not the conservatives, but the monarchy, right? Leftist infighting. Oh well, I mean, I don't know. Like the SPD. I mean, I don't know. To call it leftist, I don't know. But that's just me. That's just me. I don't know. Maybe that's just, again.
The Romans did have an era that they sometimes used, which is an era beginning with the presumed year of the founding of the city of Rome, in 753 BCE, Ab Urbe Condita, they called it. But it was more common simply to date events by the regnal year of the emperor, or by referring to the names of the two consuls who held office in a single year. But Christians had an era that they sometimes used, one they used before, which was called the era of the martyrs, dating from the time of the great persecution in the reign of the Emperor Diocletian. Then came along Dionysius Exiguus, a Christian monk from the Eastern Roman Empire. The Western Roman Empire fell during his lifetime.
So again, as we see here, right, there already was a system, technically two systems, right? I guess one could say three if you think consuls and emperors are different, but you know what I mean, right? To date, right, things in the past, right? Like, oh, urbi condita, right? Like when the city was founded, literally at the founding of the city, right? Which is what that means, which is Rome, of course. 730 BC, etc. That was one time frame that they used, and then once you have the empire, which happens, you know, once you have the consulate, or the, you know, the consuls and everything, right, that leads up to the end of the Roman Republic, and then you get, you know, like the, you know, Augustus Caesar, etc., right? Like that's when you get those other changes. So again, this is in the 5th century, right? 5th, 6th century when this is going on. So just to kind of keep us on track here.
In on some discussions having to do with the correct date of Easter. And in doing so, he drafted a 95-year table of dates for Easter. And in that table, he used a new numbering system for years. He was adding on.
No, this wasn't under Pope Gregory. Pope Gregory was a little bit yeah, they sure do like their foreign policy denialism. I mean, just look at with Israel. I mean, just Israel alone. Like, to me, it, like, there is just nothing in this world that makes me more upset than just the absolute denialism that, you know, that they've undertaken. So I feel like what matters more is if the people. 33. Hello, Vitingale. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, it was so cool to watch you when you were at the music festival. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday, right? Or was it the day before that? Yeah, no, it was really fun to listen to. Like, you have, like, I can see why the name Vitingale suits you super, super well. Cause yeah, you know, you're so musically talented. I have to just be honest, like the fact that you were able to, like, not only have all the tunes but to harmonize, and with your harmonium and everything, that was really cool. I was really impressed by all of that. Israel proves the United States cares nothing for life nor law. Yeah, true. Yeah. Thank you so much, Bad Lefty. That.
To someone else's table, which had dated according to the era of the martyrs. First, in a comment on the old table, he referred to the present year.
Bad Lefty says, "Ola Vitingale, YT chat sends our love. Pass it on."
His present year, as being 525 years, quote, since the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ. And then, beginning his own entries, 7 years in the future, he dispensed with the era of the martyrs and began his own with a year that he called, this is the interesting part, 532. The next one was 533, and so on. Where did he get the numbers from? He counted from the incarnation of Jesus, as he calculated it, which refers to Jesus' birth or his conception. This is the first ever time someone named a year by counting from the birth of Jesus.
So, again, the year 532 CE, right? That's the first time that the idea of Jesus's birth being like when it, like counting years by way of Jesus's birth or his conception, which is would be, well, it would be strange because under Jewish law, babies are not considered born until they have their first breath, because it's even in the Bible itself, right? Like, and God breathed into Adam, right, the spirit of life, etc., right? Or whatever, the wind, the air of life, right? Because it's based on once you take your first breath, right? And that's because our words for like soul and stuff are very, like ruach, for example, are related to the word for breath. So, and his conception, I know. That is kind of weird. But another thing too is that like it presumes that like we know the day that he was conceived, right? But if he was conceived by God, then it could have happened, you know what I mean? Like, does that mean that Mary had to go through the full 9 months? Like, if so, why? You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna.
That we know of. Now, how did he come up with this number? Well, there's some debate about this, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it would appear he got a date for Jesus' death from an earlier writer named Julius Africanus. And then, figuring that Jesus was 30 years old when he died, the Gospels suggest this. He counted back 30 years to arrive at the year of Jesus' birth. Africanus had dated Jesus' death to the year 31 in Dionysus' numbering system, and therefore Jesus' birth was the year 1. Some people think that Jesus' birth year was the year 0.
Well, when is the birth of Christ?
But this is not so. In fact, there's no year 0. It doesn't exist.
Exactly. This is one of those things where I'm like, there was no year 0. Like, it wasn't -1. It wasn't 1 BCE 0 1. It was 1 BCE 1 CE. That's it. There was no 0. like. And that's what I was trying to bring up, like, in Irene's chat yesterday. Like, no, that's not how it works. There is no year 0. Like, so therefore, the date of Jesus, again, according to Julius Africanus, that would make 31, right, or at least the age at which Christ was, apparently died. He was 30. Now some people say he was 33. Some people, again, that's more for theodicy or theological questions, not necessarily for talking about regardless. But so this is being constructed 500 years after the fact, 531 years after the fact. And it's also using a calculation based off of someone else who is basing it themselves on the indication of the age of Jesus in the Gospels. So you can see why it's very tricky to be like, well, what does it refer to? And then you have someone like the Pope, the former Pope, gosh, why am I forgetting how you say this? Ratzinger, right? Pope Benedict, emeritus, the Pope emeritus, Ratzinger, Benedict the 16th. he wrote something along the lines of, it seems to me that like the historical evidence points to the fact that Jesus was actually born in 6 BCE. Right, like, but then it's like complex because most people now, like, in fact, one of my friends who is, does like theological studies, right, and even was a priest, right, usually uses the year 33. So, but then it's because then it's related to the year 70, right? Because that's when you have the destruction of the Second Temple, and when you have presumably the earliest of the Gospels being written down, which was the Gospel of Mark. But it wasn't ever written in Hebrew or Aramaic. It was written only in Greek. So, Benedict, yeah. Year Zero is my fave 9 Inch Nail album. Oh, nice. I was always taught 33. Right. Yeah, exactly. Most people are taught 33. It goes from -1 to 1. Yeah, makes sense. I know, like most people don't know when they were conceived, nor do I think they want to know. Honestly, like, I don't know. That is not one of those questions that I've ever been like, like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm here already, right? Like, it's done. When I met Net died, I'm back. Anyway, archaeology is a wild field of study and something that Christians would have a heart attack learning about. Well, I mean, there are people that do biblical archaeology, and there are some people that are, very religious and do it. And it's interesting because, it's always been very interesting to me how people of very deep conviction to their faith, right? Oh, the fundy types. Oh, yeah. Well, well, except when it comes to settler colonialism, right? Then they like archaeology, right? As we know from the West Bank, right? Because in the West Bank, they literally, oh yeah, we found this stone that apparently has a Hebrew letter on it. So now we have to build a whole village around it, I guess, and kick out everybody that used to live, that's... It was a cold night in the west of Ireland. Indeed. But I would say one thing is that, like, Jewish religious Zionists, right? Their fundamentalism is very different from Christian fundamentalism, right? They're interrelated, especially now, but,
Dionysius started with year 1. But here's the thing. The Christian era, devised by Dionysius Exiguus, was based on a faulty calculation for Jesus' death. And historians now know that Jesus was not likely born in the year 1.
Okay, so that answers the question. Was he born in the year 1? No. He was not born in the year 1. He was born, obviously, in the year 1984, because, literally 1984. No, but...
Now, I know some of you in the audience will say, well, there was no Jesus. He was a completely fictional character. Just ask Joseph Atwill. Well, we're not going to get into the historicity of Jesus in this video, but suffice it to say that if he did exist, and the vast majority of historians think he did, and I agree.
Yes, that is true. Like, the idea that there was a historical Jesus is a consensus thing that all major, that is a consensus for historians of ancient history, right? And even for other historians, right? Like the people that want to go into this whole, like, oh, this person never, like, sure, fine, we can say that, this or that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the fact that there is such a figure, the fact that, blah, 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 right? Like, that such a person existed, most historians would say that it is too. It is true. Again, by consensus, right? From the evidence we have. That can always change, should we find more evidence. When people ever question the propensity of Irish people to have big families, we tell them people get very cold and we had only 2 TV stations. Oh, well, what's so funny is, like, I remember growing up that saying, right, like people would say like, oh, you know, I'm Mexican, so obviously I have a big family. What? Like, no, that doesn't follow. Oh, no. I know, I'm not upset, Pet Lefty. I was just thinking of the fact that like it's interesting because like I hear that for like Italian Americans too. They're like, I'm Italian, so of course I have a huge family, you know? Same thing with, you know, like, I guess.
Agree. He almost certainly wasn't born in the year 1, as none of our oldest sources point to that year. And yet, this is what the AD system is based on. Mind you, Dionysus Exiguus.
In other words, the AD system is based on a lie.
He wasn't trying to invent a new era or anything. He just created a system that he could use in his Easter tables. But in later times, it caught on. The acceptance of his numbering had a lot to do with the acceptance of his Easter tables.
Wait, hold up. Let me see what you said, Holy Lazy Duck. OMG. One of these days I need to show you this one video where a scholar talks about how there's like a second Jesus grave because Protestants don't like sharing with the Catholics. What? I mean, okay. When you, like, I've one day, once Palestine is free and I can finally visit a free Palestine, set foot on a free Palestine, I want to visit the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, right? Which is, contains both the cave that now is a little mausoleum thing, and also like the Stazione Crucis, right? Where he was, crucified and buried, right? It's contained within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, right? I've always wanted to visit there because they actually have different sections of the church, right? Like the reason why it has so many different like altars and services is because literally every like major church tradition, wants to have their own liturgy and their own. So they have like a Roman Catholic one that's run by the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, right? And then there's one that's for the Greek, right? Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Palestine, and whatever, blah blah blah. And the East, I think, is also what it's called. The East is the one in Antioch. And then like the Lutheran Church or whatever it might be, right? Like all the ones that are there, they all get their own little altar to do, their own space to do their own things. Well, I mean that's definitely something that is seen as being the case, right? For the different sects, yeah, Coptic, etc. Yeah, because Coptic is not Eastern Orthodox; it's what's called Oriental Orthodox, which I've never, and the reason why is this actually has to do with the Monophysite controversy, right? Of whether Jesus was two hypostases in one, or he was he fully God and fully man at the same time, or was he fully God and fully man? Right? It's a whole, yeah. Like it's like, is there one essence that has both qualities, or two essences for each quality that are in one person? So.
And so, over the centuries, as time went on, we will see some using his dating and others not. A rival Easter table had been made by a guy named Victorius of Aquitaine. Generally speaking, even after the Roman Empire fell in the West, the old methods of dating were still being used.
It's true.
But there came a point when some writers started using Dionysius' system not merely for Easter calculations, but to date historical events in the past.
So remember, it was not standard to even use, like people say, oh, you're so woke for using CE or whatever, right? Like the traditional thing, AD and BC weren't even used until after the people that even discussed them, that even introduced them as concepts, right? Or even the calculation for how to determine them. even were alive. So, you know, because there already were other systems that already existed, and, you know.
Victor of Tununa from the 6th century was one of these guys, and Julian of Toledo of the 7th century. They were historians who did this. Julian is the earliest writer we found who dated events before Jesus was born by counting back from year 1. But the person who made the new system...
Yes. Julian of Toledo. Yes, that is correct. He is the first person in the 6th century to be like, Jesus was born year 1, right? So that means that 400 years before that was the building of the Second Temple, and 200 years before that was the blah blah blah, blah, you know, all that stuff. It's like an egg. That was how it didn't. Well, you know.
Of dating popular was the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 8th century. He wrote a church history, which he published in 731.
And so this right here is, I believe, De Historia Ecclesiastica Anglicae, right? Which is which one part of it is the history of the English church, right? Venerable Bede, but literally someone that lived in England in 731 was the first person to use that numbering system as we now know it. So 731 years after the supposed events, and 200 years after it was first devised for the Easter tables, because of course Easter moves around, but Christmas doesn't. You know.
And it used Dionysus numbering as a chronological framework. Throughout the 8th and 9th centuries, this book was widely read, and the dating system began to be adopted by others. But it took a long time for it to be used in all of Europe. It wasn't until the 11th century that it became fairly widespread. Some medieval...
And again, by the 11th century, right, what do we have right at the tail end of the 11th century? The split between the two, right, the Eastern churches and the Western churches. So, like, you know how, like, some people will say, oh, well, you know, because later on you'll have the development of, like, the old style, right, which is, like, certain days off, and some Orthodox church, Eastern Orthodox churches use one calendar, other Orthodox churches use the one we use now. It's confusing.
Scholars pointed out the error in Dionysus' date for the incarnation and tried to get the numbering system revised, but by then it had already become so entrenched that there was no going back.
Wait, so you mean that scholars tried to update it, right, with new information, but it was too late because just people generally... Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Like, when they tried to correct it, the Garden Tomb, yeah, oh yeah, I have heard of that. That's the one that would be in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? As opposed to the one that would be in Golgotha, which, by the way, yes, if you'd like to help my research, you can always do so by helping contribute to this book. In fact, every $5, I will open up a new Pokemon card pack. Because reasons, yeah.
This error is the primary reason why I do not use BC or AD. The first year of Christ, according to the system, was not actually Jesus' first year. And 1 BC is not, in fact, 1 year before Christ. I prefer to be precise in my language, as much as I can, and I don't like to be historically inaccurate. The interesting thing is that not only do I get questions about why I use CE and BCE, I get angry comments. When I first started making videos and
Oh my gosh, yes. I know, look. There are people, like even students that will be like they almost want to say that, like, preemptively, that they're going to be censored if they use AD or BC. And I literally have never told any student ever, like, if you want to use AD and BC, that's fine. Just saying it's just standard academic practice that most historians use CE and BCE, right, when referring to the secular calendar, right, the secular time system, right? Because again, if I'm talking about something in Jewish history, then I can refer to it in either, right, the secular calendar, right, CE BCE, or by using the Hebrew calendar, right? So like right now it's 5784. It doesn't mean that I'm like 3,000 years ahead of everybody else, literally speaking, right? So
Encountered backlash for saying
I know,
CE
exactly.
and BCE. I was surprised because using these terms is extremely common in scholarship.
Exactly, like literally, this is just like, it's just done because again, like people, like historians know that like the development of BC, or I mean, like one of the things, like when you take like your first like research methods class, right, as an upper, in your upper division courses in, if you're a history major, is like one of the things, I mean, even in the other stuff, like the intro stuff too, they might mention it, but particularly in the upper, like the, whatever, if it's the whatever numerical or alphabetical, whatever system they use to, rank, because I know some places use like 101, but some places use 001, right? Whatever it might be. When you do research methods, just about like, it kind of goes into this, like why, in order to be as accurate as possible, because there is this contention about the applicability, blah, 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 et cetera, I mean, they will say it is, and in fact, I think they will use, like, this is the language from, I think, the one that's published by Routledge, Introduction to Research Methods or whatever, the one that I use for, like, undergraduate students of history, is it literally says, like, it is common academic practice to use BCE and CE. Right, like it is literally, and it just explains it in a very quite dry way, right? Just saying that, like, this is just for the sense of accuracy and for the sense, and also because of like this historical issue with using BC and AD as being like literal, right? Right, I am a time traveler. That's why I became a historian, because everything to me is just history, right? It's a whole mess. I have... Oh, yeah, angry comments. We gotta stop this woke madness of BC, BCE. Yeah, CE, BCE, yeah. Reject CE, return to BC. I mean, you're not wrong, though. Like, you would think that this would be something that, like, doesn't matter. But people take it really seriously. And then when you explain to them this, right, they're like, oh, it's actually based off of... They don't want to hear it, right? And again, like, I'm not going to go to, another rabbi and be like, hey, by the way, like, I know it's the year 4784 in our Hebrew calendar, but, it doesn't account for the billions of... You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really matter, right? It was a topic in my intro. Yeah, like it is discussed in the intros, but like they will go more into like the importance of like, why you want to be very precise, right? Like when you're starting to get into, right, doing full on research projects, right, that are in history, right? That where you have to go into archives and do lots of citations, right? Because sometimes you will have to work with things that are, it is dated this, but, the consensus opinion says blah, 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 right? Like, would always explain why she is always one or many steps ahead of me. But yeah, like anthropology, cultural studies. I mean, again, this is why these things are important. And yet these are exactly the departments and the subjects that they want to get rid of at all universities in the United States. Like again, I know entire history departments at various schools, right, various institutions across the country, that none of their none of the people on the faculty are, well, one, are tenure track faculty. None of them. They're all adjuncts or an instructor. And that is their entire thing. Like, that means something very important. That means that they literally cannot have a master's or a PhD program anymore once they no longer have tenure track professors. Because only professors that are tenure track can become like advisors for PhD students. At least that's the general rule. So again, like, that's why I always say, like, you know, it's really scary. I mean, it's the reason why, like, again, like I said, if I could just teach history here on Twitch, I would, you know, like, hell, I would even teach like methods, you know what I mean? Like, I would be like, you know, because I've talked about like archaeological methods and how they relate to history right before, earlier on, but like, I would, you know, have no problem you know, going into more of like a course, right? I mean, not so structured, like, oh, I'm going to give you homework or anything, right? But more like, you know, well, what kind of questions are we having, right? Why do we think, you know, things like that. I think, to me, that's, you know, a worthwhile endeavor, at least for me. I don't know. US, and to be honest, some of Europe is trying to drive kids towards STEM. Yeah, in the United States, it's like, it's weird too, because it was for STEM, but all of the money is actually going to the business school. And it's like, I kid you not, right? I'm not going to say which one of the universities here in I will be this specific. It's in Southern California. And if you know, you know, don't say which school it is. But their business school, they have people that take your order and deliver to where you're seated. They're like, "Oh, do you want something?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Do you want something to drink?" And I'm like, "Sure, I'll take some." It's sadly, I really wish it weren't true, but that's how much money goes into business colleges. Like, we need to publicize this. But you see, it's all well earned, because in business schools they learn, you know, they get bachelor's degrees in, you know, entrepreneurship, because, you know, everybody needs a degree in entrepreneurship, because that's, you know, anyway, it's Oxford. I mean, you wouldn't be that far off. I mean, priorities not quite the right track there, right? I mean, it goes into sports and into the business school, right? And I've like sat in on some of those, like, where they literally teach like supply. They literally do, where it looks like the fuck around and find out graph, but it's them talking about how they think prices work, and I'm like, no, like, what? Like, no, that is not how that works. Sorry. I repeat. Art was like 3 rooms in a basement. Yeah, I felt like they had their own Starbucks. Oh, trust me, it was like one of those like rounded Starbuckses. Now I think I'm being way too specific. If you know, again, don't say where this is, because you know where this is now. Because you know where this is. I won't be any more specific. I took college courses I wanted for my entrepreneurship career, but the degree itself, I mean, again, like, the issue is not necessarily like having people learn, like, you know, strategies, right, for business, right, like stuff like that. It's just the way how it's so obviously used as, like, I don't want to say money laundering, because that would be perhaps a bit too harsh of a term, but it definitely feels like that sometimes. I don't know. This is just, I'm just thinking of that one experience. It doesn't have to be thought of in that way. It was just that one experience where they were like, "Can I take your order?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" You know, where I'm just like, "What? Like, you're my order? What? Like, are you going to give me a menu or something?" And they were like, "Oh no, like, if you're going to be in a class, like, we'll take it to your door or whatever." I'm just like, this seems wrong. I don't know why, but this seems wrong. The most now I'm being way too specific. So if you know, just don't say, please, please, please. The rest was propaganda. Yeah, that is not the experience I had for sure. This was like it isn't a place I teach at, but I just went there and I was like, oh, I was gonna visit a colleague of mine. Then that happened, and I'm just like, I got even any class that supports NFTs that feels wrong. I mean, yes, like literally having classes being paid for, right, by donors, right, by billionaire money. That's like how crypto will save the world as like a class title, right? It's just like, I don't know about that. Seems a little bit wrong, but I don't know. I call the marketing class manipulation class. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a business kid who didn't end up going into business, right? But I mean, at least one thing though is like it's interesting to learn, right, business skills, right, the stuff that they do teach. And then you also, like, especially once you begin to take a more leftist approach to things, you actually see how they kind of do tell on themselves, right? Because they do have to teach how to, like, reproduce the system, right? Like, ideologically, right? Like, kind of like in the Althusserian sense, right? But it's kind of weird, like, once you do look at it from the outside in, right? My entrepreneurship is what kept me from going and getting a college degree. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cream is cash rules everything around me from Wu-Tang's 36 Chambers debut album. Don't know about that. Yeah. But again, like I said, like this is why, like, for me, I'm very much of the opinion like people should be able to go to school universally for whatever reason, for as long as they want, if they want to. It's their choice. Like, and but that's just me.
And I have been using them for years without anyone batting an eyelid. But I learned that in the public sphere, reception might be different.
Yeah, in the public sphere, it's always
clear, I don't see this as some kind of competition.
Exactly. Oh my god.
CE has to knock AD out of the running. I have nothing against anyone who uses AD. I don't go to other YouTubers and comment on their channel and say, you should be using CE and BCE. AD and BC are wrong. You can use whatever notation you like. This is just my preference. But people come to my channel very offended. Stopped watching the instant you went all limp-wristed and woke on me and said BCE instead.
Bruh, oh my god. What? Seriously? Like, okay, not only just this weird fundamentalist thing here. The homophobic comment too? Like, again, this is why, like, being a history streamer, right? Like, being a historian that streams, right? As opposed to, like, the armchair historian that just, like, has graphics, and then just says things and completely ignores, like, entire parts of history. And, anyway, I'm not going to get into that, because his whole video about how did Israel become a country? Anyway, there's a good reason why German make all education free up and including uni. They aren't struggling. I mean, in my opinion, even Cuba does that. I mean, the United States could do it, right? Like, and Mexico, if it wasn't for the fact that we're so heavily imperialized by the United States and have such a lot, there's a lot of income disparity and everything, blah, blah. Oh, which, by the way, I was watching a video yesterday that was saying, like, now Mexico is one of the rich countries of the world. I'm like, bro, what on earth are you talking about? Like essentially, like, oh, well, now that their GDP is blah, blah, blah. Just get out of here, bro. Just get out of here. But just, oh, God, that was just bad. Ooh, you're making burgers. Awesome. Rich tourism. Yeah, that too. It will only benefit society. Right, like... But Carlos Slim... Oh, as an armchair historian, I take offense. No, I'm talking about him, though. Because, like, I watched that thing, and I'm just like, even Benny Morris, who is, like, as Norman Finkelstein will say, like, the official historian of the, of the Israeli state, pretty much that's true. Like, he's even saying stuff that like even Benny Morris is like, no, actually that's not true. I mean, the only difference is Benny Morris is like, yes, you know, Israel did that, but in his mind it was justified, right? That's the Benny laughed in Steve's face. Yeah. Oh no, I know. I know.
The minute you introduced politics into your video was the minute I turned it off. CE and BC.
You know, when they say politics, it just reminds me of that saying, right? Like there are two genders, right? Male and political, right? There are two races, white and political, right? Like, I mean, that little, you know, I forget if it was written down as a poem or if just someone I know incorporated into a poem, but I do remember like when someone actually did just say it, right? Just said it as a thing, like, yeah, like there's two classes, right? There's the middle class, which apparently includes billionaires, and then there's there's political, right? I am not a Morris fan, but he has earned his place in that debate. Oh yeah,
CE are seen as an effort to actively remove references to Christ, though ironically most people think you're saying Christian era and before the Christian era, so let's not make changes along political lines. Leave it alone. See ya. CE equals cultural cringe and lack of respect for history.
What? That doesn't even make sense. How can it equal cultural cringe? The CE is not equal to CC. That's cubic centimeters, bro. Can't take this guy seriously because he uses BCE and CE. Imagine that. Like, imagine, this historian of ancient history that literally spends, hours, like his videos go hours long, right? Looking at pseudo archaeology, pseudo historians, right? All of that stuff, right? To be like, he's gone a little too woke for me, right? Like, maybe, I don't know. Metric is, no.
Take this guy seriously. He uses BCE and CE. So how would you like your work to be ignored? Your use of CE and BCE is an offense.
Let's see here. We all deserve to be educated, especially in the laws and rules in which we are to govern with. I mean, yeah, and even beyond that, like, I think to me, like, people should be able to learn, like, I think to me, every university, right? Every university, which should, all of them should be state-owned, in my opinion, right? Should be, owned by the working classes, I guess would be a better way of putting it, but regardless of how you want to, do that for now, right? Should also have things like, for example, like all of the indigenous languages of California should all be taught, right? Not just the ones that, they were able to barely get funding for, one instructor to teach, for 2 years, right? No, they should all be available, right? Same thing with, a whole bunch of other things like that. Like, especially when, like, California, right? And it's funny you say that, Bad Lefty, because California, right, as we watched in the video about 1968, right, even up until the 80s, right, like, bilingual education didn't really exist, right? They fought for it, but they kept pushing it down the road, right? Kicking the can down the road, so to speak. And so finally in the 80s, when they finally got it, it became very apparent for some people that it was a lower standard of right? That, like, the education you were getting was substandard, right? That was the trade-off. Okay, we will give you bilingual education, but it's not going to be equal to assimilationist education, right? So, that's why, like, yes, it was a victory in that bilingual education exists, but it's always one of those things where, like, all of the help that you would get for students with special needs, etc., those are always the programs that they get rid of first, You know, like that should not be the case. Like in my view, I mean in one sense, I guess I should say, like there should be no taking away of services for people ever, right? Like if people need them, they need them, and that's just that's all that needs to be done, right? It's the same thing to me, like why one of the things that I appreciate from the current president, from the current government of Mexico, I should say, is like the law of gender identity. It literally says you know who you are. So if you want to change your name, your birth marker, etc., you can go to the civil registry and ask for it to be changed because you're an adult, right? Not this, oh, you have to go to 3.5 years of therapy, you need notes from 3 different psychiatrists, blah, blah, whatever it is, right? And you have to go to court, right? Like all of that stuff. Mexico's literally like, you know who you are. Why would we ask you to do anything more? You know who you are. Like how would you get someone outside of you to corroborate yourself? You know what I mean? You can have Espanol, but we will punish you for it. Well, this was when California became one of the states that effectively got rid of corporal punishments. Corporal punishment is still allowed in the United States, as we know. Like, do people remember that guy, Caleb Maupin, right? That he had like a thing for, like that was one of his interests, right? Personal interests, intimate interests, I suppose I should say instead, right? So yeah, like there are still states where they could do that. It's just that most schools won't risk doing it to kids because they will get sued, right? Burger King. Yeah. How would you like your work to be ignored? Use of BC is an offense to the monks, bruh. Like they're dead. Like it's like almost been like 1,000 years. Like I don't know what to tell you. Who came up with our, I'm gonna presume that in good faith, our brilliant current calendar. No, that still isn't correct. There was still the Julian calendar. This is not what. Anyway, that's. Not using BC and AD is disrespectful to brilliant scientists, which is why scientists and historians use mostly BCE and CE to be precise in their language.
To the monks who came up with our brilliant current calendar, not using BC and AD is a disrespect to brilliant scientists. Sorry, you use CE, so I walked. BCE CE, opinion discarded. BCE CE, BS. I take exception with your habit to say CE instead of AD and BCE instead of BC. The Gregorians invented the calendar that
the Gregorians invented the calendar that the whole world uses. That's actually not true. Yes, because of capitalism and colonialism and imperialism, yes, most places use that calendar, but like I said, like we still have. Oh, no worries. People are lurking right now, and that's totally fine. Like it still doesn't change the fact that, you know, it's the 21st of ER, 5784, right? Like maybe that's why you asked about, yeah, because like determining where the months were, determining where all of that stuff is a whole different thing, because there was the Julian calendar that existed prior, right? And then you have under Pope Gregory III, I believe, where you have the Gregorian calendar, but there wasn't the Gregorians. like that sounds like that makes it sound like it's a monastic order, right? Like the order of Pope Gregory III, right? The because it's also when you start getting the Missi Sancti, right? The Missi Sancti Cantati, right? Which is where you start to get Gregorian chant, right? As it's called.
Whole world uses.
Also, another thing is the fact that they don't question why is it the way that the whole world uses, right? Why? Because it certainly isn't because of people. If it being self-evident, that's for sure.
There is no advantage to arbitrarily dismiss the influence of Christianity on our timekeeping.
Okay, so that means now there's Christian time and there's political time, right? So there are two times: Christian time, political time. So, and also, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, the big room. Thank you so much, a year and a half. Oh my goodness, thank you. Yes, I know, 18 months. Wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Thank you so much, the big room. And yeah, you were here one of the first ones. You will always have that badge. And I cannot wait till I can finally be able to put the little... I've been trying to find them, but they're so hard to reduce down to the right size. To have the little icons next to your names on Twitch. Because I don't want them to just be like the regular star. I mean, the star's fine for now, but I want... Okay. Oh, I love the little clapper that you have. That's so cute. We need 13 months. It's been proven. What's funny, because like this past Jewish year, we had 13 months. We had a second Adar. Like, I'm not even joking. According to the Jewish calendar, we have a leap month, not a leap day, right? Like, you don't get, April 29th. No. We get a whole month extra, which is why Pesach was later than it usually is. Okay, so, as promised... You were... So, as promised... I opened up this package right here. Brilliant Star, Sword and Shield, Pokemon cards. We're going to go through them right now. For every subscription or for every $5 donation to the book. Yes, if 2 other unique gifters cheer over 100 bits or activate a sub-event of any kind, a hype train will start. So the first one is... What's this? Halucha. I'm guessing this is supposed to be like... Right, isn't this supposed to be like a lucha libre type of thing, right? That's why it's called Halucha, right? I suppose, because it, kind of looks like it's wearing a mask. So, hey, look, I got a Mexican card, I guess. Throw, which... actually kind of looks like you know what, YouTube chat, doesn't this look like the angry, like the red angry face in the YouTube emotes? Like, if you look at the card, right? You see, I'm trying to see if it will focus on the card, but it seems to not want to. There we go. It looks like this one. Look. Right? Doesn't it kind of look like that? Well, this is such a coincidence. I'm reading a fiction book by Silvia Moreno Garcia. Oh, I know Silvia Moreno Garcia. And one of the pivotal events at Tlatelolco. I'm so happy to hear that you're reading her work. And yeah, I mean, it definitely was a pivotal event. I mean, even in the way it affected my family, right? Like, it's one of the reasons why so many people that were not the Ashkenazi Jewish community that came after the war, although they were affected as well, but why many of the older Sephardic community in Mexico ended up like emigrating to places like the United States or other places like Turkey, etc. So yeah, like Tlatelolco, because it's one of those 3 revolutions, right? In student revolutions, right? You have the one in Prague, the Prague Spring, then you have Paris, and then you have Mexico City. But most people only hear about Paris, which is, but the one in Mexico, like that one was like, people taking over UNAM, right? The oldest university, since 1555, I want to say. That's how long UNAM has been open. I mean, it's been called other things, right? La Universidad Pontificia de la Ciudad de México or something like that. But yeah, no, that's so interesting. I definitely would like to hear what you think about the book too. Yeah, or that one. Yeah. Then we have Magmar. And then we have Staryu, which I always liked how if you had like a Staryu, right? Like if you had a Staryu, you could like surf on it, right? Like when you use like surf, right? You like right on top of it. But then I would be like so freaked out because I would be like, what if you lose balance and you like fall? I mean, like in my mind, right? I'm thinking like, what if you literally fall on this thing that's like metal? I don't know. Burmy, which I like the fact that they kind of look like cotton candy, I have to admit. Oh look, I got a second one, but this one's a holographic card. Absolutely. Oh, I should be done with it shortly. Awesome. Oh great, I would love to see that. Oh, look at that, we got Moltres. Now that I was not expecting at all. That is so cool. An energy, what is the type? What is that type? Is that dark type? Cafe Master. I still like my professor's research card because I'm like, that card is literally me, right? Like that card is literally me. This one, this card. I'm like, look, it's me. Let's see here. We have Weavile. We have Dusclops, which I always like ghost Pokemon. I don't know, and like the ghost gym leaders or whatever, the dark ghost types, also psychic types, I guess. But okay, thank you so much again, the Big Room, for the subscription.
You're using the same dates, you've just changed the letters that follow. This is scholastic smugness and is a high-handed approach to dating the past 5,000 years. Just say AD and BC.
The past 5,000 years? So AD and BC only go back to 3000 BC. Before that you can use BCE, I guess. But not. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I've never played the card game. But I have watched the show. In fact, when I was like a kid and I was living with my grandparents in Tijuana, like I would watch the like the Johto region. I mean, the thing was the like Pokemon like at this time, right, when things would come out on TV, right, they would always be like far later than when they back in the day, right, than when it was live in the United States, right. So when I was watching Pokemon, like it was like the Orange Islands League or whatever, but it was like Johto still or whatever, and like I saw that, but I only remember watching it once because I remember a very specific situation about it. But yeah.
Get over yourself. The Gregorian calendar is based around the birth of Christ. Changing the acronyms doesn't make it any more secular, just more dishonest. I'm obsessed with history and have no problems at all with BCAD. Using BCECE instead is a cheap attempt to virtue signal to the PC maniacs who have taken over academia.
I have no idea where these PC maniacs are because literally, like, seriously, like the most right-wing people are in academia. I don't even know, what are you even talking about? I'm really unfamiliar with Pokemon. I know of Pikachu, of course, but I like playing Magic the Gathering, looking at the art. Yeah, someone, like one of my, back when I was like still doing my PhD coursework, so like, a long time ago, I had a friend of mine that like other historian, other people in the history faculty at the time, regardless of what our emphasis was, but they would get together and play like Magic the Gathering or D&D, and I played literally once both of those things. Although I would say the D&D I kind of didn't play it because it's more like I observed, because I wasn't really like, I didn't have a character sheet, which I hear is important. It was more like I was just there and just like kind of watching, which is,
This is fantastic, but please stop bastardizing the Gregorian calendar. It's the most accurate and complex calendar ever devised, and took a huge amount of work. It allows for leap years and leap centuries. It deserves the credit for what it is, and should not be used to make modern, woke, anti-Christian historians look like complete idiots. It's BC and AD.
Woke. Do people, like, this is the thing, right? Woke means nothing, Like, it's such an empty term that it can literally mean anything, right? Like, oh, I'm not such a big fan of, Olive Garden. Why? I don't know. They're just a little too woke for me. Like that's literally how people use it. Like it just makes no sense. Yeah, there is a big learning curve, and I just was just like, I have no idea what's going on.
And I'm an atheist. Please stop this woke rubbish of such and such a year CE. It's AD and always has been. BCE.
What? No, it hasn't. It's always been AD, even before, even like no BC at all. There was always AD. There has never been a before Christ.
CE, woke much? Thumbs down. Still capitulating to the woke nonsense of BCE and CE, before Christ and Anno Domini is the proper use. Oh look, a wokerati, deflecting the issue and making it personal.
A wokerati! Oh my gosh. Now that's a new one. That's a new one. I've never heard that one. Okay. Woke is is everything, basically everything besides straight white men, and even they can be woke. Yeah. My favorite Pokemon is Pichirisu. Oh, yeah, that's cute. I think I got one of those cards when I did the charity stream for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund the other day. 1550 something, right? Number you said at the end, but yeah, it's really old. I know Uppsala University, the oldest Swedish university, is old as well, and it's from at 1470 80. Yeah. 1555 I think is what I said. But it wasn't called Unam, so some people don't count it as like the oldest because it didn't have its name at first, I guess, like because there wasn't the concept of like an independent Mexico, I guess, at the time. So, but whatever, it doesn't matter to me. Trying to play Baldur's Gate, and it will teach you how to play D&D too. Oh, I've heard that, right? Because it's turn-based and everything. Yeah, I have heard that. Yes, leap days, because that's so important. Yeah, but instead we get a leap month, so let's see here. Wokarati, gotta steal Wokarati. I know. Mudkips. Oh, I love Mudkip. I'm a big fan of like water Pokemon, like especially water starters, like Piplup. That's all I'm gonna say. But also Totodile, like Totodile.
Typical leftish tactic. AD, not CE. I am from Leicester, so I know a lot more about it than you ever will. I think the reason.
What? How does being from Leicester mean you know more about historical technical language than like academic language than anybody else? Like, yes, I'm from Nebraska. So trust me, if there's anyone here that knows about genocide studies, it's me. Like, that's literally what we have going on right now, you know what I mean? But woke, yeah, it can mean everything. Now, Wokarati was a quote in PMQs in British Parliament by Tory Suella Braverman, I see. Calendar off-topic weirdness. One African country in the south had like 13 months, and the last month was like 5 days, and then they threw a grand party, Swaziland. I could see that. Yeah, it would probably be one of the kingdoms, like Swaziland, but maybe it would be Malawi. Maybe, I don't know, because I do know, like, the ones that have monarchies tend to have kept their, like, the calendar system that is more directly tied to the harvest seasons and things like that, which, I mean, the same thing with the Jewish calendar, right? It's like, it doesn't make sense to people living in New York or people living in, LA to live as though we lived in the Middle East, right? But Leicester just knows, because King Richard III was under a car park in Leicester. Sure, yeah, that's why. Because you could make a 7-day a week with 4 weeks being a month, 13 days total, and you could still throw a leap, whatever. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, us trying to contain time in these perfectly is just like Pyrrhic. I mean, like to do so is Pyrrhic, right? Like, yes, you can achieve a calendar, but it's ultimately,
Why some people say this is because there are numerous scholars who use CE and BCE because they prefer to use a secular designation instead of a religious one. And that's because today we have historians from all over the world contributing to scholarship, many of whom are not Christian, and they're not crazy about saying AD. So it is customary, out of respect, to use a neutral terminology. Some might ask, wait, I thought AD meant after death. That's not religious. No, that's not what AD stands for. It stands for Anno Domini, the Venerable Bede, whom I mentioned before, when referring to the years of this era in his history, used the expression Anno Domini Nostri Jesu Christi, which translates to, in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's right. That's the reason why, like, people, again, who are not Christians, and who know the history of how the calendar got, how the year system, right, got created, right, also don't want to do so, because AD does literally mean Anno Domini. It's not after death. It's this, like, I remember this too, right? Like this happened when I was a kid, and me being the nerdy person that I am, I'm like, I knew why we say AM and PM, right? They said it was because AM stands for after midnight and PM stands for past midday. But that wasn't the case, right? He got really upset, right? Because I was like, well, no, because what it actually means is antemeridian and postmeridian, right? Like, that's what it technically means. But that's a good shorthand for remembering it, right? Again, it was mainly because he was, like, it kind of being like the people in the comments, right? Because, like, was essentially trying to, I guess, like, say that, like, how everything in our world essentially is categorized in a completely logical way. And again, this was years ago, so the fact that I even remember anything about that interaction is just, Latin ain't real. True. Well, have they heard about Latin? No, I know. Right, time is an illusion. Right, exactly. I mean, again, antemeridian, postmeridian, I mean, doesn't really matter, right? Like, I mean, as long as you understand that one of them, right? I mean, it's kind of like, for example, like Jewish days, right, end at nightfall. Like, that's when the new day begins, right? When the day ends is when the sun is gone. Then the day is over. Then it's the next. That's why Jewish holidays start the evening before, according to the secular calendar, right? Because the secular calendar has midnight being 12 a.m., right, which is arbitrarily in the middle of the night, right? But again, because the Hebrew calendar system is based off of, Mediterranean timekeeping, right, of the time, right, and is based off of a system that still, right, is also the case with in many other related calendars, like the Islamic calendar, for example, right? Then pretty much you get that once the day ends, literally, right? That's when the day is over. That's now a new day has begun, right? That's why the whole thing about like Jesus having died and rose on the third day makes even less sense if you know how Jewish people keep time. Because if it was on a Friday, right, that means if it happened Friday morning, then then Saturday would have been a new day, and then Sunday would have been a new day. So then it only would have been 2 days, right? Anyway, I'm not gonna go too in depth in that, but it's like, yeah, it's just like, again, it just shows that when you have different ways of delineating time and you set them right up against one another, they don't all fit perfectly, and you can't translate them all right perfectly. And they weren't meant to be, right? Like they both exist independently, and I think that's fine, right? Like, I swear humans just like to throw a dart and label it. Even music notes aren't the only notes to exist. Time varies and acts according during right, exactly. I mean, it's like, for example, like here, let me give you a rabbinical, like, right, like when I went to rabbinical college, right, one of the questions that we had that also technically pertains to if we were to ever have space colonies, I guess, like on Mars or whatever, also on the moon, right, too, is that, and also there have been like Jewish astronauts, right, and the question was, what do we do, right, when it comes to determining when Shabbos, right, when the Sabbath or Shabbat, right, when it begins and ends in a place like Alaska, when, for example, in the summer you get 23 hours of sunlight, 1 hour of darkness, or in winter where you get the exact opposite, 23 hours of darkness and 1 hour of sunlight, right? Because obviously, if it's all based on when the sun rises and sets, you can't have a 23 hour, So the consensus rabbinical opinion, and this is, something that I myself, kind of understand to be more or less the case, is that for places like that, right, like northern Canada, right, like northern Siberia, right, well, at least for Alaska, I'll use the example I was given when I was in rabbinical college, was that they use Seattle time, because that is the closest time, the place, right, where they have more or less, right, days that functioned like the way in which the system itself was meant to function as, right? But now you might ask, but what about in space though? Because if you're in like a space shuttle, right, if you're up there, right, like in orbit, days can last whatever. So rabbis decided for this question, right, it would follow whatever the time is in Jerusalem, right? Because that is a time that apply, Jerusalem being important to the Jewish people, right? For religious reasons only, right? Not for the Zionist ones, of course. They said, well, because Jerusalem is, sort of in this particular spot in the planet, right? And it's also a time that people observe anyway, right? Because outside of Eretz Israel, right, out like Palestinian Jews back in the day before the Zionists came in and ruined everything, they, for example, would celebrate holidays only one day, right, in the land of Palestine. Outside, in the diaspora, we have to celebrate them both 2 days, right, to account for the fact that we are not in the land of Palestine, right? Hello, Afelef and Efe, welcome in. Oh, I never thought about it in Alaska. Jewish space lasers. Oh, right, that's 2 people now. How are you, Felifenef? I hope you're doing well. So again, rabbis decided that they would use Jerusalem time. So whatever time it is in Jerusalem, which is like Eastern European time, right? Middle Eastern, like that's the time zone, I guess, is this one, East African time, right? That those would be the ones that they would use, right? Because again, you can be in orbit and constantly be in sunlight. So then they said, if we were to ever have colonies on the moon or something, I mean, this is how I asked it. Like, should we ever have people living right on other planets? Which then I actually ask another kind of a bit more of an ethical, existential question, which is like, should we live on other planets? Which I won't get into that, but my point being that, like, you know, like, should we subject another planet like Mars, for example, should we have colonies there, to Earth-bound time constraints, right? Like, do you understand, like, why I thought it was important as a rabbi myself to, like, consider that as a future topic of discussion? Like, okay, fine, if you're in orbit, fine, you can follow Jerusalem time. That's fine, whatever. But if you live on the planet Mars, why would you have a whole planet follow Jerusalem time, right? Like, that's my own question, right? Anyway, that was me back in the day when I was still only Elon, right? Muslims used to pray to Jerusalem before Makkah. Yeah. The planet has its own... Yeah, exactly, it does, right? Yeah, I'm doing good. That's good to hear. Yeah, it does have its own days and nights. And they're relatively... I mean, they're not that different from Earth days, right? And nights, right? They're just... Because Mars is very similar to the planet Earth. But my question was that, should we ever have people living there, then we would have to have a calendar that is... This was my own rabbinical opinion, again, in this discussion with other rabbis. Because they kept saying that the Jerusalem time is essentially extends for the entire universe. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because it's different if you're talking about it like, okay, space travel, right? Like, if you're talking about an astronaut, fine. Because you're in orbit around the planet Earth, right? So you're still in relation to the planet Earth, right? My issue was, what happens when you completely live on another planet? You can't all live, right, on the same time, right? The same way how we don't all live on one time zone, right? Obviously, Mars would have time zones and would have different days and, you know, blah, 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 right? So that was my contribution to that, you know, weird conversation, I guess. That, like, then we would have to devise a timing system based on how long days and nights are on Mars, right? Because here, Shabbat, on the planet Earth, Shabbat should last 25 hours. But if days last longer on another planet, should they only be subject to the 25 hours? Or should they be longer? Or should they be shorter? You know what I mean? It's just, again, right? It's just theological questions. But I love thinking about these kind of questions, usually not very practical in my life, though. Well, I mean... They don't seem practical, so to speak, right? Because they are one. It's a theological question, right? But again, like, let's say that I decided to have Shakespeare Con in Barrow, Alaska. I don't know why, or, you know, whatever, White River, Alaska, or whatever, you know, somewhere in Alaska, right? And I said, but during Shabbat, right, we are, you know, going to have, you know, like a group chill session and just, like, you know, just disconnect from, like, you know, technology and stuff and just, like, get to know one another really, really well, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let's just say, right, I just using the concept of Shabbat as, like, a general concept, right, where you don't use, like, cell phones and technology and stuff. I would have to then abide by the concurrence of my, you know, of other people, right, that we would have to follow Seattle time. So we wouldn't have, like, a super long Shabbat unnecessarily, right? It would still only last 25 hours, for example. Why is UCT universal time not even universal? I don't know. That's a good question.
And at some point this got shortened to Anno Domini. Anno Domini means in the year of the Lord. So yeah, it is a declaration of Jesus as Lord. So it's religious.
Thank you. Thank you, Moeno. I appreciate that.
But it wasn't the only way to say it. And why should it have been? Bede also used the expression ante incarnationis Dominicae tempus, which means before the time of the incarnation of the Lord, for the period prior to Jesus. It wasn't until the 1600s that the Latin expression ante Christum natum, before the birth of Christ, or simply ante Christum, before...
See, this is the other thing. Before the 1600s, nobody ever used BC. No one. Nobody used ante Christum before Christ. It was never a thing prior to this. AD was used, Anno Domini Nostris Jesus Christi, right? But ante Christum was not used until the 16th century. So like this whole thing of like, you know, we got to return with the V, right? Like, I mean, it's the same thing like with like when people say that they want to return to traditional values, and then you open up with, you know, the box that contains those, and it's literally just 19th century British, mores and, you know, social conventions, and that's literally all it is, right? Like that's literally what people think the transcendental concept of tradition is, right? Because they don't understand that history is not like at one point this was the case as such, right? Like, no. But anyway, that's a whole separate point. But because no one cared. Well,
or Christ came to be popular. The earliest known use of the expression comes in the work of the French Jesuit Denis Petot in 1627. Some people think that because we sometimes call this whole thing the Gregorian calendar, that it was at the time of the implementation of the Gregorian calendar in 1582 that...
So, 1582, right? 1582 is when the Gregorian calendar, as we know it now, right, with the January, right, the dates, the way how they work now, was standardized. Before that, we had the Julian calendar, okay? So we've only had this calendar for less than 500 years. All right, like it will turn 500 with, I mean, I don't know, maybe within our lifetimes, who knows. 2082 seems like seems to be as far away as the, you know, like initial building of, you know, the Indus River Valley civilization at this point.
AD and BC came into being, but the Gregorian calendar was a reform concerning the months of the year. It had nothing to do.
Let's see here. This is important because when we observe history, we not only look at it through a specific religion's lens that came from a fixed point in time, right? And also Engels talks about this, right? In the foundation of the family. Gosh, why do I always get this title wrong? I know why, because I have it in Spanish, but that shouldn't be a problem. The foundation of the family property and the state, I think is the order, right? He essentially says, like, and it's true, like we understand this to be the case as well, right? Is like when we view history, right? Like when people read it now, the Bible, and it says Abraham's family, people think that means his nuclear family, and that is not the case. The nuclear family didn't exist until the Second Industrial Revolution, but people to this day, right, who kind of, again, like I said, what people call traditional is just like mid to late 19th century British customs. Like that's what they think is tradition, right? It's not, obviously. Like, for example, the story of Lot, right? You know, and his daughters, right? Back in societies that were, as they would have called them, you know, in a more anthropological sense, like in, or even if we talk about it in a Marxian sense, right, in a tribal society, right? So that is before we enter into a slave society and then a class society. You could not determine paternity, right? That's like one of the thing that, like, that really only becomes an issue, the idea of paternity. I'm not even joking, because of La Querelle des Femmes in France in the early modern period, otherwise known as the Renaissance. Like, all of this whole thing about, like, oh, you know, like, literally, like, calling people cuckolds and all of that stuff really only became such a huge concern in the 16th and 17th centuries. Like, that's how recent that is, right? Because beforehand, so, okay, the book that it comes from is called Le Roman de la Rose, right? Which means the romance of the rose, right? But it also, as people know French, you know, the roman also can mean novel, but, you know, they mean it as a romance. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Cherry Bab. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yay, now I get to open up another. Yay. Yes, now we're getting started with all the new. Where is my... I know. I remember, like, growing up, like, my parents would make fun of me, being like, "Oh, you like, stop giving all of your friends history lessons." And I would be like, "I'm sorry, I'm just really interested in this." And then they're like, "Yeah," and then they're like, "Yeah, I think you being a history professor, yeah, like when you said that as a kid, yeah, you know, you chose correctly, you know, like you know yourself pretty well, Shakespeare, you know yourself pretty well." I'm learning so freaking much. Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear that. Their internet time, or whatever it's called, splits the mean solar day into 1,000 beats. Used to play the game Phantasy Star Online, I think, and every 230 beats is the same all over the globe. That's a kind of... Oh, okay, I see. I mean, that's kind of like with the universal measurements, right? That, like, they have to be constantly recalibrating it, right? Because of the fact that, like, gravity and such exists, right? But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I think of it like taking a friend out for coffee. Oh, yeah, like literally, like, me and, like, my friends, like, we'll go, like, to go get coffee, and then we'll just start, you know. So let's see, for this pack, we got a Drifloon. It's so cute. We also got a Sudowoodo. Lunchtime is the only real time there is, though. I disagree. Lunchtime is not an illusion. It's the only real time. Gombi. You know what's funny is, like, this card here, Gombi, right, is literally how Mexicans refer to, you know, the Volkswagen buses? We call them combis. So, like, when this first came, I want to say it, like, in Spanish, like, oh, es una combi. But then I'm thinking it's like a Volkswagen bus. Routes. Which I've always liked the design, like, of routes. Like, I kind of like... Yeah, same here. Yeah. Oh, es una combi, you know. Nick it. Which I think it's called that because it's a fox, right? Ooh, here we have one that's holographic. It's a Stantler. Ooh, this is cool. Reggie Eyes. I remember there was this mod. You remember the, like, Action Replay, or what was it called? Right, where you could put in your, like, Pokemon DS game, and then you could, like, unlock all of these things. I remember there was, like, a way where you could, like your starter would be, like, Regigigas or something like that. I remember that. Here's another power thing. Wait and see turbo. Then Roxanne, which I like the outfit. Togetic is the last one. Which Togepi is so cute. Like, I have to say, Roxanne. Yeah, I want to be your yeah. Voice of happiness. Okay. You're talking about Lot's life, to pun on Tupac's life. Well, you know, Pillar of Saltines, Volkswagen, the company too extreme for the NSDAP. Well, you know. Forgot, what was I even talking about? Oh yeah, Lot's daughters, right? Like, people know about the whole, and then his daughters, blah blah blah, right? In tribal societies, right? Again, I'm using the terminology that Engels uses, right? And this is something that we understand even from Bernard Henri Lévy and other people who have also worked on, like, anthropological work, right? That, like, the reason why in tribal societies the concept, like for example, the reason why Judaism is matrilineal, right, is because it's the only one you can be, you know, it's the only one where you know for certain who is the person who birthed the child, right? Like, who contributed in the conception of that child, right? Isn't that the guy Engels whose couch Marx is sleeping on? I mean, you're not wrong. I also heard that he spoke with, like, a Liverpool accent, which, I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, you know. So why the French was so worried about who the daddy was, because there becomes, so the reason why there becomes la querelle des femmes, right? And so what this becomes is, it becomes a question about the nature of women, right? And two discourses come about. In fact, I actually have one of the books that talks about it just up here, but I don't know exactly where it is. And so there were two discourses, right, that were created. One comes from classical Rome, right, and it's called Ovidian discourse, right? And then there is Petrarchan discourse. So people might know Petrarch, right? Italian, you know, poet, kind of started the whole idea of, like, a sonnet, right? Just imagining a German guy, and right? Yeah, it's you know, but you know. So what ends up happening is that the first part, which is written by Jean de Meaux, right? He writes Roman de la Rose, and he writes it in a very Petrarchan way, right? That views women, right? Again, conceptualized in that time period, the late Middle Ages, early modern period, as being, right, love objects, right? That they were to be put on a pedestal, right? That they could, right? Because, I mean, if you've ever read Petrarch, right, that's where you get, you know, your eyes are like diamonds and your hair is like golden filigree. You know, that's where it comes from, right? All of that. It didn't start until Petrarch. And that's why, like, Shakespeare, right? That's why in the sonnets, in, like, Sonnet 135, right, it starts like, my mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Right, like it's playing negative on all of that, right? Like if her hairs be, well, you know, whatever, they are wires or whatever, right? Like black wires, you know, whatever. Anyway, but so the Ovidian and the Petrarchan discourse essentially starts because of this querelle des femmes, right? Literally the quarrel about women, right? Those guys are still around calling women penis homes. That was said by a pastor? Oh, God. Penis homes. But, I mean, women can have penises, too. I mean, like, one can house one's own... Never mind. I'm not even going to get into that. I think that's a little bit too philosophical. Hello, Herr Hattington. Joining a bit late. I'm glad to see you here. Volkswagen. No idea. I'm like 3-4 logos deep. I had Mark. OMG 4 loco. No, just no. So what ends up happening, right, is that then this begins a controversy, right, to which Guillaume de Lory, right, writes a second part to Le Roman de la Rose, where he does the Ovidian discourse, which says women, right, are the sexual half of the species, right? They are all temptresses. They are all mistresses. They are always trying to get young men to marry them, and then they ruin them. And because they are always, like, essentially, like, hyper horny, right? Yeah, that they're all, wild Jezebels, And so that is in essence what happened at this time, is that the idea was that women were the sexual part of the species, not men. Men were the rational, it was women the ones that, like, they wanted to have multiple partners, and they're the ones that want to, like, go pick up, like the like, yeah, men famously not horny, right? Exactly. Yeah, but this is what Ovidian discourse does. It sees women only as a sex object, right? And so it denigrates women. It says women are only these negative aspects, right? Right. And well, yeah, it's funny. It's funny you say about eating apples, because this existed prior to Christianity, right? So even before, like, because some people like to idealize, like, Rome, like, pre-Christianity. No, it was bad even before that. It was bad before that. Trust me. Anyway, the misogyny was still there. So TLDR, misogyny started the patriarchal craze. Yes. Literally wrong. A bad sequel to prove it. Yes. Guillaume de Lory wrote the sequel, right, to which then started a pamphlet controversy, right? And all these pamphlets are like, I actually have a collection of them, because it's called oh god, what is it called? Is it called The Other Half? Something like that. Or god, no, I can't remember now. Anyway, but it's by McManus. And it essentially are like one of them is like Hic Mulier, right? That says that, like, women want to wear men's clothes and get into men's spaces because they're so sneaky, right? Like they are not content being at home. They want to sneak in and go to the bar, right? They want to sneak in and go on a ship and, like, go explore. You know what I mean? It's like, it's literally that. Right, that's why a lot of Shakespeare's plays involve what many people still call cross-dressing. Right, right. In fact, you even have one play, As You Like It, where one person cross-dresses as someone else, who then in that character has to cross-dress as someone else, cross-dressing as someone else. Right, it's like this really weird, like, what are you doing? Right, it's this, or you have something like Twelfth Night, where, I kid you not, Duke Orsino, right, or pardon me, Duke Orsino literally tells Olivia, or pardon me, not Olivia, literally tells the guy, is it Petruchio? Gosh, why am I forgetting all the names right now? Anyway, there are two twins. So there are these twins, right? And one of them ends up in they both end up that there is a shipwreck. And one of them ends up with his best friend Antonio, and they end up having a wonderful gay relationship. But then he's like, this can't continue. I have to, live up to blah 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 patriarchal standards, yada yada yada, right? Then you have Duke Orsino. He meets the other twin, who's a girl, right? Who's at least usually seen, who had to dress up as a boy, right? Who had to dress up as a man, or however you would like to. Again, I'm just like, the way how academics talks about this sometimes. it causes issues because I'm not a big fan of thinking of it necessarily in those terms, right? Because she recognizes that otherwise she can't get a job and she can't, whatever. She's like, but I'm of noble birth, so I obviously will get hired in the court of Count Orsino, right? So then what ends up happening is all this stuff happens, right? All of this comedy stuff, right? Then at the end of the play, right? 12th night, or what you will, right? Is the other part of it. Is that Duke Orsino tells, oh gosh, what is it? I hate that I cannot remember his name. I keep wanting to call him Petruchio, but I know that that's not his name. Anyway, tells the person that dressed up as a dude, right? Whatever, however you would like to call that. I still don't like using the term cross-dressing. It's not a term that I think is very useful. But essentially says literally when they have their double wedding, because that a comedy back in the day just meant it ended up in marriage. That's literally what that means. Comedy equals marriage, right? When they get married, Count Orsino tells his wife, right, don't get out of drag though, don't stop being a drag king, right? I still want you to act and look like when I met you, as a dude, right? So it's like this really weird, Anyway, now I'm going way off. As a man, I wanted. No, yeah, exactly, right? It's a lot of that same language that we have now, right? This craze already happened, right? But it was about women going into men's spaces. Now it's about the idea that men, right, pretend, right, to be something that they are not, so that then they can do the same thing, right? So, yeah, history echoes, and it sometimes rhymes, right, so to speak, right? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, it's literally that, like, wait, I've seen this before, Yes, it literally is that. So, Rome was both highly sexist and hierarchical even before. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yes, there we go. Cesario. There we go. Thank you so much, Bad Lefty. Yeah, Viola, a shipwrecked young woman who disguises herself as a page named Cesario, who is Sebastian, right? And Sebastian and Antonio are the gay couple. And, we know from the historical language, right, that, when Sebastian says, my purse I give to you, blah, 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 he, these different metaphors that they use, he's, talking about not his, coin, well, not that coin purse, right, not one where he puts in actual money, but another type of purse that he has, right, and that he would be depositing stuff with. So anyway, but yes, Orsino, the Duke of Illyria, Olivia, wealthy countess, Malvolio becomes a steward. Yeah. And so during this whole controversy, it's all about the nature of women, right? And essentially, are women sex objects, right? Are they supposed to be held in contempt in this way, or are they love objects, right? And there are these, and there are a lot of plays like the Changelings. In Swedish, the word for both those purses are the same. Hey, I am not surprised. I'm not surprised. Leave it to the Swedes. Hey, you know what? They were also able to make a neutral pronoun, right? And make it, with hen, and I think that's awesome. Are we talking about his butt? I mean, Antonio's, I guess. Anyway. So, right, these discourses are happening, and what ends up essentially going on is that more and more restrictions are placed upon women, right? That's essentially what happens. But at the same time, being a cuckold, right, now becomes this existential threat, right? Because now paternity becomes primary, right? Whereas before, in tribal societies and in slave societies and, blah, 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 you had a matrilineal system, right, as Jewish people still do, right, at least generally speaking, right. Jewishness is, at least from halachically, that is Jewish by Jewish law, right, is typically traced through the mother, right. It speaks back to this time period, right, when before the only the gestating parent, right, was the parent you knew was your parent, right? But in the Renaissance, you begin to, and in the late Middle Ages, especially around the time when you start to have, no, they do not go by the mother's last name. However, no, they don't go by the mother's surname. However, well, it depends. It depends on whether they're Ashkenazi or Sephardi, or which kind of Ashkenazi, actually. Like, if you're Sephardi, for example, like me, I'm Sephardic, it's possible for you to be named after people who are still alive. If you're Ashkenazi, you can't do that. You can never take on the name of, like, your grandpa if he's still living. You can only do so if he has passed already, right? Things like that. But no, the like, caste, if you even want to call it that, right, is then determined, the minhag, right, that is the tradition that you follow as a Jewish person, and the status of whatever caste you were, right, whether you were Israel, as it's called, right, Levi, or Kohen, right, which is priest, other priestly caste, and then everybody else, is determined if your father is one, right? Because that was passed down from Aaron down to his sons, right? So that is different, right? I know it's weird, it's complicated, right? Because it kind of, but the matrilinearity, right, is to determine whether or not you belong, right? And that is why punitive laws, right, against, for example, enslaved African peoples, when they were brought to the Americas, had everything passed down the mother, right? Like, it doesn't matter if your father is free and is white, and by definition free, because your mother is a slave, right? Then you are born into that thing as well, right? So you see where this all women be trifling. But so essentially, so again, at this time, these are the two discourses: Petrarchan, Ovidian. One of them, love object; the other one sees women as a sex object, right? But one of them also, the Ovidian discourse, also tells men, don't get married, right? Don't get married. Just, like, get a group of your bros and, like, go live in a monastery. Not even joking. Like, go live in a monastery and just be based over there, right? Like, that's literally what they talk about. And there's actually Foucault's book in his the fourth volume of the History of Sexuality, which is the one that looks like the... Never mind. I shouldn't even try to talk about a sex toy because I have no idea what they're called. But it's meant to look like a sex toy, but it's actually a rosary. I don't know. Maybe that helps somehow imagine what it is. Anyway. Because that's what Ovid does, right? He's like, unless like it's this dynamic of, like, virgin or whore, right? That's the dynamic that they create, right? And so again, everything is then placed on women as being, they're the temptresses, right? They are the ones that cause good men to fall, right? Blah 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 blah, right? Now we live in a world where that's completely the opposite, right? Where we say, oh no, men are the sexual half of the species, quote unquote, right? They obviously, and you hear all of this, right? Where it's like, but women are hypergamous, blah blah blah, all that bullshit, right? It's like, this goes back to the 16th century. Like, this is literally when it starts to become a thing, because you begin to have, the destitution of people, right, who were previously living, right, on communal land, right, who were living more in common with one another, right? There were the commons, as they were called. And then you have the enclosure acts in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, right, that create private property, right? And this is where the crimes of like trespassing, loitering, poaching, etc., like these are where they come into existence, right? So this is when lots of people start moving into the city, right? And obviously, right, certain types of work, such as sex work or other things, right, start to proliferate because there aren't enough homes nor enough jobs for everybody, etc. But this is what launches capitalism in England, really. Slightly related. Yes. Iceland uses father's, mother's first name, plus daughter, son. Yeah, dottirson. Yeah. Which is funny, too, because, like, the Germanic tribes, and by Germanic tribes, I just mean that they spoke a Germanic language. That's all that means. That came to Spain, like the Vandals, you know, and also the Visigoths, etc., and also some of the Ostrogoths and everything, right? They kept their naming customs in Spanish. Like, it still exists, like Fernandez, right? Because Ferdinand is not a Latinate name, it's a Germanic name. Same thing with Rodriguez. Roderick is not a Latinate name, it's a Germanic name, right? But the "is," right, is the way how in Proto-Germanic you pluralize something, right? And that's also what causes I mutation, right? So that's what causes, like, fotis, right, which means like, which means foot, right, becomes fit, right, in Old English, and then, you know, yeah, the Rodricks, yes, yeah, I mean, the S means like, it means like plural of, but it means like the sons of, right, like, or that's what it's supposed to mean. It's supposed to be like the daughter son thing that is being like, that is a thing that when surnames became a thing, because they're very recent in history, right? Like the people that take super pride in their surname, I never understood, because it doesn't reflect anything about you. You know, unless you're from Iceland, I suppose, right? It references the people who first had those surnames, right? So, like, you know, if you're Juan Herrera and the next person next to you is John Smith, you both have the same name. Just one of them is in Spanish, one of them is in English, right? But they're two European languages, right? There's, right, right. Same thing with Pierre, right? Pierre just means Peter, just means Pedro, right? And then if you go to Russia, you have Petro, right? Like, or in Ukrainian, Petro Poroshenko, right? Like, you know what I mean? Because in Russia, you actually have Pyotr, right? So I did change my surname to my mother's first name plus daughter. Oh, I like that. That's cool. So, like, you see all of these conventions that happen in Indo-European languages, right? But the "is" or "es," right? Like Sanchez, son of Sancho. So, like, Sancho Sanchez is Sancho, son of Sancho, right? Rodrigo Rodriguez is Roderick, son of Roderick. You know what I mean? Like, that's essentially how that works, right? My brain feels... I'm so sorry, Holy Lady. Like, I'm just going off on different rants now. Hello, Philippe Auguste. Bienvenue. I'm pretty well aside the state of the world. Yes, I can see you, Bad Lefty. Guillermo was always a name I liked and was subscribed. Well, it's funny because when the name William first enters the historical record, right, in English, right, in the Bayeux Tapestry, it actually is Wilhelm. It's not William, it's like Wilhelm, because, you know, in French it's Guillaume, right? But in Normandy, you have the Picard line, right? After a certain point, a lot of the, like, Norman French, the way is, well, anyway, I don't want to go too far into this. I feel like we're already very much in the weeds. So anyway, there was this pamphlet controversy about the nature of women, and it essentially created the system that we kind of know now, right, where everything is based on parentage. Now, why is this important, right, on father parentage, right, is because in England, in very particular, and I'm speaking about England because this is why it has such a predominance in America as well, right, like why this anxiety is also, right, it's not, is because in England, the firstborn son got all of the property of the father. So if that kid was not yours, someone else, you know what I mean? So then what they essentially have is what's called the chastity crisis. Like, can women be chaste? Right? It's the same thing. I mean, it's essentially like MGTOW, MRA stuff, but 1502, essentially, And so this is where all of this comes from. Like, oh, you can have an honest, hardworking man. Oh, that sounds like a horrible crisis, right? The chastity crisis. Indeed. Very, very much, definitely would have you feeling a bit cagey, so to speak. But anyway, that's what essentially starts the beginnings of the discourses of what we see now, right? But it initially started off by saying women are the horny posters, right? And men are the, like, big thonk, stuff like that, right? Chastity crisis. Last thing I said was a 3-letter name of a Germanic tribe. Oh, okay. Huh. My surname, Netanyahu, goes back 2 whole generations. Oh my gosh. Netanyahu. Which, yeah. Crazy how one decision. Yeah, I mean, and I do want to point out that this is also when you have the first known woman, right, who makes a living by writing, come out to defend women. She literally writes, right, the book of the City of Ladies, right, le roman de la Cité des Femmes, right, and that book is literally her building block by block, like rhetorically, but also, is this not the plot of Bridgerton? I mean, there's obviously cross-pollination. Hey, yo, Shakespeare, hello. Bad Lefty is like in every militant group, like Twitch Turbo. In Ireland, it can be used as a pejorative for... Oh, okay, I see him. And anyway, yes, if you'd like to... Sorry, I apologize for that long... But anyway, as I was saying, going back to talking about time.
With the year notations. And as we've seen, the year notation Anno Domini appears to have come into use by the 9th century, before the Gregorian reform. And the year notation Ante Christum, before Christ, came into use by the 17th century, after the Gregorian reform. You might be surprised. Before Christ wasn't used until the 17th century? That specific expression, yes. But it was abbreviated AC, and Anno Domini was abbreviated AD. The abbreviation BC, standing for before Christ, is an English expression, and so, naturally, it was adopted in England around the same time. Strangely, although they changed AC to BC to represent English, the English continued to use the Latin expression and the abbreviation AD for Anno Domini. So, the abbreviation...
Which, again, like, that's one of those things. No. Trust me. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I know about the subject, right? I mean, I can give you a list of books if you would like to read about it. That even has like the pamphlets that I'm talking about, because it's kind of hard to go into Hic Mulier and all of those things, right? Because they're like in Latin or whatever, or but there's a really good book that like compiles the main pamphlets, because it starts off in France, then it goes across the channel to England, and that's where it becomes big, right? England And it's funny. It's funny, if I may just quickly just go back to the whole chastity crisis thing, is that it also comes at a very interesting time as well, because the Reformation, right? The Reformation, right, actually made virginity, and this is what I find so funny, virginity in the Protestant conception, right, had to be constructed as negative, right? So then marriage and being faithful, being chaste within the bounds of marriage, right, became the central concern for Protestant England, as opposed to Catholic countries, right? Because in Catholic countries you had convents, right, where women could opt out of partaking in what Lee Edelman calls reproductive futurism, right? Where even to this day, right, like when people say, "Oh, think about the children," right? That is a cis heteronormative way of thinking about time. Since we're talking about time, I thought might as well tie it back in, right? That is to say that we hold in trust, right, this idea of the child. Again, this is capital T, capital C, the child. Lee Edelman's book, No Future, right? And in essence, what that means is that all of our society is based off of this idea that people will reproduce in the cis heteronormative way, right, to reproduce itself, right? Like, again, going back to Althusser, like ideologically, right, like the ideology of the base, right, reconstitutes the base so that it can be propagated once more. And Lee Edelman goes into this pretty well, although when he starts just dropping, like the F-bomb just like everywhere, just read the first, like the introduction on the first chapter and you're good. Everything else, you don't need to read it. Trust me, you're fine. But in England, because King Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries, right? He dissolved the monasteries. That meant that now being virgin, right, which is Foucault has that hyphenated, right? Être vierge, right? Being virgin, now had to be constructed negatively, right? So that's why, like in Hamlet, right? In Hamlet, there is a joke within what he tells Ophelia to do, right? When he says, "Get thee to a nunnery," right? That can mean literally get yourself to a convent, right? So you don't have to be subject to the rules of, cis heteronormativity anymore, and have to get married and have to have children. But it can also mean, because at that time nunnery also meant brothel, right? And so that was also part of that negative construction, right? And there are lots of plays. In fact, I'm not even joking. There is a poem. It's called Upon Appleton House. Okay? This is it went through. It went through. Thank you so much, Neural Riot. I appreciate that so very much. One or the other. No, it's true. It's true. Yes, make sure to the like button, and please make sure to subscribe. I assume that YT decided it's too far. To be fair, I do that a lot. Oh, okay. The couple times I remember that happening, didn't say anything. Thought it was censor worthy. Too far. Oh, yeah. So essentially, right, what this was is that there is a famous... Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Carla's Wild Ride. Thank you so much, Carla, for the raid. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. I am Shakespeare, a fellow member of Transcend TTV, a cultural historian focusing in Jewish and Latin American history. Right now, we're currently discussing the Querelle des Femmes, talking about stuff that happened in the 17th and 16th centuries, and when virginity became bad to Protestants, sort of. To be or not to be a virgin. Well, you know. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. And please make sure to follow our wonderful friend of the stream, Carla's Wild Ride. And please make sure to follow if you would like to. Or, of course, if you just want to stay as a viewer, that's totally cool. Just make sure to refresh so that way you get counted as a viewer. Hello, Baked Reuben Zeta. It's so nice to see you. So, like, as I was saying earlier, hello, Carla. It's so nice to see you. So, like I was saying, in the Protestant world, they began to have to, particularly in England, right, and this is why it's very important, they had to construct the idea of convents and nunneries, right, as being salacious, right, as being signs of particularly queer sexuality, right, like in a sapphic sense, right? Like, oh, you want to go to a nunnery, that's because you're, you know, like, it's because you want to go, you know, have orgies with the other nuns, right? You know, so, but this happened at a very particular time, again, after the disestablishment of the monasteries, right? But it also meant that like there's a poem called Upon Appleton House, right, which is of one of the most important, Lord Fairfax, I believe is his name. He talks about the writer, Andrew Marvell, right, is writing it for his patron, right, Lord Fairfax, talking about the history of Appleton House, and it's called Upon Appleton House, right, because, you know, like, the Civil War is going on, and he instead wants to retire, right? Kind of like Cincinnatus, right? If people know Roman history. Because Rainbow Mafia scary. Yeah, the dissolution of the monasteries, right? Exactly. Thank you. And so that in that poem, which is, you know, many pages long, it's a really good poem, but it's a little bit, you know. When he goes into the whole, like, follow, then click twice on the lovely profile. Oh, yes, indeed. Because of that, he goes back in time and literally has it where, like, he has, like, a very lurid, I'll put it like that, nun scene. Like, the nuns, because that house used to belong to a Roman Catholic convent. So after the dissolution of the monasteries and convents, right, some of those properties were given away. A lot of them were, right? Not all of them. Some of them were left to just go into ruin. And they became a huge thing in the 18th century. If you know Wordsworth, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But this one, Upon Appleton House, or Appleton House, I should say, like, the whole backstory literally starts off like, so your, like, great-great-grandma used to, like, you know, get down with, like, all these women, right, in this house. But then Roman Catholic, that's what RC stands for. But then your great-great-grandfather saved her and, like, made her, you know, then, like, made her see the error of her ways and, like, made her want to have lots of children, which is why I'm also going to add in a weird scene of me being sussy around your daughter. But anyway, besides that, actually, I think that's a separate poem. Forget about that. Anyway, you know, it's like one of those things, like, oh, it got saved because this man came and stopped the ongoings at the nunnery, right? Finally got one fact over. Oh, of course. Yes, the dissolution. I can sleep well tonight. Okay. This is the wild. It's literally a poem, though. Like, my brain kept thinking Royal Canadian, and I knew that wasn't right. The Royal Canadian Church. I mean, that would just be the Anglican Church of Canada, right? But yeah, like, that's literally what it is. It's literally like, so the way how you got your house, right, was that before your great 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 grandma was like, living it up, like, she could really get down with like everybody, like all of the other fellow nuns, right? They were all like, they had swings and whatever else, right? You want to imagine, right? Then your great great grandfather came in, put a stop to that, and that's why I'm gonna spend like 10 minutes talking about the walls of your garden in a really weird way, because he's trying to reference Adam and Eve, right? And then blah blah blah. It doesn't really matter. Then it goes into like a whole separate thing. But yeah, it starts off with literally like your great great grandmother. She literally couldn't stop, getting it from all of her fellow nuns, right? And like, and like your great grandfather had to stop that. Yes, exactly. That was happening. That's exactly what was happening at the nunnery. I don't want to imagine. So this is where we learn like the history that's not taught in the regular classroom, the like real history. I like how this started because we were talking about time, and so then I had to talk about reproductive futurism and how then there became a difference in England and Spain, because in Spain reproductive futurism. Also, hi Zedzir, I didn't see you come in. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in. They still had people that could partake in being virgin, right? It's been a journey, but I hope it's been a fun journey. Hope I haven't been like, hope people aren't like, Shakespeare, what on earth are you doing? Clutching all of the pearls. No, Granny, no. Very fun. Hey, you know what? Hey, she was there for a good time. Okay, that's she was definitely there for the bondage of sisterhood, so to speak, right? You know what I mean? It's me with all my yeah, no, I totally. That's it. I'm glad to hear that. I gave you small but still dono. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate all donations, all subscriptions, all follows, all likes on the YouTube, all subscriptions on YouTube, all donations to my to the book here for my research, all of that. I just appreciate everybody here watching. I hope again. So because of that, right there, that was a big distinction, right? On the continent, right, in Catholic majority countries, they still had that option, right? The British then decided to literally make like a whole like genre, and I'm not even joking, a genre of play that's like the Catholics join convents and monasteries because they want to get it on, like that's what they actually want to do, right? It's not because they're priests. It's because they're I don't even know what to say. Anyway, so back to our discussion about AD and BC. Good for grandma. Hope she got right.
AD is at least 1,000 years old, but BC is only about 400 years old. Some people seem to think that Common Era and before the Common Era are modern terms, developed by the politically correct or woke mob in recent times.
They're obviously a part of that woke mind virus who even can put 3 letters after a year.
When some Christians hear it, they react in much the same way as when they hear a clerk at the grocery store say Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. They treat it as some kind of affront to Christianity.
You know what's so funny? As like, I remember once I said Good Shabbos to someone who like at here in LA, I like was just, and they were like, like the way how they, like, you could tell, I mean, they obviously were not Jewish, right? But it was a store where, like, it's a Jewish store, like, right? It's a kosher store. So I'm used to saying, like, good Shabbos whenever it's, like, Friday morning and I'm there buying stuff for Shabbos, right? She got so pissed. Like, do I look like I'm just like, what? I'm just saying, like, like, essentially have a good Saturday. Because that, literally, the word Shabbat just means Saturday. That's all that means. Like, calm down, girl. I was just like, calm down.
Or an attempt to undermine Christian hegemony in the Western world, which is not. In fact, not only does the expression have a long history, it appears to have been invented by Christians.
What? Ain't no way it was created by Jesus Christ back in 1965.
The earliest use of the expression common era that I could find comes from none other than Johannes Kepler, the famous astronomer.
What? That Johannes Kepler was one of the woke mob. He was part of the Swedish deep state.
In a book that he wrote in 1615, he uses the Latin expression Anno Erae Nostrae Vulgaris, in the year of our common era. And in works from 1616 and 1617, Ab Anno Vulgaris Erae, from the year of the common era. So, common era also is at least 400 years old. In English, we find it for the first time in 1635 as vulgar era. The original meaning of vulgar in English is common.
The vulgar era? We need to bring that back. This is the vulgar era, sir. Do you know what you're doing? This is the vulgar era.
What can I say?
I mean, I was just like, good Shabbos because it was Friday, right? Right. Vulgarity in my vulgar era, right? Oh, and also, let me know, Cherry Bab, if I upped the gain on the video, so I hope it sounds better now.
Hey, common era is not a newfangled woke term invented by some university's DEI department.
It was that university of the Pope in Rome, the CIA back over there with the woke deep state of the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuits and the.
It's been an acceptable alternative for a very long time. But as I said, for historical accuracy, I prefer CE and BCE, and will continue to use them. I hope you can live with that. Thank you for watching. If you like what this channel does.
Yes, so there we go. Lark, that is an awesome accent. Thank you so much. But yes, but now your voice be blasting. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Let's watch the comments. Should we? Let's sort by newest. Each evening, I give myself the pleasure of watching some videos you made on topics that are of interest to me. This one caught my eye. Greeks used before Christ and after Christ. I'm glad to know that Dr. Sleazeball can speak for all of Greece. Did they use the period for while Christ was living? I didn't realize this was a yeah. They should use after Christ. It probably means after the birth of Christ. I have never thought about it. Then why did you comment? Then why? And this isn't even true. I swear, like, one of these days I'm just gonna be like, you know what, we're just gonna start learning ancient languages together, like I'm just gonna start teaching them so that we can literally like just disprove Dr. Sleazeball here. Like, okay everyone, get your modern Greek grammars out and let's you're not too woke. So you're woke, but you're not too woke. There's just a whole bunch of are removing religious elements from the date. I mean, but even then, not even. Like, Johannes Kepler was a Christian. Oh my gosh, this one. These people think a spherical Earth is woke. It's true, brother. What
what happened with that you know what Graham Hancock said about it. I like my steak medium woke. And double stuffed with A1 steak sauce.
CE Wicklow Piper 1812. CE and BCE is a charade to conceal the birth of Jesus. But even AD and BC aren't accurate, though. He literally said that. That's what it's based on. But they, I don't know, who is this they, Wick? Who is this they, Wick? Don't like the fact, can't openly admit it. So they try to hide it by changing. So whoever this they is, okay, they try to hide it. We try to hide it by making it visible on all of our academic work. Does that even make what? They hide it by putting it everywhere. What does that even mean? What? It's ubiquitous, therefore it's hidden. I mean, that is some like, whoa, like that is some like esoteric, you know, like if everything is present, isn't it all hidden as well, right? Like that's just like, whoa, like we're talking about like Kabbalah now, like, okay.
I'm walking here. What are you trying to do? You're gonna come over here.
Just to be clear, we changed the letters as we are not denoting the birth of Jesus. Where we mean before or after the birth of Jesus, it's the same thing. We just conceal the very reason for year zero if we drop Jesus. But there was no year zero. There wasn't a year zero. That doesn't even make sense. There wasn't a year zero. In fact, Europeans did not even start to use the concept of zero until the Abbasid Caliphate brought over the concept from India. Because, as I've explained before, if you try to do look, take out a piece of paper if you want, and take out a pencil, okay? I know I'm sounding extra professorial right now, but like, try to multiply XV III times XI. Okay? Try to do some Roman math, okay? Without using zeros. And you tell me whether we should be thinking about the Roman Empire all the time. Yeah. Mathematics is wokarati stuff, you know. They're going to be doing it all over the place. Who are you from? I'm from ancient Greece. Ancient Greece. I love reading comics. For me, the only thing that seemed to change with the volume was an increased background noise. Neither the video. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Because that actually helps a lot. Maybe I should just change the... It's kind of long, and so if you wanna DM me the Garden Tomb, you can send it over. I think I should just control the volume of it here, right? Oh wait, no, they wanted it louder.
Would you like to help support it? You can do this by giving this video.
Okay, let's see here. Hates God, loves science, blah blah blah, woke. Mr. Liberty 8468. Okay. Yes. Too woke? Nah, but it's comical you use CE and BCE, which follow a calendar devised by scientific minds of a bunch of monks under the direction of Pope Gregory, continue to use that date system without acknowledging the reason it was put together, the way it was. We all know why they did it that way, and don't need you to provide an explanation. Thereby, it makes your reasoning more arbitrary than theirs could ever be. Is this destiny? This is obviously a destiny sock account. Might as well just start counting backwards from today. I mean, that's literally what Jewish people do. I mean, up to a point, I suppose. It's 5784. Archaeology isn't precise. Okay. Archaeology isn't precise, but nor are you, sir. Neither is most history. Okay, this is one thing I have to mention again. History is a hermeneutical method, right? It's a collection of hermeneutical methods, research methods, etc., which is why history will constantly be added onto, rewritten, all of this stuff. Like if people, like the people that say, "Oh, I just want to hear the facts." Well, you know what? Mr. Wikipedia? They even edit Wikipedia, okay? Is that what you want to hear? Okay, they even edit Wikipedia. Okay? So unless you're going to tell me that you're going to print out this particular version of Wikipedia and that's it. That's the absolute summation of human knowledge. Right? Unless you're going to say that. Which I doubt it. Mr. Liberty, Hasbarelli, Wikipedia, Divorcelli. Also, one quick thing. I just wanted to say one quick thing. Because one day I was trying to explain what Hasbara means in Hebrew. And I get that there is a simple explanation for what it is. But it's actually not, doesn't just mean to speak or to explain. Because there is, of course, the office of public diplomacy, right? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Or of like diplomatic, international diplomacy, right? In the state of Israel. And that is called, like, well, it doesn't matter what the word for office is, but it's Hasbara ha'olam, right? So, Hasbara means like diplomacy, right? It means something that is prepared, right? It's something to mediate, right? It's not the thing itself. So I want to make very clear about that. It doesn't just mean explanation. One moment, Destiny Sock account confirmed. It's true. Reevaluated. Bad Hasbara. Yeah, I mean, they usually say it means explain, but it would be weird to say that our word diplomacy, right, means explain, right? And obviously, we don't see it that way. Okay, let's go here. We're gonna go look at this garden. Oh yeah, I know religion for breakfast.
Easter Sunday in Jerusalem is crowded, to say the least. Thousands of Christian pilgrims pack into the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, lining up to...
Which, by the way, Mashtoa. Yeah, so, again, like, it would be like saying, like, oh, this means, no, never mind. But Hasbara means, like, diplomacy. It's talking about the language itself, right? That's why, like, when I usually start to say it, and I get it, people want a simple, like, oh, it means explanation. Well, it's literally a form of diplomacy, right? Like, they are trying to explain things, but it's in a very particular way, right? Like, it is a strategy, right? So, is the key holder still a Muslim Palestinian? Yes.
Go inside the Edicule, a shrine that's believed to enclose the authentic tomb of Jesus itself. But walk a kilometer north and you'll find this instead.
Okay, so I'm actually glad that you brought this up. If we're being uncharitable, explanation as diplomacy. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. Languages are more complex than each word in other languages, have a single word translation. Right, exactly. And that's why, like, when I've tried to explain, like, well, it's a thing done by the Israeli government, right? Hasbara is not just like me explaining La Querelle des Femmes is not Hasbara, right? Hasbara has a very specific meaning, right? And that's usually what I want to emphasize, right? Because if you see it as just explanation, right, then I feel like it becomes like neutral, right? Or am I wrong in that? I don't know, maybe, but I do get your point, Euro Riot. Like I do see what you're saying. And a very specific goal. True. So so I'm very glad that you brought this up, Holy Lazy Duck, because there is actually a lot of controversy about whether the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, in the first place, is actually the place that represents where Jesus was buried, right, and where the cross was, right? So Golgotha, right? That is actually something that has been brought up in contention, because right, the Via Dolorosa, right, which now people would recognize as in the Muslim quarter, right, that goes out of Jerusalem going west, the old city of Jerusalem going west, right, essentially was not chosen as the Via Dolorosa until much later, right, and that it actually is going the wrong direction. This is what some scholars have contend, right? Yeah, to advance the Zionist agenda. Yes, exactly, right. Like, that's why they use the term Hasbara, which is their word for diplomacy, right? It's because they are trying to get Israel's, right, foreign policy, right, or its policy, right, explicated to foreigners, right? That's essentially what that means, right? So explication is fine. And I'm not saying it's wrong to use it for that. I'm just saying, like, I want to just to sort of be specific when it comes to that. Like Hasbara is something that is like a government thing, right? Like, it's something that was done specifically by the Knesset to do that. A lot of Christian history make up the Stations of the Cross. Well, again, like, there are also issues with, like, well, was Saint Martha actually there? Was Jesus actually present for Pesach? Because there was no, I mean, again, these are questions for theological, for, like, in terms of, like, belief, those are theological questions, right? And that's not for me to discuss, right? That's not for me to get into. For historical questions, right, it's kind of like how the fact that the Western Wall, right, that the Zionists destroyed the Moroccan quarter of the old city of Jerusalem to make a grand open air synagogue plaza, right, actually isn't one of the sustaining walls of the temple compound. It's literally just a regular city wall. It's become a thing. Like, praying at it became a thing in the 18th century in particular, but it was never that important before that. Like, this whole thing is, since the days of, that was never true. The 18th century. So even after AD and all of that stuff, even after Johannes Kepler, even after all of this stuff, it did not become a thing to go to the Kotel, or Kotel, as it's also called, right, to the Western Wall on, like, a pilgrimage. That was not a thing. I gotta say, this is one of the best streams I've heard lately. Oh, thank you. That means so much to me, Bad Lefty. But again, it's just a regular city. It's just a regular wall, right? Because if you know the old city, there's walls all over the place, right? Like, what divides the quarters, what divides neighborhoods, right? But, like, the excavations that happened underneath that city wall, right, are what then were used to justify the destruction of, well, among many things, to justify the destruction of the Moroccan quarter, which again you find no trace of. No trace of. Because everything was demolished in one go. They gave them one warning, and they said, if you're not out by this time, that's it. And they openly admit this. I mean, that's the thing, is like, you know, you don't need Hasbarelli to tell you anything, right? Like it's just I mean, it's literally gone, right? And yet there are paintings, we know, right, that show, one, it used to not be gender separated, right? That is not traditional either. And two, that it used to be like a back alley. That's what it used to be. Right? That's why. But yeah, again, I'm not, you know, theologically that's a whole separate question, right? But like in terms of like his history, right, like, you know,
an evangelical praise band standing in front of a different tomb, playing contemporary worship music for an evangelical Easter Sunday service. This is the Garden Tomb, the rival site identified by 19th century Protestant travelers as the real tomb of Jesus. Today, it's a serene garden run by the nonprofit called the Garden Tomb Association. And while no critical scholar accepts this site as authentic, the story...
Yeah, like, I mean, even myself, like, even when I was doing my rabbinical coursework, right, like, to get to be ordained and everything, like, this was never, like, these types of organizations and these types of things, like, on my own recognizance, right, so to speak, right, when I was studying more about, like, the history of, you know, everything since Christianity and blah, 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 right, like, it became very apparent to me that, you know, that, like, these little mistakes here or there, right, are because, like, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is not built right after the death of Jesus. It's built by the mother of Emperor Constantine in, you know, 300 years later, right? At least 300 years later, right? So...
of how the Garden Tomb became an occasional backdrop.
This is dangerous because if they undermine the Dome of the Rock or Al-Aqsa, is this the site of the city of David? Well, so there is a part of the old city of just outside the old city of Jerusalem, the southern part. The southern part that they call Ir David, right? Which Ir in Hebrew means city, right? Ir David, so the city of David, or Ir HaDavid, right? Or David HaMelech, if you want to say David, you know, King David. But at the same time, there was never a united monarchy. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, Talorx, hello. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Globus, welcome in. Welcome in, Talorx. It's so nice to see you. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian focusing on Jewish and Latin American history. Right now we're going over... Hello, Allie. Right now, and yes, please make sure to follow Talorx, who, again, thank you so much for inviting me to partake in the charity stream for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. Please make sure to refresh, that way you get counted as a viewer, and follow if you'd like to. Thank you so much. So right now we're talking about apparently these this rock band, Christian rock band, discovered the real tomb of Jesus. So Talorx, you came at a perfect time.
Fascinating case study into...
Okay, I gotta say one thing. Okay, I know I stopped at a really weird thing because I don't know what Karen is doing with this shofar. Like, I don't know, like, why she gotta open up her eyes like that. But I just gotta say. Oh, Bad Lefty says to Talorx, thank you for the great stream last night. But yeah, like I don't know like what this face is right here, but anyway, this is literally just Christian appropriation of Jewish stuff. Like seriously, like you do not need a shofar, trust me, especially when you use it like all the time, because Jewish people don't use it all the time. Like we only use it at specific times of the year. She thinks she's Sam Sita. Yeah, pretty much. Sam Sita's over there. He's gonna start telling your grandmother what you're doing, you know.
How sacred sites are created. In this case, the Garden Tomb's identification was less about a historical debate over two rival sites, and more about how expectations, ritual styles, aesthetic preferences, and sectarian prejudices shape...
Wait, you're telling me that aesthetic preferences and prejudice can cause people to, you know, choose one thing over another? Who would have thought?
What individuals think what a sacred site should look like. Like so many sacred sites in the region, the Garden Tomb owes...
Oh, wait a second. Oh, I see. They're like, oh, well, this actually looks like a cave. Whereas the other one, they made it look like a mausoleum. That's literally the logic here. Even though, like, those stones look like they're actually made out of cement. Like, they look like they were made to look like stone. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. They could be stone, but you can also do that with cement. But yeah, it's like, oh, it looks more ramshackle, so therefore it's real. Like, okay. And yes, that is true. That is true that she found a piece of the true cross, of which the largest piece of the true cross, apparently, and if you're on Twitch, you can actually use this emote if you're a subscriber. Actually, is said to have come from the Habsburgs. That the Habsburgs have a piece of the true cross, the largest piece. It's like about yay big. Justin Trudeau doing oh, I mean, yeah, it looks plastered, or like it doesn't, like this doesn't, like I mean like I've seen this in like, I mean like this looks like, you know, I mean I've seen some suburban houses that look like this after like 20 years, you know what I mean, like here in California. Like,
fame to Holy Land tourism. Someone traveling to the region, pointing out a feature and saying,
by the way, really? You're gonna go fly to occupied Palestine, Israel, whatever, fine, if you want to be pedantic about it. You're really gonna go visit Israel right now? You know exactly who I'm talking to. Why? For what?
oh hey, this is probably that famous site mentioned in the Bible. There are a lot of examples. The Mount of the Beatitudes, where Jesus is said to have given his Sermon on the Mount.
Well, it's funny because in one of the Gospels, right, in Matthew, right, and Talux can correct me if I'm wrong here, and you know anybody can, but I know that Talux knows his Bible front, back, ancient Greek, Latin, you know, all of that. To meet Michael Rappaport, yeah. Oh gosh. I you know, I don't know what those Rappaports are doing over there, but I just see a whole bunch of colored smoke coming out of you know, their chimney. But anyway, one of these things. Wait, I forgot. I literally forgot what I was gonna say because I was thinking about the joke about the Michael Rappaport joke.
Feature and saying, "Oh, hey, this is probably that famous site mentioned in the Bible." There are a lot of examples.
Oh, right. Okay. Here we go. In one gospel, the Gospel of Matthew, right? Jesus says his Sermon on the Mount on a mount, right? But in the Gospel of Luke, he says the same, the Beatitudes, right? In an open field. So is he on a mount, or is he in a field? Because you can't have fields on the top of mountains, right? Because, like, for example, Har Tavor, right? Mount Tabor, right? Where apparently you had the, you know, that's where Pentecost happened, right? There are no fields on top of that mountain. There's a monastery, but there are no fields, because fields are in the Jezreel Valley, as they call it now, right? Plateau. But like this, like it's, they say that this is where he had his Sermon on the Mount, right? But like the other place that they have the mount, right, is an actual like peak, you know, like you have to hike up to the top of it, from what I understand. Again, I personally do not feel comfortable, and I haven't felt comfortable pretty much my entire life. My parents haven't felt comfortable. My grandparents didn't feel comfortable, and on principle did not want to visit, you know, occupied, colonized land, right? And so, you know, maybe one day, you know, soon, Besras Hashem, that, you know, Palestine will be free, and that day is far sooner than we can imagine. Then and only then I would even consider going. But again, like with this, again, because you have the two narratives, for one of them they use the word for field, right, and it means like a field, right, like flat, right? Because, you know, like now you can, well, I mean, you know, they did not have the techniques, for example, that they had for like rice paddies that they had in China, right? Or in other parts of Southeast Asia as well. So fields had to be relatively flat, which is why like the coastal plain and the Jezreel Valley is where most agriculture would take place. But in this case, the other mount is actually like a mountain, right? Like, or a big hill. It's really a big hill. I used to work on building sites. I knew lads that would give you that finish for $250 a day. Hey, well, comfort, whilst nice, it is indeed over-exaggerated. I mean,
the Mount of the Beatitudes, where Jesus is said to have given his Sermon on the Mount. This site on the Jordan River, identified as the place where John the Baptist baptized Jesus. And even a small door supposed...
You know, look, okay. Y'all saw that river, okay? That river's not clean. And we already know that Israel steals all of the water that's meant to go to the West Bank, right? We know this. I mean, this is known. I mean, they even say it, right? The water that ends up, by the time you end up at that site, a lot of times is water that is not a type of water you would want to be dipping yourself in. I'll just put it like that. Let's just put it like that. Like it's, there's a reason why it's very turgid. We'll just put it like that, right? River being, yeah. And like they got so mad too because they went, because I think it's called Bethany across the Jordan or whatever it's called, right? And because it's in the Kingdom of Jordan, not in the state of Israel, right? Or technically in the West Bank, but right, that like they made such a big, you know, they decided that they were gonna, you know, try to start a collective schwitz for the entire country over it, which is like, why? Like, does it really matter whether it's in Yarden or whether it's in...
called the Eye of the Needle, which, as the rumor goes, is what Jesus...
Oh yeah, I remember this stuff.
was referencing in his famous saying about a camel going through the eye of a needle, none of which have any historical or archaeological evidence to back up these identifications. In the late 1830s, European and American travelers...
The late 1830s, huh? That's when all this started to be... That's when all this stuff started to be picked out? I don't know about that. I don't know, chat. What do we feel about that? Late 1830s? European and Americans laying claim on stuff in Palestine? Oh, well, the garden too. Yeah, it's sussy for sure. Yeah.
began flocking to Jerusalem, thanks in part to faster travel by rail and steamships and relaxed access to the region under the Egyptian ruler Muhammad Ali. These
Which, by the way, just want to like point out that like, and I think it was 37, but it could be 34. If anyone would like to check, please do. The Zionists, I'm not even joking. The Zionists invited Adolf Eichmann, to visit Palestine. Like they even have a commemorative coin, Ein Nazi in Palestina. And what ended up happening with him is that he got caught trying to hike Mount Carmel. You know, Germans, they like to hike, I guess, right? Apparently, Germans like to hike in the nude a lot, and that's actually caused problems in like Poland, where apparently like nudity is like illegal or something. Hello. Oh, yes. I think of all mountains as basically, yeah, pretty much. Yay, blue bad lefty, not fit for animals, let alone humans. Yeah, it's, this is by Shmuel Halevi.
Christian pilgrims came to experience biblical places firsthand, to walk where Jesus walked. And it was during this surge that we started to see the first glimmers of the academic field, biblical archaeology. If you were a Protestant theologian, member of the clergy, or a scholar, visiting the Holy Land and knowing something about the sacred geography of the region gave you street.
This is actually really interesting.
If you were a Protestant theologian,
so, as you can see here, the Dome of the Rock, right? Which is part of the Al-Aqsa compound, right? Some people, scholars will say that Al-Aqsa actually refers to the entire compound, which technically is true, as opposed to just the mosque here in the back. But as you can see here, right, you can't really tell, because I don't know when this picture was taken, but you can kind of tell, like, it's not, this was before it was gold. Before, it used to be the same color as the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is like a very dark, like this is very dark, right? It's like it's almost like a charcoal color. Hiking nude sounds like more dangerous than the regular thing. Well, you know, it definitely changes the, you know, man versus bear question for sure.
Of the clergy or a scholar, visiting the
for
Holy
some.
Land and knowing something about the sacred.
Okay, so now I think you can see it better, right? It used to be darker. I believe it was in 65, but even after that too. That is when the King of Jordan paid to have it be covered in gold, paid for it to be covered in gold leaf, as we know it now. But prior, it was this same color, right, as the rest of Al-Aqsa, right, which has a very dark, like charcoal color. So adding this is that color is new.
Region gave you street cred. Now, don't get me wrong, this was not the critical peer-reviewed approaches that we see today. Critical scholars today do not assume the fundamental historical accuracy of the Bible. Rather, their approach was what the historian Sarah Kokop.
Okay, so see here, see how it's like dark? This used to be that same color back in the day. But then they decided that they wanted to add something because of the fact that it's so unique and special, right? And there's actually a church. There's actually a church, I forget where it is. I want to say it's in the United States, but I could be wrong. But they thought that the Dome of the Rock was like the temple, like that they built it to be like the second Jewish temple. And so they built their church like this. Which is really interesting considering the fact that it's, you know, not that, so.
Calls scientific Protestantism. As she says, this involved Protestant travelers, excavators, enthusiastic tourists, and armchair explorers examining the locations around the region under the guise of empiricism, trying to match the landscape, art.
Like, look, okay, look. Have the azulejos been restored? Yeah, a lot of them have. Yeah, 1937. Someone, also a Nazi, visited in 1933. Yeah. So 1937 is when he visited. And then he was caught hiking on Mount Carmel with someone. I forget who. It was another German, though. And then he was deported back to Egypt, if I remember correctly, by the British, right? So, but the azulejos, yeah, they get restored by the. So they, you can actually help. You can actually donate to the waqf that runs the Al Aqsa compound, that makes sure that stuff like that stays restored, because most Christians don't know the difference. Well, I mean, you never know. Yeah, but a lot of them have been restored. But like, look, this is all I gotta say. Look at this river, okay? This is the River Jordan, okay? Those plants don't look good. You know what I mean? Like, if you put a plant that's very like water, hydrophilic, I guess I'll use that term, right? And you put it in a river, and then it starts to look like that, and the water looks like that. I don't know, because the Jordan River doesn't move that fast, right? There's no reason for it to be like hyper turgid. It looks stagnant to me. And again, that is one because it's a picture, but I've also seen video of it, and even when we saw the short video earlier, it looks stagnant, and I don't know, because I heard that like one of the things that people do, or things that some people have done, like when they go visit, Israel, is like they will go like rafting on the Jordan River, the River Jordan. I'm not getting on a raft anywhere near this. Like, I don't know. I mean, one, I wouldn't in any way in principle. But, like, what on earth is this? Like, I don't know. And we know that once you get to the lower reaches of the River Jordan, that a lot of it is mixed with sewage water. Like, it's literally, like, gray water and stuff like that. It's, like, mixed in with that. It's not good. No, I heard some folks baptize folks on like mission trips. I mean, that area looks like it could, yeah, which makes sense that they would want a place that has like essentially stagnant water. But still, I mean, I feel like it's one bad algae bloom from just like, I don't know. That's just me.
Artifacts and sites with what was in their Bibles. The Protestant explorer Charles Gordon, who we'll meet later, summarizes it best. The root principle for the right study of Jerusalem is that we should first know our Bibles, and with this knowledge, examine the localities. In other words, you should...
But we... Okay. So, when in the Torah, it describes, right, and also it depends on the translation, but when it describes Ha Moriah, right, which is where the Temple Mount is, which is where apparently, the world was first created, where the binding of Isaac happened, right, like this is quite common in Jewish history, which is common in a lot of ancient history, right? Like Jewish history does not run in a linear fashion. It runs in a kind of like what's it called? What are those things called? Those things that you can make them. Anyway, it's like this, right? It's like it kind of comes back, but it's still moving in a kind of direction, I guess, in a spiral. Which is why, like, the creation of the world happened on Ha Moriah. The binding of Isaac also happened on Ha Moriah, right? Like it's like this intertwinedness, right? Like kind of like a slinky, I guess that's what I would kind of like, if you imagine like a slinky pulled out, that's how that's the Jewish idea of history, right, across time and space. And again, also Jews believe in reincarnation, so like that's why like resurrection is unnecessary in Judaism, right? So no. I've watched his stuff before, so don't worry.
Excavate with your archaeological trowel in one hand and your Bible in the other.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
With this rise of scientific Protestantism, we
look, I get it, some people don't like the fact that they decided to create monuments, but like this is nice. I mean, even I can appreciate the aesthetical qualities of it. Yeah, like look at this. That looks cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it looks nice. I just don't like the settler colonialism that comes, outside of it, but
started to see efforts to cast doubt on the traditional Christian site of the crucifixion and burial, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And here's where the scholar Edward Robinson comes in, one of the most famous of these Holy Land travelers and known as the father of biblical archaeology. Robinson argued that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre could not be the authentic tomb of Jesus. You can watch my video on the Holy Sepulchre for why he thought this, but briefly, he argued that the area was not outside the ancient walls of Jerusalem during the time of Jesus. This was a requirement for him because the New Testament says that Jesus was crucified outside of the walls. Although he wasn't the first to question the Holy Sepulchre's...
Which, by the way, that is the reason why the, most people think, like, oh, what is the seat of the papacy, right? Most people would say the Vatican. Technically, it's not. It's a basilica extra muri, right? Outside of the walls. It's for a reason.
Authenticity, his work's popularity ignited a decades-long debate between traditionalists and mostly Protestant skeptics. His book gave cover for anyone who wanted to propose alternative sites, and opinions started to converge on a limestone hill 250 meters north of the old city, and a tomb hewn into its western slope.
Okay, you see this cactus here? Israelis brought over Mexican nopales, and they call themselves this. Sabra. Like that's what the term sabra means. Israelis call themselves something that an invasive species to the region, right? Like in Mexico, it's an endemic species, right? But these are nopales. Like there were people that were like Mexican that were making videos on TikTok to like show people in Palestine, right, that like if one of these is growing nearby, if you take the youngest leaves, as some people will call them, right, and you chop them up, you can eat them. They're food. They're actually really good for lowering your, glycemic index, etc., right? Israelis literally brought that in, and they're like, this represents us. And I'm like, this is literally from Mexico.
European and American explorers had floated this hill as a possibility as early as the 1840s, mostly based on the notion that it looked something like a human skull. This connection was inspired by the Gospels, which called the crucifixion location the place of the skull. So they interpreted this name as a literal reference to a geographic feature. But the theory probably wouldn't have taken off without a celebrity endorsement, an endorsement by the aforementioned Christian war hero, General Charles Gordon. In 1883, Gordon traveled to Jerusalem on what we could call a spiritual retreat. Living in relative isolation in a nearby village, he spent a lot of time reading the latest biblical scholarship. And while examining a topographical map of Jerusalem, he noticed a ridge running north-south on the city's eastern side, which to his imaginative eye resembled a human skeleton stretched out across the landscape, with the feet at the pool of Siloam, where Jesus is said to have restored the sight of a blind man, the hips at the Temple Mount, where the Dome of the Rock now stands, and the head at Skull Hill. What you're looking at is his own drawing. He literally superimposed a skeleton over Jerusalem. By the late 1800s, thanks in part to his endorsement, a consensus started to emerge among many Protestants.
I like that he drew it, and then he's like, therefore it must be true, right? Like, oh well, it kind of looks like a skeleton, so it makes sense. I mean, like that's like that is literally like the lowest bar for like biblical archaeology possible. Like literally just like, hey, I drew a skeleton and it tracks, pretty much. Which another thing too is like Makom HaGolgotha, right, which is how you say skull, like the place of the skull. It's anyway, I'm not even gonna get into that. You know what? Let's not even get into that.
Skull Hill was indeed the authentic site of the crucifixion. It even earned the nickname Gordon's Calvary, but it effectively became the Protestant Calvary. It even made a cameo in the Christian novel Ben-Hur, a historical fiction.
Oh my gosh! So this dude, right, Ben-Hur, right? He was the governor of New Mexico that signed Billy the Kid's death warrant. He wrote this book.
Set during the time of Jesus. The main character witnesses the crucifixion at a space upon the top of a low knoll, rounded like a skull. So if Skull Hill was the site of the crucifixion, where was the tomb? The New Testament says it was nearby. Well, lucky for them, there's a lot of options. Skull Hill is surrounded by ancient tombs, and people started to identify a particular tomb under the western slope as the tomb, and it became known as Gordon's tomb. Now, we don't really know if Gordon actually...
Is it what? Like, okay. I also draw stuff and superimpose them over maps. The pseudo-archaeohistorian thing of it kind of looks like, yeah, literally though. I mean, this is why like the people that say, you know, like, oh, I highlighted something on a PDF, so that means I know more than, you know, an academic historian whose PhD and, you know, other academic work, it talks about XYZ subject, right? Does not the rules that whatever that thought process is, no, that's not the case. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, it. You know what it reminds me of? You know, like those weird conspiracy theories where they try to say that there are like certain gonadal images, right, hidden throughout, right, different things. Right, it's like literally that level. And also, wouldn't it be creepy for you to be alive? I mean, this is just, I don't know, this is just me. And for them to start calling a place that they found your tomb, like, oh yeah, this is like, what? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but that just seems so weird. It reminds me of Among Us and everything. Yeah.
Thought this tomb was indeed the tomb of Jesus. Some of his acquaintances say he did, others say he didn't, but the name and popularity stuck. And in 1894, an evangelical charity...
But Mr. Wikipedia has highlighted so many wiki articles. He's not a scholar. He's essentially gotten a PhD in Wikipedia history.
...called the Garden Tomb Association bought the land for £2,000, who managed the site to this day.
£2,000? Not only will Palestine be free, but the British and all the people, they have to pay all of this back with interest, because that's just ridiculous.
To my knowledge, no critical scholar accepts this tomb as the authentic tomb of Jesus. And anecdotally, even though it's called the Protestant Calvary, I don't really think it's widely accepted among Protestants either.
No, I mean, literally, I've never heard of Protestants that took this seriously. And I've dealt with Protestants that are literally like, I will literally never set foot in the Holy Land because, you know, they're racist, you know, so which is weird, because like, I'm like, why are you saying it like that, you know? It was like, oh, is it because, you know, you support oh, no, I just don't want to, you know.
Even the Garden Tomb Association itself, which is an evangelical organization, is very careful not to make this claim. Historically, many Latter-day...
See, this is that's that thing, like, oh, let me say it in such a way that it is, but it isn't, right? Like, come on, like, you're gonna make me sit here and go through all of the stuff in this Meshuggah box, like. Boomers bought all the good tombs from a single income at 25. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Back in my day, before the globalists started raising up the prices for tombs,
you know, like, the wiki in Wikipedia doesn't stand for absolute truth. It comes from the Hawaiian term meaning quick or fast. Think that tells us a bit about Mr. I'll take the isolation as well. I mean, I don't think we have to choose. I think that we can be against both equally.
Saints have also viewed the tomb as authentic, but notice what the former LDS church said.
I know your point.
A promotional video in front of it.
Also, by the way, the Mormon president, right, is also seen as the living prophet. So, like, if he were to say, like,
you see this tomb right here? And right over here is taco time, because this is a real Utah type of place. This is the tomb of the Mormon Jesus,
you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
just outside the walls of Jerusalem, in this place or somewhere nearby, was the tomb.
Why do they see a lot of LDS stuff has this weird like, oh, if we put weird naturals like this weird soundtrack behind it and then talking this really like back in 205, like no, just stop. Just say what you want to say. Don't do the birds chirping. Okay, that's no.
Tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, where the
there's a song that is also seen as one of the national anthems of Britain, or of England in particular. I think it's what is it called? And did those feet in ancient times step on England's mountains green, and was the Lamb of God, I'm back barely. Oh, BKK. Thank you so much for the voice.
body of the Lord was interred.
This place or somewhere nearby, leaving some wiggle room to doubt, and former defenders of the tomb's authenticity, such as BYU archaeologist Jeffrey Chadwick, have...
BYU... It's for the authenticity. Yeah, it is for the authenticity. We have to tell everybody what we're going to be doing around here. My name is Jeffrey Chadwick, and I'm trying to revisit Golgotha.
Since changed their mind. So support for the Garden Tomb's authenticity seems to have severely eroded throughout the 20th century. But the nail in the proverbial coffin came in the 1980s, following a study conducted by the archaeologist Gabriel Barque. Here's what he found. The tomb is fairly small, consisting of 2 chambers. Once you enter the first chamber, directly in front of you, you'll see the remains of a burial bench that originally extended from the wall. Sometime...
I don't know why, but when I saw this, I'm like, oh, toilets. Like, that's what... I'm like, oh, it was a Roman bathroom. I mean, like, I totally get it. Like, like, if you want to, like, talk with your friends, while you're all, toilets was also my first thought. Yeah, right? It's like totally toilets. It's like, it's like this is bro time,
During the late Roman period, this was cut away, leaving behind a trough or a built-in sarcophagus. Turn right and you'll enter into the second chamber. Here's what it looks like today, though examining the carvings inside the tomb, archaeologists think it originally looked like this. 3 burial benches. As is the case in the first chamber, sometime in the late Roman period, these were carved out to form built-in sarcophagi. The archaeologists concluded that the tomb dates to the Iron Age II period, around the 8th or 7th centuries BCE.
Wow, so look, I guess now we need to put 0 here at 800 BCE. Because obviously, if the prophet of the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ, or whatever it is, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. I just invented a new spin-off of it. They're like anti-church. Now, now we have to date it here. This is now the year 0, and now we are living in the year... 28, 24. So we're already done with the 2024 like we're done.
Hundreds of years.
Has anyone ever seen Thermi Romani Novi? It's an anime about Roman baths, and it's weird but kind of interesting.
Years before Jesus, during the time of the kings of Judah.
Do you see? There was no 0. There was 1, and there was 1. In the beginning was the 1.
Judah. It
I've not
was
seen it.
reused sometime in the late Roman period, maybe between the 400s and 600 CE, when those modifications...
Bro, like, you know what? This tomb must be, like, really good. You know what I mean? Like, imagine 1,000 years later, people are like, damn, the work on this tomb is... It's like, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, look at these smooth, toilet-looking lines, like, Gotta use it again.
Were made. He made these conclusions based on the tomb's style and its location. This chamber design is shared with other tombs that are securely dated to the Iron Age period, and it doesn't look anything like typical Jesus-era tombs, which...
So look, this is these are typical Jesus-era tombs, okay? Do you notice something that's different about these? To the bathroom, to the, you know, it's literally, you know, me and my two bros, you know, like, when we want to get away from it all, we just all go to the bathroom in this tomb here. And,
generally feature burial niches called loculi. As he says, the Garden Tomb Cave contains none of these elements of Second Temple burial caves, thus dating this cave to the Hasmonean or Herodian period, in other words, the late Second Temple period, seems completely out of the question.
Oh, well, would you look at that? But the prophet of the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Moreover, the Garden Tomb is surrounded by other Iron Age tombs. The whole area north of Damascus Gate was a necropolis during the time of the kings of Judah. In fact, archaeologists have excavated a huge Iron Age...
By the way, just because we're talking about the kings of Judah, there was never a united kingdom of Israel, right? The whole thing that, the whole land was called Israel at one point is not actually true. Eretz Israel, even in the Tanakh, only refers to the northern kingdom. There was never a united monarchy. So, there's that. 2, before, you know, you have it being called Israel by, you know, Jewish people and Christians, Herodotus in the 5th century BCE calls it Palestina. Like, it was called Palestine before even... So, just putting that out there.
Burial complex located only 2 meters away from the Garden Tomb. But in my opinion, arguments over its authenticity are not nearly as interesting as why...
But look, this is like the perfect setting for Christian rock. Like, look at this. How can you deny evangelical rock? How can you deny? Did you see the Shakespeare as Hamas thing? I did. Because, you know, of course, I say Palestine because literally everybody's called it Palestine even before the Second Temple was built. It was called Palestine before.
Protestants settled on the site in the first place. While some did try to argue for the site's authenticity, relying on historical and archaeological evidence, I'd argue that this site became so popular because of the site resonating with Protestant sensibilities. In other words, it's
I like how he just has... I like whoever took a video of this event here just went, like, to the underboob of this one lady and is just, like, filming from right there. And she's like, oh, right? Like, it's just so weird. Christian rock now with actual rock. It's like Talladega Nights, but LDS. Those white Christians look like my family.
Friendly vibes, and the traveler's underlying, or in some cases overt, anti-Catholic and anti-Orthodox prejudices.
Oh. Well, I mean, this goes back to the whole, you know, calling convents, you know, lesbian orgy hotels, I guess.
Tourists, religious or otherwise, often go into their trip with expectations, sometimes very high and very idealized expectations. And those expectations will often clash with reality, whether it's the crux...
Yes, the Mona Lisa is... Literally, most people that go to the Louvre, I'm not even joking, most people that go to the Louvre, they go to the room where the Mona Lisa is, take 10 minutes to look at it, take a picture, and leave the museum. It's tiny, and there's so much better other stuff in the rest of the room, but everybody wants to take a picture of this one thing, and it's just like... Oh yeah, the Mona Lisa.
Of tourists blocking your view of the Mona Lisa, or spending half your net worth to buy lunch at Disney World. Now, imagine if those high expectations...
Only half? I guess we have a card club member over here from Religion for Breakfast.
...are mixed with strong religious devotion. I'd argue that this is what happened in the 1800s with that surge of Protestant pilgrims. To quote one scholar, the tomb's identification came about because of Western Protestants' inability to reconcile the aesthetics of their faith with the existing Jerusalem.
You know, Holy Lazy Duck. The Louvre has it does. It has amazing art. It has amazing artifact. All of this stuff. It's beautiful. I mean, even the building itself is just beautiful to be around. But the fact that most people wait in line to buy a ticket, to then wait in line to go inside, to then wait in line to look at the Mona Lisa, to then turn around and leave. I'm just like, then why? Like, I don't know. Like, that's just me. Like, I'm just like, like, if I'm going to go look at this massive museum, right, I'm going to look at some other things, right? Because they have some stuff that, like, the stuff that people don't even realize that is in the Louvre, that people don't really see. It's pretty sad. I forget what the percentage is. I want to say it was 60 at one point, but like 60%, but it could be more. I grew up, OMG, these crowds of my family. I grew up Catholic and never thought about a convent like that, but yeah, I bet there was something going on. I had an aunt who was a nun and she loved her vodka. I mean, look. I went to a yeshiva, right, which means that it was all presumed, right? It was a presumed cis het male space. Presumed, right? But the British particularly wanted to make being virgin, right, as Foucault talks about it, right, be seen as negative, right? Like they had to, I mean, there's literally an article about this in the journal Church History, right? That like this was a campaign to be like being a virgin. I mean, there's literally heretics, right? 2 ye young virgins to make much of time, right? So go now and marry, right? Like, yes, yeah, it connects to the nunnery thing. I know, right? My partner has been years ago. Before we met, so 15 years plus ago, she liked the building a lot of pieces inside, and yeah, she went and saw the Mona Lisa, but she also said it was the worst. Yes, it is, because there's like a billion people that just want to like take a selfie next to it, and it's just like, why? Like, I mean, it's nice, I guess, but I mean, like, a print of it looks just as, if anything, it looks better, honestly speaking. Prints of it look better, in my opinion. Like, nothing against you, Leonardo. I like your other work. I like, but I just wish that you could have been a bit more niche. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more niche. But yes, this is actually why Protestant, like particularly British Zionism, right, or Anglo-Zionism as it's sometimes called, right, was such a huge thing, because it literally was a way for them to contribute into right, orientalize, right, Palestine, right. That is why the idea of like, oh, a people without a country and a country without a people, whatever, blah blah blah, right, like that rhetoric plays into that, right? Because there were Christian majority towns, right, at the time, like Beit Lechem, Nazareth, even I think Rafah at one point was majority Christian before 1948, right? And what caused the decline in the Christian population was the foundation of the state of Israel, right? And the people that the state of Israel most aligns themselves with are evangelical Protestants, not with the churches that are there in Jerusalem, right? Like the Jerusalem Patriarchate, the Latin Patriarchate, right? In fact, that's why there's a whole movement to save the Armenian quarter, because the Zionists are buying up all of their property or finding reasons to say that, oh, you know, your deed actually doesn't say you own this house, you know. Like, essentially, they're dispossessing even more people, including an even smaller minority, right? Like the Armenians, right? Armenian Christians, to essentially kick them out of the Armenian quarter, like exactly what they did with the Moroccan quarter, without necessarily just destroying the whole thing. But they have torn down buildings before, and yet they're all about preserving, you know, whatever, blah blah blah, right? But a lot of it is this, right? Like, they want to overlay, they want to get rid of what was already there and build what is like modern, what is, you know. I used to go to a Catholic church, not during a service, when I was in college, just to sit in it because it was so pretty. My Protestant eyes were amazed. Cathedrals are breathtaking, Mo. I can understand taking in the beauty. Between the masses, they're very... You know, I remember once... I don't know if you've ever heard of the church... anyway, it doesn't really matter the church, but there's this Anglican church, right, in New York City. And I remember that once it was raining really hard, you know, and so I decided to go with, and I was with a friend, and we had just finished eating lunch, so we decided to go, you know, underneath until it stopped raining. But then we started to hear, right, I guess like they were doing like choir practice, but they were fully like in their robes and stuff, and like that was really nice. That was an awesome experience, because we were essentially like the only people in the audience, and they had no problem with us listening to them. They were like, oh yeah, of course, like, I mean, we're meant to perform for people, right? Like, that's what we do. So it was very beautiful, and I think it was for them preparing for evensong, which is a, you know, Anglican thing. Oh right, yeah. She was there with her family. She wasn't interested in seeing the Mona Lisa, so I mean, it's the same thing like with the National Gallery in London, right? Or with other things, right? Like the British Museum. People literally go see like one thing, and then they're like, okay, we're done. I'm like, then why even go? You know what I mean? Like, just look at it, you know.
When you read the accounts of garden tomb boosters in the 1800s,
wait, I just noticed something too. Not only are there nopales, right, the cactus, there's also agave plants, like aloe vera stuff, you know, like succulents that are also from Mexico. Like, what the... Hatsionim. Ugh.
It's often revolved not around any archaeological evidence, but the vibes that the garden tomb evoke.
Yes. It's funny. I was gonna say that earlier, that it's literally just like, oh, you know, this place kind of vibes more authentic, right? She likes to sort of, I don't spelunk in museums. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Duh, Mexico is right across the border, just as Brandon. True. Every country across the border from everywhere is Mexico.
Especially in opposition to the vibes of the Holy Sepulchre. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is a sensory-rich environment. Dark, winding corridors, candlelight flickering off of icons.
Like, look, that looks cool. Imagine going there and being like,
look at all these murals. They're all part of the patriarchal deep state. You want to have those Protestant-looking buildings that look like warehouses. That's exactly what a church should look like.
You know, like, I mean, I don't know.
The mosaics, pilgrims touching and kissing the stone of the anointing.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, they have a tradition is built up in this place, so what we want to do is go to a place that has nothing. That's so weird.
the smell of incense and smoke filling the air. Nothing particularly surprising to the hundreds of millions of Catholic and Orthodox Christians in the world, but somewhat jarring to Protestant Christians who are not.
Yeah. Everybody knows that Donald Trump, he is the second coming of the Messiah. Y'all heard it from that man that was passing out that book at them Trump rallies. He said Jesus was the Son of God, but Donald Trump is the Son of Man.
Not accustomed to more liturgical styles of worship, more ornate places of worship, and the physical acts of veneration common in Catholicism and the various branches of Orthodoxy.
See, like, look, I was raised Jewish, so like for me, like I am not we do not have this type of, worship style, but it never seemed wrong to me for other people to do it, right? Like even whenever I was Hasidic, like people didn't mind that other people did it. It's such a weird thing to take issue with. The Constable or the Babelstuschen. Yep. Jesus Christ himself signed with a big J right at the beginning of the John Hancock.
If you read the reports from Protestant travelers, they convey a sense of disillusionment mixed with prejudice when they visit the Holy Sepulchre.
The J in Donald J. Trump stands for Jesus.
When describing the Orthodox Holy Fire ceremony that's performed on the Saturday before Easter, the English explorer Claude Condor called it an annual orgy, which disgraces its walls.
Okay, so this does tie in back to what we were talking about really well. Okay, of course he calls it an orgy, because that's literally what English Protestants kept calling, like, literally monasteries. Like, oh, monasteries, yeah, it's all these dudes that are just, like, obviously just, it's just Twink versus Bear, just, the anime, but live, That's why Trump is now selling the Bible. Yeah. I like it too that it has like random points in the Bible where it like tries to make a connection to like American history that makes no sense. Like, you do realize that America exists after the canon of the Bible closed, right? Like, nothing that it describes, right? Like, unless you're Mormon, right, and you believe in the Book of Mormon, only then maybe you could put that in together. But like, America does no. Jesus John Hancock, our only forefather. Jesus John Hancock is our daddy, that's for sure. He's the daddy of this nation. But the prophecies, I know, it's like, I don't know, going to sleep mode mentally. Okay.
He goes on to describe the Holy Sepulchre as a place of sectarian hate and blind fanaticism.
Who's the one doing the hating? Literally, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and like the Church of the Nativity and, the Church of the Annunciation, all of that stuff, right, in Palestine, literally, over the centuries, have found ways so that way all of the different established churches could themselves each equally partake in their own, liturgy. So to say it's sectarian hate because they don't want to be like, throw away all of the icons, sounds like you're the hater, bro. Just saying. There was a lady at a Trump rally that said in all seriousness that Jesus was American. Of course he was. Of course he was. Nazareth is an American city.
On the other hand, the vibes are right. The Protestant traveler Haskett Smith wrote, "How infinitely more solemn
Jesus was Donald Trump's first carpenter.
And sacred are the feelings aroused by such a scene and such thoughts as these, than those which are experienced in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre."
See, look, like, I get it. I get the whole, like, oh, we want something that's more natural, more... I get it. You don't have to trash everybody else, though. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why does it have to be a blame game or, like, a comparison thing? Like,
Like, first of all, calling it an orgy, just like, okay, fine, whatever. Yes, because of course that's exactly what very traditional Christians are always doing. You know, they have their yearly orgy at the Fire Fest.
Notice how he focuses on his own subjective experience of what a holy site should feel like.
But he's a Trump supporter, so for him, his subjective experience is objective, you see.
In this case, stripped of religious materiality. These expectations were reinforced
Yeah, it
by
does.
Protestant pop culture. Songs and images imagined a serene, reflective garden, best summarized in the opening stanza of a popular hymn. There is a green hill far away, without a city wall, where the dear Lord was crucified, who to save us all. This song evokes a quiet hill in the countryside, outside.
By the way, ABCB is the rhyme scheme for those types of things, right? So you see how the second and then the fourth line rhyme, right? That is the typical hymn verse when it comes to the rhyme scheme.
Side of the city walls, just as the Bible says. So imagine you're a Protestant pilgrim growing up singing this song, and then you step inside the Holy Sepulchre, the Green Hill.
Well, I mean, do they think that it would just remain like empty? Right? Oh, like Jerusalem, once that happened, it just like nobody lived there anymore.
Far away is actually obscured within a medieval building, a building that's not even outside a city wall, but inside the current wall. Never mind the fact that the current walls were built in the 1500s under the Ottomans.
Exactly.
In the Protestant imagination, the Garden Tomb remains...
Look, they literally took agave plants from Mexico. My God.
...unsullied by human hands. To quote the Anglican Bishop Maurice Day, we are bound to adore the gracious providence of God, who has kept...
Remember What If Alt Hiss when he's like, I'm not going to talk about God, but instead I'm going to use this other word, providence.
These hallowed places undisturbed and unaltered down to the present time. Had they been recognized in an early age, churches would have been built over them, and covered with marble and encompassed with vain legends.
Bruh, if anyone's coming off as vain, I gotta say. Also, what's wrong with marble? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I get it, you know, like, you don't want to be like Ashgabat, right? Like the dictator in Turkmenistan that made the entire city out of marble. But like, you know, like, oh wow. I bet you so much this dude Maurice Day, I bet you so much he has marble countertops. Bet.
They would have repelled and not satisfied the intelligent Christian. In other
words,
the words Bishop Day was thanking God that the Catholics and Orthodox didn't find this site first. In his mind, they would have messed with the natural beauty of the tomb. From these reports, it seems that the Protestant search for the authentic tomb of Jesus was not just about seeking archaeological validation for their faith. It was also about carving out a sacred site in Jerusalem that matched their aesthetic and emotional expectations. And though the search for the tomb started out as a supposedly scientific quest, it was actually a subjective quest, defined by personal and emotional resonance with the space. This was illustrated by the famous evangelist Dwight L. Moody. When leading an Easter Day service on Skull Hill...
Oh, is he the one that Moody, Bible Institute, right? Is he the one that it's in? I think so, right? If people know what I'm talking about, then, yeah, Moody.
He reportedly started his sermon with, I have preached for 30 years, but have never felt the awe of God as I do at this moment. And evangelicals to this day return to the Garden Tomb to experience this awe. The story of the Garden Tomb is a prime example of how the pursuit of archaeology in the...
I mean, to me, it just... I mean, like, I like the... I mean, to me, it looks like a nice place that you could have, like, a coffee shop. You know what I mean? Like, to me, like, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, it would be nice if this was, like, a little cafe or something, you know? But instead, you're gonna get weird, like underboob video of some random white lady.
Holy Land often intersected with the deep personal and religious motivations of those involved. While most archaeologists in the field have since embraced more critical methods, archaeology continues to be so compelling to so many people because of its power to challenge or affirm our beliefs about ancient people. This profound impact that archaeology can have on our understanding of ancient culture is at the heart of Archaeology Quest, a new exclusive show available only on the streaming platform Nebula. Now, I love archaeology. If you don't believe me, check out this picture of me hugging one of the pillars of the Temple of Apollo at the Sanctuary of Didyma. Or here's me look.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go with... Oh, hey, look. Okay, so I'm tired. I was not expecting to stream for almost 7 hours. So, but I was glad to. Here on Twitch, we are going to raid Arun, good friend of the stream. Everyone, please get in the machine so we can all say hello to Arun together. Let him know that I'll be there in a little bit to say hi. But until then, I'll see you all very soon. Bye, everyone.